late-night bites, Charlie Corm's on 15th Street has it all. Charlie Corm's Place on 15th Street is now offering exclusive weekday lunch specials. Visit Charlie Corm's Place on 15th Street. Look for the giant mural.
Are you tired of hearing 2 weeks when you call to get your boat worked on? Hey folks, it's Chris Kramer with Kramer Marine and Outdoor, and we'll get you in and back out on the water as quick as possible. We're a full-line Yamaha outboard dealer and Suzuki outboard dealer, and we have master-trained certified mechanics on site. So if it's just an annual service, electronics install, trolling motor install, or all the way up to a full repower, we can take care of you. So stop by and see us in the corner of Frankfurt and 23rd next to Bill Kramer GM, or call us at 850-851-0453.
Tired of flipping through channels and finding nothing good? Introducing KHS TV. Over 5,000 live streaming channels. All your local favorites: Fox, ABC, CBS, NBC. Plus, catch every game of the season with over 100 sports networks. ESPN, the NFL Network, and the NBA Network. It's more than just sports. KHS offers 50-plus movie channels, 150-plus entertainment channels, all your favorite news networks, and watch thousands of movies and TV shows on demand. All for just $40 a month with a one-time $2 billing fee. And you can watch up to 5 devices at the same time. Perfect for sharing with family and friends. Cut the cord, not the fun. To score KHS TV, go to ESPNPC.com and click on the TV logo. That's ESPNPC.com and click the TV logo.
As a realtor, it's important who you choose as your title company. May we suggest South Oak Title? Their offices are modern, comfortable, and state-of-the-art. South Oak Title can close transactions in any location in Florida, Alabama, and Tennessee. Their free mobile app allows realtors to deliver a net sheet in seconds. They provide mobile closing services to accommodate buyers and sellers. Their offices are beautifully decorated, state-of-the-art, complete, safe, and secure. South Oak Title, creating a better title and closing experience through technology and tailored service. Visit them online at southoaktitle.com.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
WGSX Lynn Haven, WVLQ Port St. Joe. Powered by Panama City Toyota.
And that's out of the ballpark.
ESPN, Northwest Florida.
It's the next evolution of sports talk radio. The biggest stories and the biggest reactions.
Now.
And now, we're taking...
With the first pick.
This is the last ball you got in the bag. The Inside Drive. From college to the pros. Interviews with the newsmakers, sports betting, your phone calls, and more. And now, The Inside Drive with Ryan Mulvey. Broadcasting from the Bill Kramer Chevrolet Buick GMC and Kramer Marine Outdoor Studios on ESPN Northwest Florida.
Back then they didn't want me, now hot they all on me. Back then they didn't want me, now hot they all on me. Back then they didn't want me, now hot they all on me.
And good Thursday morning. You're listening to the Inside Drive live here on ESPN Northwest Florida, 104.3 in Panama City Beach, 101.9 in Port St. Joe. You can watch, listen, like, comment, subscribe, share, follow, all on our social channels. That's Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Just search it up, ESPN Northwest Florida. You can also download our free mobile app inside the Google Play or Apple Store. That one you do need to just search 104.3, and it'll pop right up there for you. You download it, you open that app up, boom, it's playing ESPN Northwest Florida wherever you have your cell phone and service. Also, go to ESPNPC.com, click that listen live, you can't click listen live, but I meant to say, you can scroll down to that TV channel. It's KHS TV, only $40 a month. Every little thing you could possibly want to watch is right there on KHS TV. We're watching it right now in studio. But yeah, $40 a month, cut the cord, be done with all the nonsense, and save some money and watch lots of stuff, as much stuff as you want to watch. That's for darn sure. All right. First off, got to start off with a little shout out to the guy behind the glass. 10 today, Liam. 10. Happy birthday. again.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Very welcome. You know, a little stormy on your birthday, Ryan's birthday. We had the tornadoes go through here in Panama City Beach a couple years ago. Sally came through on Beth's birthday. So far, I've been flawless on mine. I probably just jinxed myself. But yeah, happy birthday, bud. Thanks for coming in the studio, running the board for us. So David Hayes, Ralph Jackson, DJ Davy Crockett. I forget the doctor that we were. He can hang out with me here in studio because my normal co-host, guess what, is not here again. We did find out yesterday.
Are we surprised?
No, but we did find out yesterday he did not, in fact, leave. He just he got a little excited and then
He just bailed on us.
Literally. Apparently, he had more important stuff to do, but he said he is tired today, so he is not here in studio with us. But he does say he'll be back in studio with us tomorrow. That is, yeah, there you go. Well, hopefully tomorrow. We've only seen him on Monday so far this week.
Yeah, 2 weeks in a row, right?
2 weeks
My goodness.
a row, no doubt. But yeah.
It's been a day.
Yeah.
We're just getting started, but it's been a day.
There you go.
I don't know how things have gone, honestly. So if you want to, let me play Jay, but instead of talking sports here, we're talking hurricane. If you can get me up to date on that, that would be awesome.
Absolutely.
I know we've been jogging a little eastward, right?
Yes. The continued shifts for us, anyway. It's kind of doing what it was looking like it was going to be doing. It keeps making that easterly shift. It's currently heading northeast at 14 miles per hour. Every update advisory, it's just a little more kind of in the east side of Franklin County now, kind of in the biggest curve of the Big Bend. And of course, our thoughts and prayers go to everyone to our east as I hope everybody got out of there that's close to the coast, because they're saying 20 feet of storm surge in some areas.
And that's one of the things that you can't really plan for storm surge outside of just getting out of there.
Yeah, because you're not stopping water, especially 20 feet of water. That's higher than most people's homes.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's just crazy.
Even the stilts, like the houses that are on stilts, man, my goodness, dude.
Absolutely.
And that area kind of was...
a couple years ago, Perry took a big one just like this one.
Perry always seems to be in the way.
Yeah.
Or the storm goes in the way of Perry. And you hate that, man.
Definitely.
But, hey... If there's anything that we could do, if there's, just let us know, and we will do our best to accommodate you in any type of way. And if things get real crazy tonight, then we'll be in studio tomorrow trying to, if not be a distraction, be a help.
Yep, no doubt. Not sure how far we reach over there, but obviously Apalachicola, Port St. Joe is going to see some conditions as well, some serious storm surge. And then one of the biggest things too, inland, is the flooding, as we're going to get a ton of rain from this system. Already got a good bit as well, but it's heading all the way up. Kind of looks like it's more on the east side of Alabama now, going all the way up through Georgia. So I know a lot of football games I think are still on schedule, but obviously Tallahassee, they're closed.
Mosley has postponed their game, and that's going to be Monday night.
Monday Night Football.
Yeah, Monday Night Football. I told him, too. I was like, if y'all play the game on Saturday, if you want me to broadcast, it's going to have to be before 6:30. You have to get it over before 6:30.
What's going on Saturday
in Georgia?
One of the biggest early games of the year.
Ryan, I'm not even lying to you. I've quit a job before because I put in my, you got to put in your time off or whatever while I was rolling sushi at the shrimp boat. And my buddy was.
Has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Calhoun County in Florida, northwestern Liberty County in Big Bend, Florida, until 12:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time or 11:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 12:04 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time or 11:04 a.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Bluntstown, moving north at 25 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado. Source: radar indicated rotation. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Bluntstown around 11:10 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Rock Bluff, Oshisi, Selman, Alpha, Sharpstown, Chigola, Henderson Mill, Kenny's Mill, Meadow Ridge, and Bristol. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 11:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Calhoun, Florida.
And good to go.
I think we have an EAS going on right now.
Oh, gotcha. So everything we just said has not been heard. Emergency alert system over the air. Interesting. Do we know when it's... Oh, yeah, you're going to kick up the air radio. But anyway, I was going to say, a couple people had messaged us on Facebook there, and I just saw a cool video somebody posted. I mean, I hate to say it's cool, but it is cool, but the people to our east it's not going to be cool, but some pretty good sets of waves out there on the beach. A lot of dolphins surfing them as we speak right now. The EAS, I don't know if it's over or not. If it is, okay, cool. We are through. Richard Head, thanks for letting us know. Yes, a little tornado EAS there up there in Bluntstown, so everybody be safe. Again, we still got a long ways to go in this whole thing, and thoughts and prayers for everybody affected by the storm, and hopefully whatever happens, we can all come out a little bit stronger on the other side, no doubt about that. Richard Head, thanks for giving us the update on that one. Talking about a little baseball action, it's just going to have to wait. A little wait and see. And I want to get your thoughts on, do you think this is good or bad for the Braves? So
I don't know.
What I'm talking about is the Braves, they won their first game in the crucial series against the Mets. Now, last night, the Diamondbacks did win, so the Braves are a full game back of the Diamondbacks and the Mets in that final wild card race. But the series has been postponed due to weather. It's going to be a doubleheader coming up on Monday, which that's literally like all of a sudden we got a playoff series here.
And what's so wild about that is what do we also have going on Monday evening?
Double Monday Night Football. You're calling the Mosley Dolphins. Wow. What a
Dolphins, there's two Dolphins playing on Monday evening, right? Because you got the Titans and the Dolphins. So this is going to be interesting. My work has been cut out for me, and I'm not trying to complain by any stretch of the imagination, but like yesterday, right? Hail Show and the Inside Drive were not going to be live. Then all of a sudden, they're going to be live. So it's like I've been doing a lot of bouncing back and forth, and honestly haven't gotten anything done because everything keeps changing. And so we don't know what tomorrow brings. I would imagine all three shows will be live tomorrow. I know for sure the afternoon underdogs will. So maybe Inside Jay Drive. Maybe Jay. We might even have Jay, even though if he's right over there, if he's 10 minutes away from us.
Not even 10.
Not even 10
he literally
minutes.
Just has to go.
I was 13 minutes away.
Yeah.
And so,
and that's pretty fast from there. But yeah, I mean, he's down the road. Literally, he just gets he could sleep the whole time.
Traffic was non-existent. I mean, it's rare for me from, normally I'm coming from Callaway and traffic is always a hassle. But with that being said, Jay, pony up and come on over, brother. We're just having fun, man.
I'll buy you lunch next time, man.
Dude, come on. I'll buy you breakfast and then you get lunch taken care of. I got pizza in the truck, actually.
That's it. There you go.
Not even gonna lie to you, brother.
Pizza.
And I won't buy you nothing.
We gotta get Liam. Well, obviously you have, but we gotta get Liam something for his birthday. So someone who's just out driving around and you ain't got nothing to do, can y'all go by PCB Hobby real quick or Instant Replay Sports Cards and go pick up my man some cards real quick and drop him by the station for his 10th birthday? One of the best quarterbacks in Bay County.
Did you see his new jersey?
Stroud? I was like, I don't like that jersey, but I do love it.
Yeah. He's in your division, so understandable.
No, I mean, it's a sharp-looking jersey, though.
Yeah. That
was a birthday present?
That was a birthday present.
Oh, dog. All right, I take it back. I like it, and I love it. I want some more of it. I try so hard. I can't rise above it.
There, you just keep it going. Keep it going. But, yeah, he got a...
Don't know what it is. No.
a couple hobby boxes this morning and spent some time opening some cards and got some pretty good ones as well. Some autos, some numbers, and even got a Fred Warner loan number. That was exciting.
Ooh.
But the instant replay has always been very good, and some of the new 2024 football product where they're actually in their NFL gear is coming out. So he got a good one of that, and a lot of good rookies in that, obviously, with the quarterback class, but especially the wide receiver class in that one.
Oh, I think this is going to be when we look back at this 5 years, 6 years down the road, I think this is going to be one of the best receiving classes. I'm still going to stand by my statement that I think Malik Neighbors is and it's not just because of this last week. I just think that guy is the dog of the class. But I mean, you talk about Marvin Harrison Jr., you talk about Rome Dunes. I mean, there's so many. Brian Thomas Jr. as well from LSU. But I do have a question for Liam, though, Ryan. Correct.
Yeah.
I missed that sounder. It's been a while.
Since we used that sounder.
Yes.
Well, Jay hasn't been here in like 2 weeks. So,
yeah. That's a big.
We can't hit him with the correct sounder.
But I do have a question for Liam, though.
He's got a question for you.
We don't know if Christian McCaffrey is going to actually retire or whatever, but what have you thought so far to this point, Liam, of your San Francisco 49ers without Christian McCaffrey?
I don't really know.
It's hard to put your finger on it.
Well, and last week we didn't have Debo, Kittle, McCaffrey. Hardly had anybody.
I mean,
or the San Francisco 48ers.
Are you disappointed, or do you think Christian McCaffrey would have made a difference in the 2 losses thus far, or do you think Jordan Mason has filled that void pretty well?
If Christian McCaffrey's in, we're 16-0. Simple.
Wow. Well, you also said Auburn was going to be 12-0 as well.
Oh, can we ask him about that, though, too?
Ask him about the experience.
Yeah. Absolutely. How was your time in Auburn, my man? That was pretty cool being able to see the meeting room
the performance facility was pretty amazing.
What was your favorite part?
Probably the indoor, field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. What was your second favorite part?
Probably the gym.
Oh, the gym?
Yeah.
Like the basketball gym?
No, the weight room.
The gym.
It had so many little intricacies, too. Like, they had 11 weight stations on each side because there's 11 players on offense and 11 players on defense. And offense works out on one side, defense works out on one side.
They also have, a big hill thing.
Yeah, 3 different hills in the weight room area.
So they're trying to copy Clemson.
Yeah, but they're not running out on the field doing that. But yeah, and it was cool, and we got to run up one of the inclines.
Oh, who won?
I think
you got an early start.
You got an early start. That's what they all say.
Yep.
That's what they all say.
I thought the hill, because that way they're being able to run on these inclines, and it's just really cool what these players have, despite not wanting to stay at the school and stuff like that.
Well, and that's the thing I think is the beauty of college football, no matter if anybody wants to agree with me or not. But the fact is that you can go to Auburn and you can get all of those great amenities, and then you can also go to James Madison and maybe the amenities are not as sharp, but they're still there.
Yep.
And I think that has really been good for college football in the grand scheme of things. Yes. As a whole, yes. Is it great for us as fans who sit there and I want to watch this guy become great for the next 3 years? Like, if Ryan Williams stays at Alabama for 3 to 4 years, depending on how it plays out, right? Yeah. It's an anomaly these days.
These days, for sure.
But it's also one of those things that makes fandom so great.
Yeah.
However, when you enjoy good football, you can get away with, at the end of the day, I enjoy seeing 70 to 50 whoopings, taking it full circle, going back to James Madison over North Carolina.
No doubt. And, certainly interesting times, but, there's positives and negatives with everything. And, we're here just talking about it. But Liam, anything else from your experience up there at Auburn that was kind of stuck out to you? I know the game was tough. We didn't end up winning, and it was hot as blazes.
Yeah, let's talk about that real quick. What's your feelings on the Auburn Tigers, my friend? After you answer your dad's question,
where do they need to improve and all that good stuff?
They need to find better refs.
Hey. Hey, truer words to some extent have never been spoken because as I was, that was a flipper game for me.
Yeah.
The mainstay was Michigan and USC. That's where I was parked at.
Yeah.
But then during those commercial breaks, boom, I'm going to other TV shows and so something, or TV shows, my goodness gracious, other games.
Yes.
With that being said, though, I did hear that there was a problem with the officiating, but also that's something that it's like the boy who cried wolf. I hear that from every single game.
When you
be
lose,
a Titans fan.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Or a Chiefs fan.
That'll be
That's the flip side.
great for you.
That's the flip side, no doubt. Just jump on. Don't jump. Yeah, there was definitely.
Don't jay it.
There was some replays that were super obvious, but they didn't overturn. I think that's where the fans probably were the most disappointed. This is completely random, but at the end of that Niners game this past weekend, I don't know if you saw this. I don't know if I sent it to you or not. During that crazy, they were trying to run that the kickoff back, the last second one.
Oh, and
Brandon Ayuk absolutely got cleaned helmet to helmet on the sideline.
And then that would have allowed for one play in plus territory.
And field goal potential.
Yeah. And that's all you needed at that point.
That's it. That would have tied the game. But and Liam, I don't know if I showed you that or not, but that's why Brandon Ayuk got up at the end of the game and was like getting after because I mean that could have ruined his career, and it was wicked.
And that's one thing they don't play with, right?
Yeah.
Like with the helmet to helmet and all that good stuff. So, but honestly, outside of the Music City Miracle, they did a great job with their relays.
And really, if you go back and look at it too, if Jake Brendel gets that ball to Juwan Johnson, he's got nothing but green grass in front of him. I mean, ifs and buts, of course, but it was exciting. It was exciting, no doubt about it. But yeah, I want to get back to the Braves real quick.
Yeah, let's do it.
That'll be the doubleheader will start Monday night, 12:20 our time, and then it'll be followed by the second game in that one. Who knows? I mean, because now they're not going to play. They didn't play yesterday. They're not going to play today. So the Braves start a new series against the Royals tomorrow. 3-game series. I don't know who the Mets and the Diamondbacks at Thursday.
Yeah, so tomorrow.
Yeah, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I don't know who the D-backs and the Mets are playing, but it could end up,
that's
what's
maybe
not mattering,
right?
Or it could be whoever wins those games.
I think that this is better for the Braves, though.
Yeah.
In my humble opinion, I would say that it's better for the Braves that now you can play a series against the Kansas City Royals, who are also in the hunt for a playoff. Right? They own the final wild card spot in the American League, which is a fascinating race as well. We just focus on the National League so much because we're Braves guys, and that's just how it is. And also when football starts happening. For all of you football fans, you know exactly what happens when football season takes place. It's like, oh yeah, they are still playing baseball.
Yep.
Then all of a sudden you start, playoff baseball. So it's like, oh yeah, baseball's still going on.
Yep.
I think that this is better for the Atlanta Braves.
I like that.
That the fact is you can play your series against the Kansas City Royals, hopefully get some dubs. But then, now it's no question.
Yeah.
What happens? And it's going to be on the same day?
Yep. Wild.
I don't know if there's ever been, and someone could correct me if I'm wrong, and I would love that. I don't know if there's ever been a more important doubleheader in the history of baseball.
Yeah.
Depending on what shakes
out. Yeah. The two teams that could be vying for the final wild card spot could be facing off in a after the end of regular season doubleheader.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy. You can't make that stuff up. But when we get back, we're going to be joined by the president of the Talladega Super Speedway as we are in the heat of our Race to Talladega giveaway. And that's the Yellowwood 500 coming up in a couple weekends. Anxious to hear what they have in store. You listen to the Inside Drive live here on ESPN Northwest Florida.
It's the PCB Hobby Takeover with Todd. Mondays at 5:20 on ESPN Northwest Florida.
That is a very high-end card and very rare.
Todd talks about coins, trading cards, collectibles, and the amazing stories behind them.
It was the first one that's ever come through my door.
Plus, we'll be taking your calls and questions at 850-215-6290. The PCB Hobby Takeover.
A platform for you to do your hobby.
Mondays at 5:20 on the Sports Talk Monster. ESPN Northwest Florida.
This is Joanna with ESPN Northwest Florida. Here is your weather forecast on this Thursday morning. As we head into this afternoon and evening, moderate rain and a high of 79 with a very strong breeze coming out of the northeast at 30 miles per hour and gusts of 40 miles per hour. For tonight, mostly clouds and light rain and a low near 75. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and a high around 82. For Saturday, sunshine and a high of 85. This weather forecast is brought to you by Ellis Agency Insurance. Thank you for listening to ESPN Northwest Florida. Rely on it.
Los Rancheros has been doing it right for 20 years. Los Rancheros brings a top-shelf dining experience to you with the opening of their beautiful new building. Watch all college and pro games on Los Rancheros' 14 large-screen TVs with great drink specials daily from 2 to 5 and during all the games. Los Rancheros, the place for live sports and great food on 23rd Street between Jenks and Harrison.
Life can take us so many places. And at Panama City Toyota, we're here to make sure every drive is worth every minute.
Maybe you want a fun, fuel-efficient car for everyday driving. Or you need a dependable vehicle that really gets the job done. Sometimes it's all about answering the call of the wild. And when you're ready to shop, reserve your vehicle online and choose your options. Or we'll help you in person, even if you started the process at home.
Whatever works for you, always works for us.
Do you suffer from political talk radio fatigue?
We know that under the 99% rate, the U.S. economy is
Tune into the most fun and exciting new radio show on the Gulf Coast. It's The Inside Drive with Ryan Mulvey. From the Bill Kramer Chevrolet Buick GMC and Kramer Marine Outdoor Studios on ESPN Northwest Florida.
And welcome back. You're listening to The Inside Drive live here on ESPN Northwest Florida. We weren't able to get Brian Creighton on the line. I know it is an office phone number. We may keep trying him or may try to get him on the line next week. But hey, that doesn't mean our race to Talladega is not happening. If you listen to the Coach James Hale show this morning and you got a hold of that keyword, I guess is what we're calling it, and you texted in your racing name and your phone number this morning, we're going to pick that random person at, we'll go out of that, 1240? And if you give us a call, 850-215-6290. And your time that you get back with us is your qualifying time. David, did we get any more qualifiers yesterday afternoon?
I don't think so.
Okay, so hey, we just got one.
Oh, yeah, because I called Michigan Eddie. That was the name yesterday. Michigan Eddie, you failed, man. You failed. Not only you failed me, and that hurt.
It
stung deep, man.
He's not mad. He's not mad. He's disappointed.
Just disappointed. Yeah. And my goodness gracious, dude. Yep. That used to sting so bad when mom or dad would say that.
Well, mad, you get over being, mad.
Yeah, but
when
disappointed is for life.
It cuts deep. It cuts real deep. But, hey, Liam, since we don't have Brian Creighton on the line, you want to talk about...
NASCAR.
Oh, yeah. We can talk about NASCAR, but let's talk about the... it's not associated with ESPN Northwest Florida, but it is the David Hayes Pick'em that we are all in, and I'm currently holding down 30th place.
Hey, shout out to you, boy. I think you're doing better than me.
There you go. Long way to go, of course. Long way to go.
No, if we're talking about the college football Pick'em with Quentin Potter.
You're leading that.
I'm number one in the power rankings, boy.
Man, I still don't exactly know how it works. I mean, with the standings and the matchups, and the banks, somehow I always end up not doing real well, but then getting like $2 back at the end of the season.
Well, bank takes bank. So if you were to play me right now, I've got $16.
So I would take the $16.
Exactly. And that's the beauty of it, is like really the standings that you look at have nothing to do with anything unless you're looking at Quentin's standings. And that's what's so awesome about all the work that Quentin puts into this, is it's a very individualized, because we use the confidence thing, which is a lot of fun, right? Because it just changes the way, for some reason, I don't know how I'm number one, because for the last 2 years, at least my 10 or my 9 always fails. Yeah. So I had USC at number 10.
Nice. I think I went 8-2 and didn't win. But again, it's that confidence and all those things that happen. But yeah, the I don't even know what to call it. We're just calling it the 850 Pick'em. That's NFL.
For sure.
That's just
That's
straight up.
Pigskin Pick'em if you want to.
You got 3 players tied at first: John Reinhardt, Danny Griffin, and Kyle Albritton, all 30 and 18. And then tied for 4th, you got 2. You got Barrett Townsend, and then Liam Mulvey, 29 and 19. And then even Jay Henley holding down, tied for 6th place with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other people at 28 and 20. And like I said,
I did it better this week.
I'm hanging out now. That's rude.
I don't know what that was for.
I think it was for me, I guess. I'm 22 and 26. The last 2 weeks have absolutely torched me. But I'm not in last place, but pretty dang close to it.
I'm in 19th place.
Hey, that's not bad.
I'll take that, dude. I'm a see, people always talk negatively about like bend don't break and stuff like that. I'm like, dude, that's the defense I want to see, man.
Yeah.
I just, yes, you don't want to have that. You'd love to have an absolutely excruciatingly true aggressive defense, but at the end of the day, if you're bending and not breaking, you're giving up field goals instead of tutties, baby.
And that usually wins.
I'll take it every day.
Usually. All right, Liam.
That's how I am for sure when I'm playing online.
We want to give everybody out there what you got for this week coming up, and I'll see how I match up against that as well.
We're picking all games here?
Well, I think you've already picked them, right?
Let's do this. Yeah. This is fun.
And then, of course, we'll have our pick'em, our real pick'em tomorrow.
Listen to this bull crap. Kyle Albritton texts in and says, I'm number 1. Woo. No, you're not, brother. You're tied.
Yeah.
So would actually put you in 1st, 2nd, or 3rd.
Yep. Absolutely. You want us to go first? You can talk on the mic and tell us that. You can direct us. You're fine. You're back there behind the glass. I'm interpreting what you're saying. All right. First, we'll break this down. Can
I say something real quick? The fact that he hasn't done this in almost a month, maybe more than that. I don't remember when it was, but the fact that he's able to jump in there, do I have to help him out a little bit on some very minute things that I never trained? Because he never had the
He had the OGT.
On the go training. Exactly.
JT, sorry. I like that though.
On job training.
Yes.
But that's more like what it was though, was on the go training, because for me, I had Randy that if I needed something, I could go to Randy. Boom.
Yep.
For all the other guys that I've trained, which James is just a radio guy, so it's worked out for him. But for him to come in and still remember what it is that he needs to do and everything, I'm impressed. Like it's easy running the board to an extent, but it's also one of those things that it's very intimidating. Like
there's a lot of buttons back there.
Exactly. And if you've ever been back here behind a mic, this mic in front of your face can be intimidating, let alone when you've got a whole bunch of boards. Like, so for people who run their board and their own show at the same time, like, kudos to those
heroes.
guys.
Those are heroes. Top notch in the biz, no doubt. I don't know anybody that does that personally. Maybe a couple.
You just don't lie on the air.
Maybe just one.
Shout out David.
There you go. Ralph Jackson's got to give David the shout out.
Yeah, that's how it works. Someone told Brian Haddad I sound like Theo Vaughn.
I could see that. I
was like, well, I'm not gonna be like I'm mad at that.
When you do the Ralph Jackson, or just
I guess just in general, and that's what I was like.
I can hear it a little bit.
I think it's a little bit more closely to when I'm being Ralph Jackson.
I would agree.
Yeah.
He's got some twang, that's for sure.
I've been telling people a little bit more about my personalities that I, expose here on the show, and they're just like, "You've got issues, don't you?" And I'm like,
No.
I do.
It's good issues. Good issues. It's letting everything come to the surface.
Culminate.
Culminate. Whittle down and culminate.
Whittle down
to the best.
It's like that's the difference of Ralph Jackson and David Hayes right there.
Yeah.
Whittle down's Ralph Jackson and culminates David Hayes.
Yes, 100%.
All right.
I'm
interrupted.
No, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. We're just hanging out here on Thursday, keeping our thoughts and prayers to the people to our east. And if you don't need to be on the roads, don't need on the roads out there today. We've got a lot of rain in store. All right, Thursday night football. That is tonight. That is, we'll break it down a little bit more maybe in the final segment, depending on how things go.
Dang.
But that is the Dallas Cowboys and the New York Football Giants.
Missed opportunity by the live programming director there.
To throw that game on the in the mix.
It's so simple.
That's okay. Everybody's going to be at home, hopefully watching on TV.
Yeah. No doubt.
Because this is it's an Amazon Prime game.
Yeah.
But if you have KHS TV,
Bada bing, bada
it doesn't
boom.
matter.
And how do they get KHS TV?
ESPNPC.com. Scroll down to see the TV logo. $40 a month. Liam, who do you got in this game? Dallas or the Giants? Oh, you want us to go first? All right. I'll go first. I picked the Cowboys.
Harder than what you would think.
It's
right?
it's way harder. I mean,
I think this one's probably the most hard.
Most difficult.
Yeah, because
of all the games this week,
Elite Neighbors has been doing really good.
Yeah.
Oh, the problem ballerina catch in the end zone.
He's making Danny Dimes look better than he really is.
He has the smartest IQ.
He does. He does. Smart from the combine.
I think so.
Yeah, you remember? We watched a lot of the combine this summer.
Which is funny because the guy's jersey who he's wearing, that was a knock against him, right?
Yep.
Okay, how much does that actually matter then?
I think it's played out just fine thus far. I picked the Dallas Cowboys, even though I really, really wanted to pick the Giants, but if the Cowboys don't win this football game, they are in a world of trouble. So I think they're going to do everything possible to make sure they win this Thursday night football game on quote-unquote national streaming.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, and I'm going to keep it factual here. Nearly 1,000 flights have been canceled due to Hurricane Helene. With that being said, I just saw that on whatever channel it is that we're watching. With that being said, though, my goodness, Ryan, I'm just going to do it. I'm going to go for the gusto. This doesn't count against our pick'em, right?
No, our pick'em's tomorrow.
Give me Malik Neighbors. Give me the Giants. They're not going to win at all, especially now that I'm picking them. What's going to end up happening is Dallas is going to trounce the Giants tonight. But go on my heart, dude, because that thing's been leading me in the right direction lately.
There you go. I mean, and I would gladly lose this particular game in the pick'em just to see Dallas squirm a little bit more. You can't. One, it's a divisional. You're already falling behind in the division. Again, it's early, but you just can't lose to the Giants. And if they do, hey, my Washington Commanders pick it's Commander still, right?
Yeah, but we'll go Redskins. I'm cool with that.
Yeah,
I'm cool with it if you are.
Yeah, I think they are too. But all right,
I think the fans absolutely are.
Who you got in this one?
I don't want to say it, but I got Dallas. If they lose, I'm not picking them for the rest of the season.
Hey,
there you go.
Not a great idea because they're going to find some way to catch fire. The biggest issue, Liam, you know this too, right? There's a reason why you have chemistry with the receivers that you have, right? Because when you guys are practicing, you build that chemistry, and there's a reason. Yes, you get guys like Easton coming in who is uber talented, and it's like, all right, boom, that chemistry can build at a higher rate. But then, like with the Tag Twins, right?
Yeah, the Fish Twins. Yep.
The Fish Twins, the Tag Twins. I'm saying the tag. See, that's exactly what I was thinking. With the Fish Twins, I mean, those guys are some of the most. Those kids will be a household name in Panama City. Mark my words on that. And so will Mr. Mulvey over here. Yeah. The more that you work on things, the better that you become. And that's
intuitive.
Where... Exactly. It's premonition, if you will. And that is what's going on with the Dallas Cowboys right now. Is one, it's CeeDee Lamb, and then you're like, who the heck else is there? And then CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott are not on the same page yet. So my theory for picking the Giants is that Daniel Jones and Malik Neighbors are on a better page or a more synchronized page than what Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb are.
Yep, and both run games for both teams aren't really that great, but yeah, go ahead.
For the second game, I got Kirk.
Captain Kirk.
Who are the Falcons playing?
The Saints.
Big game. Yeah,
big early
huge game, isn't it?
Massive for the division, absolutely. Right now,
tough dog.
I know it's in Atlanta. It's in Atlanta. But this is a historical matchup, regardless of how good the teams are. It's always a fantastic game. And obviously the Saints started off with 2 balls of fire. God, I think they scored 91 total points. And then last week kind of came back down to reality just a little bit. And the Atlanta Falcons have had a tough couple losses. And obviously their one win came on a last-minute drive there that really kind of got things going. But so you're going with the Dirty Birds, huh? The ATL Falcons. Right now, I currently have the Saints picked.
And that's the beauty of the pick'em, right?
I'm not completely locked in on that one yet, but I just feel like the Saints have an opportunity early in this season to really get out to a head start in the division to kind of make it a little easier for their playoff push. And we may see, Atlanta's defense is good, but Rashid Shaheed had a game last week that he did nothing, and I think he has a big game this week coming up.
And I'm with you on that, Ryan. I really do think that the Falcons are going to falcon this game some way because they did almost the opposite. Had the officials made the correct call there on the call against Kyle Pitts, and instead of it being a no call, then I think the Falcons might upset the Chiefs. But where it stands now is because the Saints had a black eye, if you will.
Yeah.
Now here are the Falcons who are, and if you lose to the Chiefs close, I feel like you're like, there's confidence there, you know?
Yeah.
With that being said, though, I do like what Derek Carr and Rashid Shaheed have been able to accomplish to this point, and I think that there's something there, so I'm gonna go Saints in this game as well. And I do not if someone takes the Falcons, I'm like, yeah, this is a game where I could flip a quarter and I would be fine with wherever my finger landed.
And so is a lot of the games each week in the NFL, and that's what we talk about all the time.
Exactly.
With the actual football being played in the NFL, it's so different than college. Yes, sir. He picked the Saints.
Yeah, I'm going Saints. Going Saints. For now.
It's 11:38. We still got 2 more minutes.
Yes.
We're good. Don't panic.
This guy, I like this guy, though. Exactly.
He's like, you can't go over in your break, man. You can't go over in your break.
Talk about professional, man.
All right, here's another.
I like being in here with you, though.
Yeah,
it's a different vibe.
There's no separator there in the glass side of things. All right, here's another game that's going to be really, really difficult to pick. Got the Los Angeles Rams at the Chicago Bears. Both 1-2. Obviously, the Rams missing several key players. Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp, offensive linemen. But, hey, Sean McVay, Matt Stafford still find ways to get games won. Chicago Bears, I think this is a big one for them. 1-2. You can't go 1-3 if you're going to want a shot at this division.
They got lucky with their one win, if we're being quite frank.
100%. They're back up there in Chicago. Caleb Williams, not off to the greatest start. Justin Fields kind of outplaying him on the Pittsburgh Steelers.
That's philosophy, 100%, though.
Yeah.
Why he's outplaying him.
It's not a direct comparison, but it kind of is.
And I understand people that want to go that route.
Yeah.
However, there's a difference when you have a coach that's competent and then you have a coach that's incompetent. And I'm not trying to throw shade. I'm just trying to say, look, Justin Fields isn't he's not supposed to be the savior of the Pittsburgh Steelers. No. He's a placeholder at best over there, and he might be the future. He might be placeholding for himself.
Yeah.
All right. The better he plays, the longer he stays.
Yep.
With that being said, though, sometimes, man, it's very rare, but sometimes I could just think of things that rhyme.
Yeah. That's why you're a great rapper.
With that being said, though, what's going on in Chicago? Dude, I kind of feel for Justin Fields, though, and I think that's what helps him explode over here. And not that he's having an explosion.
No, but he's 3-0.
But exactly.
Not making a lot of mistakes.
He's got a chip on the shoulder because he's like, y'all thought I couldn't do it. And it was like, no, man, you look at what y'all done for Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
Look at what you've done for Caleb Williams. But guess what? You did it in weapons. Guess what? You can't use your weapons unless that you're ready to use those weapons. And how do you do that? By filling the trenches, getting the trenches ready to go. And if you're not doing that, then You're SOL, my friend.
And that's a stark difference between Pittsburgh and
exactly.
Chicago. When we get back from our break, we will pick that game. That is Chicago and
got some FSU students
FSU's
on
the old team. They look so young. People are just getting younger and younger every day.
Well, we're just getting older.
That's true too. That's true too. But yeah, we'll go ahead and take a quick break. When we get back, we'll continue these NFL games for the Week 4 slate. You're listening to the Inside Drive live here on ESPN Northwest Florida.
ESPN Northwest Florida presents the Race to Talladega.
It's your chance to win tickets to the Yellowwood 500 Sunday, October 6th. Step 1, listen to Coach Hale mornings at 7:15 and 8:15 for the keyword of the day. Step 2, text the keyword in your racing name to 850-215-6290. Step 3, listen to 1240 and 540. If we announce your name, race to the phones and call us back for your chance to win tickets to the Yellowwood 500 from your racing station.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
Hey there, folks. Looking for a place that feels like home right in the heart of Panama City? Well, look no further than Charlie Corm's Place at their new location on 15th Street. Charlie Corm's is not just a place, it's an experience. Imagine cozy corners, friendly faces, and the aroma of delicious dishes that'll make your taste buds dance. From sunrise breakfast to late night bites, Charlie Corm's on 15th Street has it all. Charlie Corm's Place on 15th Street is now offering exclusive weekday lunch specials. Visit Charlie Corm's Place on 15th Street. Look for the giant mural.
Hey folks, Chris Kramer with Bill Kramer GM. And the best place to listen to the Inside Drive with Ryan Mulvey is inside a brand new vehicle from Bill Kramer GM. And I want you to know we've got 10 times the amount of inventory on the ground as we did this time last year, and darn near all of them are discounted. So shop us online at BillKramerGM.com or visit us the corner of Frankfurt and 23rd. We'll make it easy and take great care of you.
Attention homeowners, are you dreaming of a backyard oasis? Look no further than SNR Fencing, your go-to destination for quality outdoor transformations. At SNR, they specialize in crafting custom fences, decks, retainer walls, and all exterior construction that not only enhances the beauty of your home, but also stands the test of time. Their experienced team takes pride in delivering top-notch craftsmanship with a personal touch. SNR Fencing, locally owned, licensed, and insured, and a member of the BBB.
For the Inside Drive with Ryan Mulvey and Jay Henley.
This man is destroying golf.
Broadcasting live from the Bill Kramer Chevrolet Buick GMC and Kramer Marine and Outdoor Studios.
You may be right, but our ratings are up and we're attracting new youthful sponsors.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
And welcome back. You're listening to the Inside Drive live here on ESPN Northwest Florida. Liam, was that on a hotkey?
No, it's not. That's what I was thinking.
Did he dial it up from YouTube? Did you dial that up? Man, nice work.
My guy, dude. So professional, man.
Professional indeed. You got to do everything the best you can, right? You got to give it the best effort every time you do something. And it certainly worked out there. Little $1 million baby bringing us in. That makes me think of Jake every time because he was the one that picked that song for our playlist. And every time it would come on during practice, you could see him just get a little bit more swagger, no doubt about that. And that's what's so great about music is you can feel music. And certainly one of those that gets you fired up, no doubt about it.
I'm kind of like taken aback a little bit. Like, this guy's so daggum good. Are you happy that you're out of school today and hanging out with, yeah, correct?
You know, not a ton to do today on the old birthday. We got a party coming up on Saturday. So, hey, why not come out and hang out with us?
I was supposed to have so many tests today.
Well, here, you got another test and you passed it with flying colors. But I tell you what, though, man, this is, could you imagine, Ryan, I don't think we could put ourselves in the shoes here, but being 10 years old, your birthday, 9 years old is when he started, right?
Yeah.
But 10 years old and you're running a board for a radio station that has 4 letters that are pretty daggum significant.
Yes. Do you realize that, Liam, that what you're accomplishing right now is not something that a lot of 10-year-olds even get the opportunity to do? Probably none, actually. Maybe there's 1 or 2 throughout it, but
I would say maybe like the Greenies of the world, like maybe prominent people, but I don't know. He's just, and the fact is, it would be one thing if he just, I do it because my dad. It's like, no, he doesn't do that because his dad, guys. Yeah. He does that because, one, he's good at it. That's why he gets to continue to do it.
And I think you enjoy doing it, right? Having some fun back there. Any answers in Sounders? That's one.
And that's what we love the most about it, because we we bump our gums too much.
Well, we're supposed to talk. It is a radio show.
That's our job.
It is true. All right, let's get back to the games we are talking about this weekend. I kind of like going through the pick'em. That was a good idea, Liam, versus just talking about them and going. The pick'em makes it more exciting.
Well, and not just that, but tangents arrive because of that. 100%. And I am a tantalizing tangent phenomenon, if you will. And I did have a foot long the other day, right? So I experienced the foot long phenomena, and I will say this, that it's true.
100%.
100% true. Factual, scientifically, not yet, but will be one day. And I will also say this, I'm a big fan of Knuckles, and I wish that every piece...
Knuckles.
Yeah. The knuckle? Yeah, you made that word up. Because I was like, this don't look like no knuckle. When I said like,
the heel.
That's the word. The heel, yeah.
Knuckles. I like that. The knuckle is.
I do.
It's
I like
a knuckle
that,
sandwich. Liam, do you know what the foot-long phenomena is? All right, so.
I love this.
The foot-long phenomena is... when you take a foot long and instead of just cutting it in half, you cut it into 4 sections.
Which is quarters.
Which is quartering your sandwich. They say that it makes it taste better.
No, not they say. They factualize.
No, it is truth. It's truth that it tastes better. Have you experienced the foot long phenomena? Well, you're going to need to. I know you're a big fan of just straight up roast beef.
Where are we going after this, Ryan?
We got to find
because I'm buying y'all some subs. We're gonna go do it
wherever they quarter them, which is everywhere.
We'll make them. Like, I don't mean that to be rude.
No, yeah.
I'll give them an extra tip.
That's it. Foot long. Well, I think they quarter it at No, they don't quarter it at the P word.
Did you know
they do quarter it at the JM?
At the JM?
Yep, they quarter.
We don't got one beachside, do we?
Yeah, we do. Pier Park North. Yep.
That's so far away. That's like
it wasn't far away from you. Wow, earlier. All right, Liam, let's dive back into this. Who are we taking, Rams or Bears? You want to start?
I got Bears.
Why?
I got the Bears.
Bears beat Battlestar Galactica.
I just feel they're going to win.
You feel they're going to win? I got the Rams in this one. I just think that, I don't know. The Rams are, hurting with injuries, but after watching them play, they're putting themselves in positions, and I think the Bears' defense isn't quite there yet, especially in the secondary, and that's what the Rams exploited last week.
Oh, I love that word.
Yeah,
I love that word, exploited.
Exploited.
Can we do this?
Yeah.
850-215-6290. Where should me, Ryan, and Liam go get our lunch today? Because I do got Domino's. That was a free shout out, but they helped us out.
No. We're allowed to shout out Domino's.
Exactly.
They hooked us up with a bunch
they helped
of pizzas.
us out, and dog, I tell you what, Domino's has been on point lately.
A lot, yeah. No, I would agree. That's where we get a lot of our stuff from.
My dog. If you hear that noise, that means we on point. With that being said, Bears Rams.
Bears Rams indeed.
Listen, I love your aggressiveness, Liam. I do. I admire it to some extent. However, the Rams just beat one of the best golly football teams in the National Football League, in the San Francisco 49ers, and on that day they might have been the 48ers because they didn't have enough of them.
Offensively, they played fine.
Yeah.
Because they just played terrible on defense.
Just Ronnie Bell can't catch a ball.
It's one of those things that actually ticks me off, though, about the just Kyle Shanahan in general. It's like, what happens to you in the fourth quarter, man?
Yep.
What's going on? With that being said, I do want your suggestions on where we should go get our foot-long phenomenon. I'm going to take the Rams in this one, Ryan.
All right. I like it.
R for Ryan for Rams.
There you go. R for Rams. We'll see. I think if the Bears lose this one, the criticism will continue to go up. All right.
Kyle Albritton says, fatties, I've been there plenty of times, and every time I've gone, it's always been, what do you recommend today? 4 times that I've been.
Nice.
And every time the recommendation it's always the same.
Ooh,
get a toker.
The midnight toker.
The midnight toker, yeah, exactly. But then I'm like, well, I've already had that one. And every sandwich that I get from there is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Well, with that being said, we're not going there today.
Fatty's is good. It's good. It's good. Yeah.
I'm
not a big warm
at the end
sub
of the day,
guy, though.
Oh,
I'm more of the
a
old
cold
school,
sub.
cold
I am
New
too.
Jersey deli kind of thing going on.
But I fell in love when we used to be at the 23rd Street location. I fell in love with Firehouse Subs. One, because the service there was phenomenal. I fell in love with the servers, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But they got some good food over there at Firehouse.
That they do. I don't know who's open today and who's not. But
that's also a big factor. Isn't it?
Big factor.
The biggest of them all.
Minnesota Vikings, another tough one.
Might go to Publix, huh?
Publix, I believe they're closing at 3. So
okay, but guess what?
Little time
this
there.
show ends at 1.
That's true. Every time. Well, 12:57.
I'm not doing nothing today outside of talking.
Well, you got your who's with you this afternoon?
No one.
Just you?
Just me.
That's right. I remember that now.
Maybe Leanne, if you're coming, I would love to know.
That would be good. Hey, well, you'll be here either way.
I will be here because I love you guys, you Bay County constituents.
All right, Minnesota Vikings, Green Bay Packers. Another tough one. Packers 2-1 behind the arm and feet of Malik Willis. Minnesota Vikings 3-0. Are they 4-0 after this weekend? Liam, who do you got in this one? Or you want us to go first?
Who do you think I have?
I got to assume you got the Vikings.
I think you got the Packers because you're upset laden.
You do have the Packers. Yeah. Minnesota's got to lose eventually. Well, not necessarily.
No, man, that is not a bad pick, cuz.
It's a tough one. It's a close matchup.
Right. Well, it really is. It's not, if you're like sitting there watching the two teams, you're like, Minnesota is obviously better than Green Bay. And Chef Ross, cook it up however you need to see it. What I will say, though, is this. Isn't Malik Willis? Probably not. Right?
Like starting?
We got very close to Jordan Love starting against the Titans.
Yeah. I haven't seen what the injury report is on that one.
With that being said, I am going to take Minnesota in this game, and I'm going to do it for one reason and one reason only. And Liam, you might not know this, but I'll tell you just because I love to brag on myself when I have the available opportunities.
This has been a great take, and it's come to fruition.
I think the Minnesota Vikings are a really good football team this year.
And you've been on Sam Darnold since the seasons before the season started.
My dog backs me up like that.
He's a Sam Darnold guy.
I'm good to go. And I do want you guys to know too. Caveman Rick bought me a pack of pickleballs.
Nice.
We need to make that happen again.
We haven't played pickleball in quite some time. I need to get Max to get us out on the real courts. I've yet to play.
Oh, you haven't been at Lindell?
No, that's Tapestry. Tapestry Park. Lindell's where, yeah, Lindell. But yeah, Tapestry's got real pickleball courts. What are you doing back there? You looking at yourself in the camera?
Dude, I mean, that guy's pretty fly for a white guy. I'll tell you that.
He's got swag.
He's got the swaggerific, man.
All right, so you're going Vikings.
Yeah.
I'm going Vikings. You're going Packers?
That's 2 games in a row where we have me and you
picks.
are on the same page. And go ahead.
No, we're not.
You two have
Vikings.
had the same people or have the same teams so far?
I think he picked the Giants over the Cowboys. Right?
Oh, yeah. So I've been opposite with you the whole time.
Yeah, that's actually been my goal. Because if anyone needs to know this, when it comes to college football, me and Liam are actually teammates. So if you look at DH11RT, which stands for DH11 Roll Tide, DH stands for David Hayes.
RT is.
No. Oh, wait, you really just finding that out?
I mean, I didn't really think about it, but now that you said it, that makes sense. I mean, I knew what the DH was for sure, but yeah, the RT, Roll Tide, huh?
I've been told that my laugh is, I would say iconic. Some would
Unique.
say. Unique.
Very recognizable. Very recognizable, no doubt. No doubt.
Let's move on.
All right, one more before the break.
Damn.
Pittsburgh Steelers at the Indianapolis Colts. Liam, I have no idea who you've picked in this one. I think most of the consensus out there is probably
Liam's pick every time?
Yeah. I've got the Steelers. I think the Steelers continue. I need Anthony Richardson to show me more before I can be on board with the Colts beating the Steelers.
I'm going to guess that Liam has the Steelers in this game. No, but I need you to tell me. You put thumbs up and then
he did the Gladiator. You got to start here though.
So you got
There's
the
another
Colts?
Gladiator coming out too. Gladiator 2 is coming out.
Oh.
So you got the Colts in this one, huh? Yep. I would have thought he picked the Steelers too. Is this why you said you went kind of crazy this week?
Yeah, I chose many underdogs.
Many underdogs.
Well, if you
many underdogs.
If you look at all the stats from this year so far, the underdogs, a lot of outright underdogs have won money line in the NFL so far this year. So there's going to be a lot, that's for sure.
One of my favorite things about having Liam on with us is that we can get explanations out of Liam.
Yeah.
So with that being said, brother, explain this pick to me because I'm a little befuddled.
You may have to do it when we get back because I think we got to go ahead and take a quick top of the hour break. It is 11:57. We get back. I don't know if we're going to do an afternoon delight debrief. We may still keep rocking these NFL games throughout the show. Got a couple big playoff matchups or big college football matchups coming up too, but we got tomorrow as well. You're listening to the Inside Drive live here on ESPN Northwest Florida.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
Colin Cowherd. I had said 2 years ago I thought Shohei Ohtani was better than Babe Ruth, and I got pushback. I admit I was wrong. He's significantly better than Babe Ruth. He is the first six-tool player. I would like to remind you again, this is a rehab season.
The Herd with Colin Cowherd. Weekdays, ESPN Northwest Florida.
This is Joanna with ESPN Northwest Florida. Here is your weather forecast on this Thursday morning. As we head into this afternoon and evening, moderate rain and a high of 79 with a very strong breeze coming out of the northeast at 30 miles per hour and gusts of 40 miles per hour. For tonight, mostly clouds and light rain and a low near 75. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and a high around 82. For Saturday, sunshine and a high of 85. This weather forecast is brought to you by Ellis Agency Insurance. Thank you for listening to ESPN Northwest Florida. Rely on it.
It's football season, and that boot store reminds you to roll tide. Go Noles, War Eagles, sick 'em dogs, and go Gators. Before the cold weather hits, shop that boot store for all your winter western wear and Carhartt work clothes to keep you warm on the job. That boot store, where God is good all the time. Open Tuesday through Thursday, 9 till 5, and Friday and Saturday, 9 till 5:30. Next to Bill Burr Kia, 15th Street, Panama City, that boot store.
WPLQ Port St. Joe, WGSX Lynn Haven, powered by Panama City Toyota.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
PCB Hobby, the beach's premier hobby store for sports cards, comics, coins, and trading card games. PCB Hobby carries the largest selection of boxes and packs from the latest releases of brands like Topps, Panini, Leaf, and more. Looking for a specific player or team? PCB Hobby has a wide assortment of raw and graded cards. They carry parallel rookie, game used, and autographed cards in both modern and vintage. Have a collection you want to sell? We buy, sell, and trade. PCB Hobby on Back Beach Road, just east of Florida Linen. Call 850-320-8388.
Army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off, taking their time right behind my back. And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget.
And welcome back. Oh, there we go.
And now, the afternoon delight debrief with the three degenerates from the Inside Drive. Live from the Bill Kramer Chevrolet Buick GMC and Kramer Marine and Outdoor Studios.
Afternoon delight.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
Welcome back. You're listening to the Inside Drive live here on ESPN Northwest Florida 104.3 in Panama City and Panama City Beach, 101.9 in Port St. Joe. You can watch, listen, like, comment, subscribe, share, follow social media. That's Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Search it up, ESPN Northwest Florida. You can also download our free mobile app inside the Google Play or Apple Store. That one you do need to search 104.3 and you will be good to go. You'll need that if you want to listen to the rescheduled Mosley Dolphins Milton game coming up on Monday night. Little Monday night football. David Hayes, I'm guessing
Robert Fleming
will be heading over with you to call that game. Mosley looking to go 6-0 to return home after a bye week for the big matchup against Niceville.
Can I say this real quick? It's been so fun, I guess. Yeah, just run you up a little bit more. It's been really awesome to do the games with Robert Fleming. Yeah. Do the game with Robert Fleming. Obviously, do we miss my Kyle? Absolutely. That's my dog, man. Like that, I've known that guy for over a decade.
And you guys have been doing you've done 2 full years with Kyle. This is the 3rd year. Yeah.
You're right, but every single year. And this was the first year where, like, we're both saying, I'm not going to miss a game this year, because I never have. But it's also one of those where it's like, he's not going to miss a single game. And then this happens. Yeah. It's like, the Lord, he knows. Yeah. He's got his plans in place. We just got to react to those. And I went and seen him the other night. Mentally, I think... there's some struggles there.
Oh, yeah. He's been through a lot in the last couple weeks.
Couple weeks.
More than that.
Exactly. I mean, you go back to, he lost his grandpa. Then he gets in the wreck in his grandpa's truck. Man. It's been through the ringer for Kyle Wright. But I will tell you this, the man's strong.
Absolutely.
The man's going to keep on bouncing back. And he's my friend. So if you would, just send your thoughts and prayers to Kyle Wright at 850-215-6290. And if you would like to donate to the Kyle Wright Fund that we don't have officially going on, but if you send it, I'm going to give it.
There you go. Go a long way.
850-215-6290. Exactly what what Ryan just said. It will go a long way.
No doubt. But yes, getting back to
Skeeter.
Yeah, I was getting to that. But yeah, obviously, big Mosley Dolphins game coming up now Monday night. I'm not sure about the other ones tomorrow. I don't know if when school's out, then extracurricular activities, games happen or not. But we'll report more on that tomorrow. Got to give a big shout out to our studio sponsor. That's Bill Kramer, GM, and Kramer Marine and Outdoor right there at the corner of Frankfurt and 23rd Street. Lots of new vehicles on that lot. If you haven't driven by it, you probably have and seen how many trucks, how many SUVs, the new EV Hummer, Corvettes, used cars, all that fantastic stuff. They'll make it easy and take great care of you. And then Kramer Marine and Outdoor, they've got some generators, some water pumps over there right now. Obviously, we're going to be getting a lot of rain and some wind here in this area. But yeah, Kramer Marine and Outdoor, they sell this family of Seaborn, Sundance, Spider, and
Skeeter, boy. Hey, I'm looking at AccuWeather right now. It's not even AccuWeather. It's the Weather Channel. This is Ralph Jackson reporting live from watching the Weather Channel.
Yeah, reporting live from the studio, which is where we always do this show.
But they're in Appalachia right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And
80 degrees.
And to tell a little bit more about that, another update will be coming out here shortly. The 1 o'clock Central update is every 3 hours. Right now, it's currently still projected to kind of head towards that Big Bend area. But hopefully everybody along the coastal areas got the heck out of Dodge because that storm surge is going to be unsurvivable. Yeah, well, yeah, if you have a Chevy or a Nissan, whatever it may be. I don't know.
Well, if you got a Ford, it's probably found on the road dead.
I've never had trucks, but I always heard a lot of people that mentioned, these little acronyms and I'm not going to because our studio sponsor is Bill Kramer.
Yeah, no, so all those are fine.
They're fantastic.
I love General Motors. Honestly, I'm a Chevrolet owner.
You are a Chevrolet owner.
Yeah,
we were
2007 because I like to be able to change my own headlights. But
yeah, no,
tis what tis.
Tis what it is indeed. I don't know who that one was, but it was good.
What do you mean?
Your personality.
Oh,
whatever happened to Dr. There was one. What was that?
I don't know about Dr. Dave. I think it was Beth called me that yesterday.
Yeah, there was another one though from last week.
Henry Van Winkler.
Winkler. That was it.
But he was Australian. So he was a little bit different. He had a little bit in the pouch, you know, and that's English, dude. I tell you what, that's the hardest one for me
between
because
English
I feel like I'm pretty good at not impersonations. I'll never say that because I would love to be able to actually master that. But when it comes to accents, I do feel like I'm decent at it. And that one's the hardest for me. It's because if I start off Australian, I can't go British.
Yeah.
If I start off British, I can't go Australian.
No doubt. Certainly
but I'm just dumb.
Fine. No. You're not. You can't be if you're doing all these different accents.
Well, I like to play the card.
Yeah. Sometimes that
helps you out, and I feel like in the long run, when people feel like you're dumb, and then it's just like, boom. What'd you think there?
Something like that. All right, where did we leave off? Steelers, Colts?
Yeah.
We didn't. No, we did. We picked. He picked the Colts. We both picked the Steelers. Another interesting game. The consensus on this one is big time for one team, but it's the Denver Broncos coming off their first win, surprising win over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. A lot of people in winner pool or losers pools. That cost them last week. Or if you ended up being the last few remaining.
$100 off that. Daggum. Goodness gracious.
Only. At least you were still in it at the end. The New York
4 weeks though, and a survivor pool's closing. That's wild.
That's insane. Yeah, I did not buy back in for the second time.
We tried to make a new one, dude. That's what, and no one bought into it. It's like, what are y'all doing? I don't love football like you say you do.
Yeah. Do the loser pool. Do the survivor pool. New York Jets, Denver Broncos. Liam, you want to take this one first? You want us to?
David, are you going to guess?
That's true. Yeah.
Factual, actual. With that being said, I think that you have the New York Jets.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
Finally get one right. Why do I feel like he has New York Jets, or why?
I was asking him why you got the Jets in this one. The 2-1 Jets, they only lost to San Francisco 49ers.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you can't hear me because your headphones aren't on.
Probably a good job of producers to have your headphones on.
Why are you taking the Jets in this one over the Broncos?
Only time I take my headphones on off is Wednesday from 12 to 12:40.
Sorry, Keith. Go ahead.
I mean, I don't think Bo Nix is going to do anything.
Yeah.
And just
hot take.
I like the Jets.
You like the Jets in this one?
They're like top 5 for me.
Oh, wow.
Top 5, I love it.
Aaron Rodgers.
Do you know how much I love that? And do you know why I love that?
I don't.
You don't?
Well, we're going to find out.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you. Because I picked them to win the division.
Ah,
are we getting points for that?
Yeah, 10.
Yeah.
Yep, 10 spots.
Well, I'm raking these things up.
Hey,
y'all are never going to catch up, dude.
We're right there right now. And I'm tied with you currently on the division winners in baseball. We each have 2 until the Yankees clinch, which maybe they clinched yesterday. I don't know. I
don't think they did because I think they lost to the Orioles the other day. They're playing the Orioles right now.
Yep, no, they've clinched a berth. The Orioles have clinched a berth, but the division has not been clinched. So it must be now 4 games that they're back. It's getting close, though.
Spreadsheet magic, ladies and gentlemen. That's what Ryan Mulvey does.
It's MLB.com/standing/wild-card/league.
Is that current?
Yeah, that's probably St. Mark's. Yep. That's that west coast of Florida, man. It's getting
dog.
Yeah, that's not. Look at that.
This is
It's not good.
It's
thoughts and prayers.
Good
for sure.
Hurricane Helene, y'all. It's above 9 feet. That's what the red line says.
Yep. Scary stuff. And, in a more serious note, we all kind of talk around here post-storm, pre-storm. That's kind of a very defining moment. And when you have these kind of storms, a lot of these people, to the east of us, again, thoughts and prayers. This is going to be a storm that it's before the storm, after the storm. It's just the reality of the size and power of this particular storm. And again, hopefully everybody that's in the path got out, and we can only hope for the best, but do know that Bay County here, I think we came back a lot stronger, brought a lot of people together, and
we did that without national help too.
Yeah.
Like national media coverage, actually, because to say national help, that's wrong.
I know what you meant, and that's one of those things. The media quickly goes away from things, and then the area.
They got to do their job, man.
Well,
and that's why. That's a very fair way to put it.
Some of them, indeed. All right, getting back to the Jets Broncos.
Are we in the second hour already?
Yeah, we're almost done with this segment.
It goes by so much faster on this side.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're back there looking at everything. You just get to talk and say what's on your mind, for the most part. Broncos, Jets. He's got the Jets. I've got the Jets. Any chance you've got the Broncos?
No.
Yeah.
No. I got the Jets.
I think the Bucks just didn't have a great game last week, and the Broncos were able to sneak out a win, got up to... It's so hard in the NFL if a team gets out to a big lead early, and you know...
I took their money line.
I think there's nothing wrong with
when
that.
they're down.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, to come back. Mm-hmm. It's just so hard. When 2 scores, 10-point games, yeah, you can come back from that. You start getting to 14, 17, and if you get to that 20 mark, it's... I mean, even look at the Cowboys. They almost came back, but they couldn't surmount that large...
I'll also be beachside tonight, so that makes it very easy for... It's this thing. I'm just sitting here thinking, I'm like, golly, this could get a little more real than what I was giving it credit for.
I think at this point we're going to get a lot of rain and some wind, but with the locking in of the path and that it's now wiggled and it's heading northeast.
Well, I remember
it's
when
definitely going to the Big Bend
when Hurricane Sally hit.
Yeah,
I played Mustang Sally as the song on that day because Randy was like, "No, you're not taking today off." I remember spinning out like trying to get home, you know.
Well, Sally was bad because it just sat,
but it's so different.
Dumped rain.
It's so different being like completely. I wouldn't say the word single, but I would say...
Ooh, breaking news.
I did to an extent, yeah.
Yep. All right. We're running out of time quickly. He's got to use the restroom.
Oh, it doesn't matter what happens.
He's got 7 minutes before he's got to press another button. But hey,
it's only so that means that it's what 11:23, 11:33.
Nope, not even close.
12:33,
12:13.
12:13. So we're in our first segment. We're actually doing what I love to do.
Yeah, we're not doing the afternoon delight debrief.
Yeah,
no, absolutely
Let's
not.
Go, brother.
I feel like the afternoon delight debrief. We did good that one when you were talking about the turtles and your dreams and all that stuff. But Jay just brings another element to the afternoon delight debrief that I don't know if we can replicate.
Exactly, and so why try to? And with that being said. True. Ladies and gentlemen, today is Liam, and right now he's in the bathroom, so this is perfect timing. It's his birthday.
10.
So 10 years old. That's a monumental one.
It is.
Honestly, right? Because I feel like when you're a kid, your birthdays mean so much till you hit 21, and that's just like, boom.
And if you care about lower car insurance, you like 25 too, but that's certainly more of an adult thing.
That's a parent thing, right? You don't care about that as a...
Depends on who's paying your car insurance, I guess.
I've paid my car insurance my whole entire life. So
there you go.
With that being said, though, can y'all go to PCB Hobby real quick
or instant replay
replay and pick up my dog some freaking cards, man?
Hey,
all right, now moving on.
He got a good bit this morning, so we're
but the more the merrier is what I've heard.
That's true. It gives you more opportunity. All right,
I know it to be a fact. I don't know.
Next one, another big. God, there's so many good matchups this weekend in NFL. The Eagles at the Bucks. The Eagles at the Bucks.
10 shots of chocolate milk from Kyle Auburn.
I took the Bucks in this one, Liam. What about you? Oh, David's got to guess.
Wait.
Eagles, Bucks.
Eagles, Bucks. My dog's got the Eagles.
That is correct.
Ooh.
Yeah. I am also going to go Buccaneers, though. The Eagles are a team that is full of show, if you will. And dude, they have a lot to show.
They've got a loaded roster.
But guess
too.
what they don't have? A.J. Brown.
Still.
And as a fantasy owner, stoked about that. I'm a Devontae Smith owner. Roll Tide roll. But however, I think that matters. And I think it matters a lot. So with that being said, yeah, I'm going to take
I'm going to take the Bucks here too. Just
now I'm going to the Eagles. I'm taking the Eagles.
Just going opposite. You've pivoted back to pivoted to the Bucks, I should say.
I don't think Devontae is going to get that much because.
Well, you better hope he does, or else I'm going to be mad.
Dallas Goedert had a big game last week.
Dog, that one-handed catch, was that not sick?
It was ridiculous. Yeah.
I love it.
All right, so we got Bucks then? The trifecta of Bucks?
No. Bucks, Eagles.
You bounced?
I'm taking the Eagles.
Oh, you switched?
He bounced over to the Bucks, and I bounced over to the Eagles.
Gotcha. You switched back. Gotcha. Well, I mean, I think the Bucks need to bounce back. The Eagles certainly, obviously, they're 2-1, so they're in a good spot, but it's going to be, I think it's going to be a great football game down there in Tampa coming up. Hopefully the water will subside and everything will go on schedule for that one. All right, next one, very interesting matchup. You got the Cincinnati Bengals, who are desperate for their first win of the season. The Carolina Panthers are 1-2 after the Red Rifle came in last weekend and made Carolina actually look like a real football team, scoring touchdowns, and I think he threw for 3 touchdowns, if I'm not mistaken. But it's in Carolina. The Bengals are 0-3. Although I'd love to see the Bengals lose just because it's fun.
Yeah, I like it too.
Yeah, I just
it
like
makes AG pissed off, and I like that. That's fun.
There you go. Well, and it's just one of those things. I mean, is he still the real deal or is he not? Carolina Panthers 1-2, Bengals 0-3. Liam, who do you? Well, I'll pick one first. I had to go with the Bengals in this one. I think they have to win this football game. Very similar to the Dallas game tonight with the Giants. They have to win this game. They're going to do everything they possibly can. Yeah, it is. It's all day, every day. Yeah. Carolina Panthers, Andy Dalton, former Bengal for a long time. He was the starting quarterback there for a while. Can he lead the Panthers to a victory at home over the Bengals? I don't know. We shall see. Who do you think he's got in this one?
Who are the Bengals playing?
The Panthers.
I think he's got the Bengals. I think he's
the Bengals.
I do think he's very smart, so Bengals.
Got the Bengals.
Correct.
All right, who do you got?
Oh, I'm Bengals.
Bengals
I'm
all the way?
too. I feel like.
What happens if the Panthers win this game?
Well,
are the Bengals in serious trouble?
Bryce Young is never going to be the quarterback of the Cincinnati. I'm overshooting my stars here, 100%. But I do think that, yeah, man, if this happens, and I'm not gonna be a big fan of it because I'm a huge fan of veteran quarterbacks.
Yeah,
getting the job done.
Yeah,
if you
teaching
will.
the young ones.
Right. If this happens and they get the win, I just think that the Raiders, and they had no business doing this, were overlooking the Panthers last week. I think the Raiders were overlooking.
Yeah, they came in thinking it was going to be an easy win, and a lot of times
you can't do that, Antonio. You know better, dog.
You can't do that in any level of football. That is for sure. That is for sure. All right. Got, several more games to pick here. We got about a minute left in this segment. So we'll go ahead and take a... yeah, it's going fast. We'll go ahead and take a quick break. When we get back, we'll dive into some more of that. I've got some interesting fun facts, too, that I haven't been able to really get to yet today. You guys are listening to The Inside Drive. Thoughts and prayers to our friends to the east. We'll be right back.
ESPN Northwest Florida. The afternoon underdogs.
My big issue with the playoff right now is the 4 teams that get a bye. What's that best ACC team going to be? 7-5?
I know.
You know, and they're going to get cakewalked by whoever the 5-12
Miami's
is.
looking kind of decent right now, but I see where I definitely see where you're coming from.
4 to 6 weekdays. 104.3 ESPN Northwest Florida.
This is Joanna with ESPN Northwest Florida with your Thursday's weather. The remainder of the day, there will be a very strong breeze out of the north, heavy rain and 79. A mixture of mostly clouds and light rain tonight, about the same at 73. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and a strong breeze right around 21 miles per hour with a high of 82. About the same at 85 Saturday, and we'll have mostly sunshine. This forecast is sponsored by Mid-South Lumber, the best little lumberyard in Panama City. Thank you for keeping that dial on ESPN Northwest Florida. Rely on it.
All roads lead to adventures this fall in a brand new Kia from Bill Bird Kia. Discover our Kia SUV family and get ready to forge a brand new path. Bill Bird Kia is now offering 2.49% APR for up to 60 months on the purchase of a new 2024 Kia Sorento. You'll get the perfect balance of comfort, safety, and technology. It's the best family SUV with third-row seating space for the entire family to unwind. Bill Bird Kia is the home of the 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Stop by and see us anytime at 2435 East 15th Street or BillBirdKiaPanamaCity.com. Kia, movement that inspires.
Offer from Kia Finance America for the purchase of a new 2024 Kia Sorento with $1,775 per 1,000 financed at 60 months. Quality's limited. Cannot be combined with other finance offers not available on balloon financing. The 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty is a Bill Bird Kia warranty. See dealer for complete details. Offer for well-qualified buyers. Must take delivery from dealer stock through 9/30/24.
Broadcasting live from the Bill Kramer Chevrolet Buick GMC and Kramer Marine and Outdoor Studios.
Have a quick stretch first.
The Inside Drive with Ryan Mulvey.
Must have pulled something playing hoops last week.
And Jay Henley.
I know you're not putting that rock up from here. You ain't got no Jay.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
I'm gonna fight 'em all. A seven-nation army couldn't hold me back.
And welcome back. You're listening to the Inside Drive live here on ESPN Northwest Florida. 104.3 in Panama City and Panama City Beach. 101.9 in Port St. Joe. Coming up at the end of this segment, it is our next opportunity for you to give us a call if your name is announced. If you text the keyword in this morning when you were listening to Coach James Hale Show, we've got your names ready to go. We'll randomly generate one, and when we get back from from the break after the end of this segment, it'll be your chance to give us a call. That'll be your qualifying time. 2 fastest qualifying times will win a pair of tickets to go up to the Yellowwood 500 up there in Talladega. That'll run through the rest of this week. Again, I think we've got a couple qualifying times in there right now, but there is plenty of space in those times to win. All qualifiers instantly win a Rudy's Barbecue gift card and a 12-pack from Buffalo Rock. The race to Talladega is in full effect. Hopefully we can get Brian Crichton on the line maybe next week. I know he's a very, very, very busy man. So if we don't, all good. The Yellowwood 500 is coming up on Sunday, October 6th. Looking forward to the big race there at Talladega. All right, let's jump back into these pick'ems. We're going to go a little faster, try to get through the rest of the games on this slate. And then, of course, tomorrow we'll do our official pick'em. And I think you're leading by 1 now, but hopefully 2?
Yeah.
You think?
I mean,
it's a good thing I got the spreadsheet.
It is a good thing.
Let's see.
It is too.
Dang it.
You're like, dude, this idiot. Like, how does he remember stupid stuff like that? I'm like,
well,
yeah, those things are important to me.
Yeah, it is not stupid. It's important. But now I'm disappointed because I thought it was 1. Oh. All right.
Oh, man.
We left off.
Hurricane Helene is intensifying as it nears Florida, according to the Weather Channel.
TWC. Man.
.com.
I hate when it comes at night.
What's that?
With the storms.
Do you feel like are you a regular weather guy, or is it just like storms for you?
No,
you're regular
because it's the nature of the business.
The nature of the business.
Yeah, although I haven't been there for a while, it's still something that's just kind of part of my routine.
I almost want to commentate her right now.
See what she's.
And now we're walking up to this flood, and I tell you what, my goodness, 6 to 7 inches, and that's average size at best.
Rainfall 5 to 8 right there. But and this is a storm that's not just going to affect down here. It's going to move all the way up in, and it's going to affect a lot of things in the Georgia area.
That's just what I do.
Yeah, you were making fun of the lady more than the situation.
I wasn't making fun at all. I was just commentating what she was saying because I don't know what she's saying, and that's what makes
if we
it
had
the most fun.
If we had the sound on back here, we might get a little dicey. But all right, next game we got Jags.
You think you're going to get through a pick 'em quick with me? That's crazy.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. All right. Jags and Texans. Jags haven't won a game yet. Texans did not have the greatest performance when they dropped their only one loss, but they're 2-1 on the season. Liam, you're wearing a CJ Stroud jersey as we speak.
David, if you get this wrong, I'm going to be upset.
I'm going to say Texans in this one.
That is ding, ding, ding.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah,
as well as
I did not want to face his upsetedness.
No. The wrath. But yeah, 95% of the constituents in all of the Pick'em have picked the Houston Texans over the
I don't
Jacksonville
even know who
Jaguars.
they're playing.
The Jags. The Jags.
You just said that.
Yep, I said it before too, but
Yeah, but I wasn't listening.
Exactly.
I'm over here worried about a hurricane now.
yeah, there you go. You look worried. You're just making you're trying to bring Jay into the studio with the lack of paying attention, but that's okay. Hopefully we get him back here tomorrow. I don't even think we really have to talk about this game. I'm assuming all three of us have the Houston Texans in this one.
Yeah, I'm going Texans. But honestly, I would not be surprised if the Jaguars win this game.
That's one of those things. Again, it goes back. We've said it before. We'll say it again. The NFL, any team can win any given Sunday, and that's why they made a movie after that particular phrase. Because it's true.
Oh, Jamie Foxx.
Jamie Foxx. Who was the Al Pacino was in that movie.
Yes,
Cameron
he
Diaz was in that movie. Big time.
Yes, she was.
More of a.
I used to have a crush on her.
Did you?
Cameron Diaz.
Used to? Not anymore.
No, not anymore. No, because I don't.
You're not crushing on celebrities no more.
I just realized that they're out of my reach.
Just recently you realized that?
Yesterday.
Oh, well, hey, maybe tomorrow they'll be back in your reach. All right, here's another great, interesting matchup. The first game of the 3 o'clock slate, or the 3:05 slate, I should say. It's the Washington Commanders, fresh off their win. They are above 500, and they're taking on the Arizona Cardinals over there at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. David?
Before you guys pick,
Yes, sir.
my guess is David chose Arizona and you chose Washington.
Oh, now we're getting dicey.
Well, I did choose Washington.
You did?
I did, yeah.
And I did choose Arizona.
You did?
Oh, yes. I'm going Arizona here. I'm going Arizona actually by...
Big?
No. 8 points.
That's pretty big for an NFL game. But yeah.
Now we got to figure out him. So who do you think he's got?
I think he's got the Cardinals.
Correct.
You got the Cards.
That's where I was going to go too.
Why do you gentlemen have the Cardinals? You think Kyler Murray has a bounce back?
They're at the house, right?
They're at the house.
Yeah. Give me the Cardinals.
Cardinals?
They had when you have a team, actually, I want to hear this from Liam first because
why are you taking the Cards in this one?
Honestly, I just
Don't
think
lie.
Kyler Murray's going to have a monster game. So is James Conner.
Oh. Little running the football game, huh?
Both of them having a big game. I like that a
Rushing
lot.
touchdown.
I need Connor to have a much better game this week than he did last week. That's for sure.
Liam said it, so I agree.
Do you think Jaden Daniels can do enough to keep them in this game?
Yes.
Yeah?
I mean, I feel like 8 points is something where that could happen at the end of the game. So,
well, if the Commanders do find a way to win this game and the Eagles lose to the Bucks and the Cowboys lose to the Giants, they're going to start kind of separating themselves a little bit. Where'd you get those from?
Oh, those are from Smitty.
Smitty wears bunny ears on the air. I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, if you're going to be a playboy, you got to play boy.
Yeah, I guess. Smitty. That's what I think of when I think of Smitty.
Playboy bunny ears?
Well, apparently he's got bunny ears.
He's a wildcat, huh?
He is a wildcat. He does like bourbon, I'm sure. That is for certain.
Bourbon?
Yeah, he's from Kentucky.
I do also.
Yeah, a lot of people. It's kind of It's kind of I don't want to say a fad, but it's certainly kind of the last 10 years or so really climbed back up as a spirit that people are all about. Smoking.
Yeah, I like the spirit. I would also say that I have some wild animals. Yes,
that high dollar bourbon.
Who are ready for if we do get hit and I have to spend just be here on air.
Preparations.
I need something you prove, baby.
There you go. There you go. All right, next. All right, so 2 Cardinals, 1 Commanders. I'm trying to get through this before the end of this segment. We still got a long way to go.
We've won that one game.
All right, next on the docket, the San Francisco 49ers hosting the New England Patriots.
I'm not saying nothing other than team
You got
here.
Niners, you got Niners.
You got Niners.
You can't not. I mean, could the Patriots win the game? Yes.
It's a 10-point spread, cuz.
Huge. And hopefully Kittle's been limited in practice. Debo's probably not playing still. His calf
They
injury.
could have them all out.
Yeah.
I don't care if they're
Wait,
the
when's
46ers.
McCaffrey coming back?
McCaffrey is. There's
He's
no
going-
timetable. He's in Germany.
9.
And as I said yesterday, we got some inside information from a gentleman Keith knows that's usually pretty spot on when it comes to speculation.
Wait, isn't
that
he
said-
supposed to be on today?
He was, but he'll be on for just one segment tomorrow.
Oh.
We're going to have 2 fantasy guys on tomorrow. It's Fantasy Football Friday. But yes, McCaffrey, some say, is maybe leaning towards retirement, which that's...
Dog, is that not wild?
That's a pure rumor mill speculation that I've heard through the grapevine and would be absolutely, for him, obviously he's done fairly well. I think he's accomplished a lot other than winning a Super Bowl. But hey, sometimes you see this happen with NFL guys that have that injury, and that would be the ultimate Madden curse, making you get retired.
Where we're at right now is already...
Yeah, the curse
ultimate.
is. I think we talked about
There's
this.
never
at
been
length.
a more Madden curse than what's going on right now.
Yeah, he's
with
missed
Christian McCaffrey.
every game so far this
Stay
season.
off that cover, boys.
That's it.
Hold up.
But I will tell you,
If Christian McCaffrey was still on the
I like how he
Panthers.
hands
Panthers
this time.
last year, are the Niners making it to the Super Bowl?
Ooh, I'd say
Well,
no.
I
I'd say
hate
no.
to burst your bubble, but the Niners are not making it to the Super Bowl either which way.
Ooh, with him or without him? He said last year, though. Did the Niners make it to the Super Bowl last year without him? If you
without
listen
him,
to the
no.
question.
Man, that's not my strong suit.
I
My
know.
strong suit is where we're going next.
Yeah.
But no, seriously though, no, they don't.
Yeah,
They
I would
don't.
agree with that. I would agree with that because there were so many games where he was impactful. All right, get back to pick 'em. Is that what you're telling me? All right, I got you. I'll lock in.
Yeah,
I'll lock in.
Niners.
So Niners, 3-pack of Niners.
I'm
here.
trying to. Well, I'm gonna one word answer most of these.
There's
but
no way in heck that's going to happen. Niners. Next game, go ahead, Liam. Next game, we got the Browns and the Raiders.
Okay, you got Browns, and you have Browns.
And you have the Browns too.
I don't have the Browns.
Of course.
You on Raiders?
I got the Raiders.
And they're a favorite in this game.
Yeah, they are. They are.
Is that not wild to you, bro?
I mean, they didn't look great. I mean, I don't know.
don't know.
They're sticking with Gardner Minshew, right?
I'm one word. I'm sorry.
Well, that was more than one word.
I know.
I'm sorry, it's 2. Cleveland Browns, I mean, Deshaun Watson really hasn't got anything going. Their defense hasn't looked great. It's in Las Vegas, but so was their loss last week as well. So 2 Browns and a Raiders. Interesting. That game is such, like you said.
I'm going Browns.
There's a lot of coin flips in this one, but the Raiders defense kind of became a little non-existent.
What do you think of when
last
you
week.
think of coin flips? I think of
opening coin tosses of games. That's what I think.
Well,
of.
no, of course. I was talking about the Joker though.
Oh, see, I didn't see those really too much at length, so I kind of know what you're talking about.
Mr. Harvey is he's a heck of a gentleman.
Harvey Specter.
Harvey Dent, right?
Harvey Dent. That's right. All right.
Got a dent in my truck from running into everything.
Chiefs Chargers on the road for the Chiefs. Justin Herbert, I don't know if he's playing or not. Chiefs on the road.
I don't think he's gonna play in this game. I don't think. Why
Who's their backup? Easton Stick?
I think it is.
Still?
Yeah.
Interesting. I need to look up the Chargers depth chart real quick. It'll take me just a second. I think it is Easton Stick.
By the way, if anybody wants to run the board for the afternoon underdogs, you're welcome to come learn.
Oh, all right. Chargers depth chart. Backup quarterback is
Easton Stick.
It is Easton Stick, and they don't have a third one listed, so hopefully he doesn't get hurt. But yeah, any chance to any of you guys pick the Chargers in this one, or are you rolling with the Chiefs to go 4-0?
Chiefs.
David.
Kansas City.
Yeah, all the way. Oh, maybe. Hey, I don't know. Yeah, Chiefs consensus is pretty strong on that one. Next, we got the Buffalo Bills and the Baltimore Ravens. That is Sunday night football. Bills 3-0, Ravens 1-2. Ravens got their first win against the Dallas Cowboys last week, but this is in Baltimore. Very tough pick. Liam, who do you think we got? Ravens.
I think you have Buffalo. And David has Baltimore.
Dog, he's good, ain't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's got a 50-50 chance. Good. Yes, I do indeed have Buffalo. I think
I haven't made any of these picks yet.
Well, you're making them right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I should say for the last hour and a half. But
we'll figure it out.
Well, you should be popping them in there while you're doing it.
That's no fun.
I know.
As James Kelly has said, David has been sipping on them wild animals. Fair enough. Well, with that being said, I do have the Baltimore Ravens, and
interesting.
I do think that Liam is also siding with me. I think, Liam, you have the Baltimore Ravens.
No.
No?
Bills?
Well,
obviously that's the only other choice.
That's 100% so.
3-0, the Bills. Leaving 4-0 after leaving, M&T Stadium, something like that. I don't know. It's another bank stadium. But the Ravens, man.
No, I think that's the Raven. That's the Raven Stadium.
Yeah. M&T, I think. Like M&M, but M&T. But yeah, Ravens 1-2. They won last week against the Cowboys. Derrick Henry had a monster game. He's going to need to have a monster game against this one. Do you think it's close or high scoring?
David?
Okay. All right. So if we're going to me, I will. Yeah, that is a J type thing to do, isn't it? David, what do you think? Well, golly gee, I'm not getting paid for my opinions over here. I will say that I do think that is high scoring. I think that both teams are above 30.
Wow. Smash the over.
Yeah. Smash the over. But do what you do with your own money, because that's not my problem.
I just think both teams are.
Has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Calhoun County in Florida, southwestern Liberty County in Big Bend, Florida, until 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time or 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 1:35 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time or 12:35 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 16 miles east of Stormhill Creek or 22 miles southeast of Bluntstown, moving northwest at 25 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of southeastern Calhoun County in Florida and southwestern Liberty counties in Big Bend, Florida, including the following locations: Vilas, Jensen Place, Central City, Orange, Red Hill, Marysville, Scotts Ferry, Esophanilga, Kern, and Wilma. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Calhoun, Florida.
Or no, they go out with the same sound they come in with.
We're probably live.
All right, we're back. We're back.
There.
Yep, we're back. We're back. All right. That's a little EA.
Have to take a quick break here. This is the Inside Drive live here with ESPN Northwest Florida.
ESPN Northwest Florida, your home for Mike Greenberg.
You want to talk about elite coaching? Kevin O'Connell, a tip of the cap. And he's not the only one. Brian Flores is a great example of how some people are not meant to be head coaches. They are meant to be elite coordinators. Sam Darnold has been reborn. This is a legit team.
Greeny. Weekdays on ESPN Northwest Florida.
PCB Hobby, the beach's premier hobby store for sports cards, comics, coins, and trading card games. PCB Hobby carries the largest selection of boxes and packs from the latest releases of brands like Topps, Panini, Leaf, and more. Looking for a specific player or team? PCB Hobby has a wide assortment of raw and graded cards. They carry parallel rookie, game used, and autographed cards in both modern and vintage. Have a collection you want to sell? We buy, sell, and trade. PCB Hobby on Back Beach Road, just east of Florida Linen. Call 850-320-8388.
Hewitt Tire and Auto and Hometown Towing is a combination that's hard to beat. With years and years of experience in vehicle repair, foreign and domestic, name brand tires, and fair prices have established Hewitt Tire and Auto as a leader that folks can call on again and again. And if you need a tow, call Hometown Towing at 850-265-1562. Hewitt Tire and Auto and Hometown Towing, an unbeatable combination. Airport Road, Panama City.
Are you looking for a place to take a leak? Do you have a truck, tractor, or other hydraulic equipment leaking or not performing as it should? At Reliable Hydraulic Solutions, we can get you back to work. Do you have a busted or leaking hose? Hydraulic cylinder or pump needing repair? If competitive pricing and a quick turnaround are what matter to your business, come see us at Reliable Hydraulic Solutions. Or you can give us a call at 850-326-3000. Reliable Hydraulic Solutions, 6840 Highway 77 in Southport. The best place in town to take a leak.
Live from the 19th hole.
I can't believe you're a professional golfer. I think you should be working at the snack bar.
It's the Inside Drive from the Bill Kramer Marine and Outdoor Studio.
The price is wrong.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
Take them when I'm gone. One, here comes the two to the three to the four. Tell them bring another round, we need plenty more. Two stepping on the table, she don't need a dance floor. Oh my.
We're getting high. And welcome back. You're listening to The Inside Drive live here on ESPN Northwest Florida. Good job with that one, Liam, because you had to go to that part in the song. So good stuff. Good stuff. Bringing us in, DJ Liam Mulvey back there. Happy 10th birthday, buddy. Hope you've had some fun hanging out today. We got two more games to do to pick. Then we're going to talk about some NFL playoff percentages. I'm going to ask you guys questions from some of those categories and see if you think they're going to make them or not. And then we'll talk a little bit more about the big Thursday night football game. Who would have thought the Dallas Cowboys would desperately need a win over the New York Giants going into tonight?
This guy's taking me off over here watching the Weather Channel.
Hey.
He's just like...
He's keeping people...
He's out communicating me.
I like his facial expressions when he's doing the sign language.
Yeah, is that not awesome, man?
Did you see, this is a side, did you see, I think it, I don't know, I want to say it was Get Low. They were playing, the song was Get Low at a concert, and they had somebody signing it.
Yeah.
And like, what she was doing, it was just, it was funny.
Oh, and then Waka Flocka.
Waka Flocka Flame?
Well, is that the person the individual that you're talking about?
No, it was somebody signing.
Get Low is Lil Jon.
No. But there was somebody doing sign language like this gentleman is for the emergency update for the Get Low song. It was very, very interesting.
Dude, you know who I ran into yesterday at Winn-Dixie?
Who's that?
The public photographer who took our picture from...
Oh,
yeah,
that's cool.
So shout out to Larry Brown, because I don't know the public photographer's name, but
and we still need to make that happen.
We need to get
that'll be good.
A whole tour, and we need to get Liam in on that, right?
Yeah.
Was he able to go with you whenever?
No, that was the Panama City Beach Chamber of Commerce. Then he was at school during that time.
This is different, though.
I don't know if they do that stuff on the weekends, but we can figure it out. All right, two more games, gentlemen.
Two more.
We got the Tennessee Football Titans traveling down to Miami to take on the Dolphins. Only one win between these teams right now. Yes, sir.
You got the Dolphins, you got Tennessee.
I'm not taking my daggone team here. Not if Tyler Huntley's playing. Now I'm going. You are going.
I went with the Titans.
Dude, that's where my dumb self is going.
Too upset.
Oh my goodness.
What's the? I don't even know what the spread is. One. So it's basically a pick'em game. I mean, you got Skylar Thompson, obviously.
I feel like
or is it Tyler Huntley playing?
I believe it's going to be Tyler Huntley.
Ooh, but that may change my pick.
But the more that I do this betting stuff, the more I'm like, I could be a capper. Yeah. I could be a capper for the NFL. Like, not for everything over in general, but I could be a capper for the NFL. And even college football, what was it? James Madison, North Carolina. Yep. Right? I'm looking at that game and I'm like,
total points.
That's what it ended up being.
Yeah.
Okay. But there was a time where I'm like, oh man, what's the total? The score was like 46-34 or something. I'm making up a score.
Yeah, but it probably was close to that at one point.
I was like, oh, I bet the total's 117.5. I go.
Nailed it.
And I check out. Exactly. I go check out Hard Rock and boom. Shakalaka.
Well, hey, when we start doing this more often on Thursdays, maybe we do a capping segment as well, where you go put in all the spreads.
No. This is a team thing.
All right. Well, we cap. And then we see how it ends up being.
I wear a lot of caps, so.
That's true. You are the king of the cap. All right. So, Liam, who did you take in this one? Dolphins or Titans?
I chose the Titans.
Okay, so
let's sweep it out.
All right, 3 on the Titans. We'll see if we know what we're talking about. There's gonna be some upsets. It's just which games.
Right.
And then that is the 6:30 Monday Night Football game. It is followed by the last Monday Night Football game in the doubleheader, because there's only 2. Go ahead, Liam.
You have Seattle. He has Lions.
I definitely have
the
Detroit.
Lions. I have the Lions
at the house. I got Detroit.
Detroit needs to win that division. You know, if Minnesota keeps going what they're doing, Detroit's got to hang in there game for game, and that starts with beating the Seattle Seahawks this weekend, who are one of the 5 remaining undefeated football teams in the NFL going into Week 4. And I think that changes coming up this week.
I don't even think they came up in like what we were talking about earlier in this week.
They're kind of flying under the radar. But hey, Geno Smith, the rest of the crew, they got a good defense, good weapons on offense. DK Metcalf had a huge game last weekend. And tough matchup, but I think both teams are 3-1 following this game.
Tornado threat is ramping up.
Oh, yeah, as it gets closer to the shore. Yeah, for sure. Looking to make landfall later on this evening, right there in the Big Bend.
That guy is legit, though.
You got to be to do sign language for stuff like this. I mean, you cannot. And you got to give that expression, too. It's just like you're talking, your expressions you make with your face when you talk with your hands, same thing.
That's exactly right. And
it's crazy with how many words there are in the English language to be able to know.
And how crazy the English language is.
No doubt.
As we all know, I just heard this one the other day. You can pronounce Mercedes or Mercedes, the E in Mercedes, pronounced 3 different ways.
Huh. Interesting.
But think about it.
Yeah. Mercedes.
Mercedes.
Yeah. That's what you're saying.
Shout out to them boys at the Mosley Dolphin Football Club.
There you go. I heard that song play. You just keying that up for as we go out.
Hey, Liam, if you want to hear me rap, just hit YMWM on page 8.
Playing
you don't have that on cue, cuz. You don't have that on cue.
You hear the song playing?
Oh, yes.
Happy birthday. Indeed, Liam. Happy 10th birthday. Appreciate you coming in, running the board so we can go game by game by game. All right, quick update in the...
That was very, what do you say? What's the word that's like a trigger word today? Narcissistic.
Narcissistic. Wow. All right then, taking it to
a whole new level, brother.
Absolutely.
All right, just kidding. By the way,
we know. Real quick, the inside drive. We haven't talked about it yet. We haven't talked about the standings.
We didn't do the race to Talladega.
Oh, we didn't do the race to Talladega. All right, get us somebody. Thank you for reminding me. You of all people reminding us today about the race. Hey, we gotta announce somebody's name real quick for this race to Talladega thing. I know it's been thrown off a little bit this week with kind of all the weather and just the uncertainty and stuff going on, but we need a new name. How Have Liam announce the name. We're looking it up right now. And then we'll talk about some inside drive standings in both sides of the division. Love that sound. We're about to give you a name. You're going to give us a call, 850-215-6290. The time you get to call us back is your qualifying time. 2 fastest qualifying times to win a pair of tickets to the Yellowwood 500 and the United Rentals 250 on October 5th. Liam, who's that name?
Larry Brown.
Larry Brown. Give us a call, 850-215-6290. Hopefully one of you guys is looking at a stopwatch, or I'm looking at the second hand right now. Larry, give us a call. Man, we haven't had one person. Well, we thank you for David for reminding us about the race to Talladega, because I mentioned it, but then I forgot it. But Larry still hadn't hit us back yet. Nobody's hit us back yet on the inside drive. It's kind of sad. Y'all go to Talladega. It's a free ticket. Go have fun. Anyway, race to Talladega. You'll have another opportunity on the Afternoon Underdogs. And, of course, tomorrow you listen to the Coach James Hale Show, 7:15 and 8:15 for the key word of the day. And all you got to do is text your name and your racing name in to us, and we will announce it. And, of course, all qualifiers as well. You're not just trying to go to Talladega. You get yourself a Rudy's Barbecue gift card as well as a 12-pack from Buffalo Rock. That race to Talladega right here from ESPN Northwest Florida. Also got the Mosley Dolphins right here on ESPN Northwest Florida. That game, if you didn't listen earlier, has been rescheduled to Monday. That'll be over there in Milton. David Hayes as well as, what's that? Huh? Oh, CJ Stroud? Oh, I'm dancing? I can't. Oh, my stomach? Are we not on the air? Oh, I don't know what you're trying to do, buddy. I don't know what you're trying to do. Is it another EAS? No, we're good? Okay. Good. A lot of EAS breaks nice up. What do you, I don't know what you're trying to tell me. You can tell me through the mic. Maybe you can't. I don't know. But anyway, I'll just keep talking while you guys are doing whatever you're doing back there. Just kind of talking about the storm one more time. Thoughts and prayers to all of our friends to our east, as that 1 o'clock update will be coming out here pretty soon, but it looks pretty locked in to the Big Bend area, and everybody on the east side of that thing, please be careful. Hopefully you got the heck out of Dodge so far, but there's some scary areas. 20 feet of storm surge could happen in various areas, and Mother Nature, you don't want to mess with her. And again, obviously we are of course thankful for the path that it's on, but wherever it doesn't go, it's going somewhere else. So again, thoughts and prayers to everybody on our east, and I know there's a lot of people staged ready to come help as soon as this thing goes through tonight. So just stay tuned, and again, thoughts and prayers for everybody over there on the east side of things. All right, Thursday night football, it's coming up. We got about real quick, just want to let everybody know.
Has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Calhoun County in Florida until 1:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 12:51 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 11 miles southwest of Bluntstown, moving northwest at 20 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of southwestern Calhoun County in Florida, including the following locations: Frink. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 1:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Calhoun, Florida.
All right. I think we're back. Another emergency alert there from the EAS. I believe a tornado warning somewhere to our east, I would imagine. But hey, that's what the EAS is for. Make sure you have ways to get alerts. Again, it looks like it's in the game. We're on the west side, which is a good side to be on, but you can never let your guard down. A lot of rain. It's going to be falling. If you don't need to be out on the roads, don't be out on the roads. We've only got a couple minutes left in the show today. Been picking a lot of games, hanging out here on this Thursday, and we should be back in studio tomorrow.
When does Mosley play?
Mosley plays Monday night. I think I was talking about that right when we went to the EAS. But, hey, who wins tonight? Oh, I know we've done our pick'ems, but let's get a score prediction. We got Dallas playing the New York Giants in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Thursday night football. Dallas needs to win this game big time. What do you got? Who do you guys think? Dallas goes in to win, or the Giants put up a stand?
Mine says Dallas. Heart says the Giants.
Okay, I like that. What about you?
And I need his pick on Alabama, Georgia.
Oh, okay. That's
I don't know
good.
what you mean.
Who do you think is going to win, Dallas or Giants?
Dallas.
Okay, what do you think the final score is going to be?
21-28.
21-20. So Dallas 28, New York 21. Ooh, I like it. All right, and David's got a question for you. Who do you think is going to win the game against tornado warning in Calhoun County? Thank you, Randy.
Calhoun.
11 miles south of Bluntstown. So if you are up there, just please have your alerts on. Be careful. Be ready at all times. But real quick, before we got to go, David wants to know Alabama or Georgia for you, Liam, coming up at 6:30 Saturday night. I'm sure it's on ABC.
I'm going to have to go with Georgia.
Ooh, with the away team, the Dogs.
That's good. If you can just remove yourself from the studio, that would be.
Well, luckily we only got
better.
about a minute to go, and he can stop.
Are we really that?
Yep, right there at the end of the
gracious.
break. You think Georgia, Liam, for sure on the road, Tuscaloosa?
Yeah.
You don't have to change your pick.
I don't want him to change his pick. I think Alabama's going to win.
Ooh. Now we got a little father-son duo here.
I'm looking forward to that game.
I do like that. I do tell you what.
Obviously, huge game coming up this weekend.
Oh, man.
It's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
We'll talk a lot more about that one tomorrow at length, as I know we do have to go. Afternoon Underdog coming up at 4 p.m. David Hayes hanging out. If anybody wants to come talk sports with him,
850-215-6290.
Or just show up at the studio and hang out with David Hayes. We appreciate you guys listening. Liam, one more time, happy 10th birthday.
Yes.
Y'all be safe out there. Prayers for everyone to our east and to the north. Y'all have a great Thursday afternoon.
Florida presents the Race to Talladega.
It's your chance to win tickets to the Yellowwood 500, Sunday, October 6th. Step 1, listen to Coach Hale mornings at 7:15 and 8:15 for the keyword of the day. Step 2, text the keyword and your racing name to 850-215-6290. Step 3, listen to 1240 and 540. If we announce your name, race to the phones and call us back for your chance to win tickets to the Yellowwood 500 from your racing station.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
This is Joanna with ESPN Northwest Florida with your Thursday's weather. The remainder of the day, there will be a very strong breeze out of the north, heavy rain and 79. A mixture of mostly clouds and light rain tonight, about the same at 73. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and a strong breeze right around 21 miles per hour with a high of 82. About the same at 85 Saturday, and we'll have mostly sunshine. This forecast is sponsored by Mid-South Lumber, the best little lumberyard in Panama City. Thank you for keeping that dial on ESPN Northwest Florida. Rely on it.
Are you hungry for authentic Mexican cuisine? Then come to El Rodeo Tequila Bar and Grill, where we serve up the freshest, most flavorful dishes on the beach. El Rodeo Tequila Bar and Grill, a great location, comfortable atmosphere, and happy hour from 3 to 7. Buy one, get one free, regular margaritas and 12-ounce house drafts. And you're going to love their lunch specials Monday through Friday from 11 to 3. Plus live music Wednesdays and Saturdays starting at 5:30. El Rodeo Tequila Bar and Grill, Thomas Drive across from the Navy base.
Are you tired of hearing 2 weeks when you call to get your boat worked on? Hey folks, it's Chris Kramer with Kramer Marine and Outdoor, and we'll get you in and back out on the water as quick as possible. We're a full-line Yamaha outboard dealer and Suzuki outboard dealer, and we have master-trained certified mechanics on site. So if it's just an annual service, electronics install, trolling motor install, or all the way up to a full repower, we can take care of you. So stop by and see us in the corner of Frankfurt and 23rd next to Bill Kramer GM, or call us at 850-851-0453.
WGSX Lynn Haven, WVLQ Port St. Joe. Powered by Panama City Toyota. ESPN Northwest Florida.
Well, you have to be willing to fall in love. Even if in your life you've been burned. I've been burned so many times by the Buffalo Bills. I don't even like going into the kitchen. But this time it feels a little different. I'm willing to fall in love and get burned again.
A new day in the herd starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen.
You guys can laugh at me all you want.
This is The Herd.
Oh, yeah.
With Colin Cowherd.
I'm setting the tone.
Best show on radio.
This is The Herd.
Broadcasting live from Los Angeles. The Herd with Colin Cowherd starts now.
Oh, what a show we have today. It's Thursday. Cowboys, Giants tonight live in Los Angeles. It's The Herd wherever you may be and however you may be watching or listening. 1 hour from now, Greg Cosell. If you bet football, play fantasy football, want to get smarter at football, Greg Cosell. In 1 hour from now, J-Mac, I'm so excited to do today's show. Drew Brees stops by as well.
Yeah. Decent QB.
I was thinking about this. Dallas is going to win tonight.
Lock it up. Yes, sir.
So Dallas is going to win tonight because on these Thursday night games, just take the better quarterback. Dak is 12-2 against the Giants. Daniel Jones 1-7 against Dallas. Aaron Rodgers won big on Thursday night. Josh Allen won big on Thursday night. Dak's going to win. I don't know. I think it's a touchdown game. Dak's going to win tonight. You don't have time to do a lot of prep for Thursday night. Not a lot of surprises. Not a lot of zigzag. Best quarterback's going to win the game. I'm going to take Dak and the Cowboys to win by a touchdown. And, but it's interesting. They may look even really good winning. I'm going to go like 24-13, CeeDee Lamb, maybe have a couple tutties. I think Micah Parsons going to have a couple sacks. And the defense, no movement up front. That's because the Giants don't have much of a run game. But don't let it cloud the fact that the last 5 playoff teams Dallas has faced, they're 1-4. Baltimore, Buffalo, Green Bay, Detroit, Miami. They're 1-4 and a bad call against the Lions from being 0-5 and been routed in most of them. So don't let the win tonight, and they're going to win tonight. Don't let it freak you out. So I thought, I do about 4 times during the season, I do a Super Bowl bubble. And so let's just look. This is week 4, the start of week 4, and this is currently my Super Bowl bubble. For the radio audience, I have 7 teams inside the bubble, they're favorites. Kansas City, Buffalo, Green Bay, Minnesota, Detroit. Yeah, I buy the Vikings, Baltimore, San Francisco. I have the Jets, the Seahawks, and the Philadelphia. I'm letting them lean on the fence at this ranch. I'm letting them lean on the fence. I may let them into the property. Dallas, I don't even have the Saints on this, and they crushed Dallas in Dallas, blew them out, right? So Dallas isn't even allowed into the county lines here. So I don't even think they're close. And I've said this before. I think it used to be in the NFL that quirky and weird, little Jerry Glanville, little over the top guy, Dennis Green. I think a quirky and different and unique Sam Weish, you can get to Super Bowls. You can win a division. You can win a lot of games. I think the NFL's gotten smarter, more sophisticated, more business-like, more analytics, though it's not baseball where it's made the game boring. But I think with the NFL, family-owned and operated, that used to be like prideful. Hey, we're family-owned and operated. That's for a deli. I don't think that works. I think you have to be Stan Kroenke and be the biggest residential and commercial real estate owner in America, maybe the world. That's what you need now. Family owned and operated is like the Raiders. Like, I don't know. Does that feel robust, dynamic? I've said the NFL allowed quirky and this happens all the time in a lot of businesses, quirky and weird is okay. In Hollywood, that used to play. And now it's like The Avengers Part 9. It's basically the independent film. Yeah, finance it yourself with your money. And I think that's why Hollywood has slowed down. It's like big streamers and big movies, and we're not making anything else. And I think quirky and weird and highly emotional, and I think that stuff, it's cute, but it just doesn't win enough. And I think that's what the Lakers have become. And I think it's what the Cowboys have become, family-owned businesses. And this is not a family-owned business league as much. It's the biggest and the richest that are winning. And I look at today, if you look at the schedule for Dallas, let's be honest, it only gets tougher. This is the last layup. I thought Pittsburgh would be. Yeah, I was wrong about that. They're going to go 4-0. So at Pittsburgh against the league's best defense. Oh, then it's the Lions, and then it's at San Francisco, and at Atlanta, and here's Philly, and C.J. Stroud, and oh, crap, Jaden Daniels is good, and oh, Joe Burrow. And this is the last layup. Cleveland was a layup. You thought the Saints would be a layup, got blown out. Baltimore wasn't lost, and then you have the Giants, Dak's 12-2. So, and what's funny is, Dallas has always held themselves, because of their regular season wins, as sort of above the dysfunctional guys, the losers. But Dallas has not won multiple playoff games in 29 years. So this morning I went and looked at the dysfunctional teams over 29 years and the Cowboys over 29 years. Let's take the Chicago Bears, last 29 seasons. They actually have 2 conference championship appearances. The Cowboys have none. Okay, what about the Jaguars? Well, they actually have 8 playoff wins. The Cowboys have 5 in 29 years. They have 3 conference championships appearances. Oh, the Cowboys have none. Okay, but what about the Carolina Panthers? Those guys are a mess. That's a circus. They have almost double the playoff wins and 4 conference championship appearances. The Cowboys have none. All right. Okay, you win the argument, Colin. Give me the Raiders. Ooh. They have 2 conference championship appearances and almost the same number of playoff wins. Dallas, I know you look down at them. Last 29 years, you are them. That's what you are. So don't go crazy with the win tonight. I'll go 24-13 Cowboys. Micah sack. CeeDee Lamb, big night. Dak, doing Dak's thing in a standalone game against the Giants. But Micah Parsons says he's tired of getting beat badly by good teams.
I feel like as a competitor, at some point you got to be prideful enough to say, hey, I'm not going to allow this to happen to me. I just feel like some people are just allowing them to keep getting smacked in the face. When are you going to stand up?
All right. So, unfortunately, many of you are misguided and think I don't like Aaron Rodgers, but I did have them leaning on the fence in the Super Bowl bubble. Not quite in the ranch, but petting the horses. Right. Put some carrots over the fence. The dogs are barking at you. Dallas, I don't even let them down the driveway. But Aaron Rodgers said something that's important. And it's really important because Aaron has experience with this, and the Jets have none. And Aaron talks about, and he's totally right, and this is his real value, by the way. This is where Aaron Rodgers is really valuable to the Jets. Aaron Rodgers was important to the Packers. But Jordan Love, Malik Willis, Brett Favre, Packers win a lot of games regardless. This is where Aaron's really important. Not about the losing. It's now that the Jets are winning how to handle it.
I go back to this quote a lot, but Mike McCarthy said our biggest struggle is going to be handling success back in 2006 in Green Bay. And there's a lot to that. I think, when it's easier when you kind of get kicked in the teeth to kind of come together. It's us against the world. It's us against the big bad media who's saying how bad we are. We can kind of come together, but can you still come together and have the same approach when everybody's kind of starting to sing your praises a little bit? I think that's the mark of a great team, is can you handle the success part with the same focus, the same mentality, the same mindset, the same energy when you're starting to get on a little bit of a roll.
Aaron's right, and this is his real value, because Aaron is a winner, and the Jets aren't. And Jet fans and Jets media, but mostly their fans, they're crazy town. I mean, the Cowboys win 12 games every regular season, right? 3 straight years, 12, 12, 12. Real success until like January, but real success. And when Dallas Cowboy fans were polled in The Athletic recently, 60% said we have no chance to win a Super Bowl. The New York Jets beat a rookie head coach, Jacoby Brissett, at home this past Thursday. And the mayor of New York, you know, if he wasn't being indicted, would have thrown a ticker tape parade. They're nuts. They're crazy. Before the season, I said the Jets are a 9-10 win team. Buffalo wins the division. They'll battle Miami till the very end for a playoff spot. I feel the exact same. The exact same today. But if you go back to that Patriots game, and Aaron talks about restraining yourself, containing yourself, right, when you're winning. Robert Saleh, the head coach, was so enthusiastic in the second quarter just with a lead over the Patriots. Aaron Rodgers, you remember the video? Had to go, bro, chill out. It's the Patriots. It's the second quarter. It's just, we're in the middle of the game. We're not to halftime yet. So, and maybe it's because the Jets share a city with the Giants, who have 4 trophies. Or their primary rival is the Patriots, and they have 6 trophies. So maybe that Thursday night winning record's a big deal. I mean, if you'd never had any money and you want a scratch-off ticket for $1,500, it would be a big deal. If you're 44 years old, a guy you've never really had a serious girlfriend, and you have a great date, it is a big deal. The Giants' success, the Patriots' success, but when I look at Aaron, this is Aaron's real value. I mean, I looked this up this morning. I still can't believe the Jets haven't won the division in 22 years. This is the NFL. The Lions got to a conference championship last year. The Jaguars have been to 3 of those things, right, in 29 years. Jets haven't won a division in 22 years. So when Aaron says, chill, relax, it was a little condescending in Green Bay because they had more continuity and a better coach and more franchise momentum. But when Aaron says RELAX in New York, he's absolutely, inarguably correct. This head coach was freaking out with a lead on Thursday over Jacoby Brissett, a team in New England that we had said before the season started, will have the number 1 pick next year. He's right on that, and that's his real value. All right, so yesterday on the show, we were talking about something, and J-Mac brought this up. One of his very decisive, his wisdom. We were talking about quarterback plays and how if it all matters in life for quarterbacks, I don't care about your talent, your resume. What I care about, 1:45 left, 4th quarter, you trail on the road, 1 timeout. Who would you take, 1 through 10? So I'm going to do that next. Oh. And by the way, many of them are the best quarterbacks in the league. But that's the difference. I don't care about your resume. I don't care about all that stuff. 1:45, 1 timeout, trail by 4, on the road, got to get it into the end zone, not interested in field goals. Okay, so I'll do that next. TD Tutty in for 6. Touchdowns matter more at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Don't care how you score them. DraftKings just likes them, and they're delivering. Want to place your first bet? Bet on something simple. A player to score a touchdown. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook app. Takes 90 seconds to download it and make your pick. Here's what's cool. New DraftKings customers, all you got to do is bet $5, a 5 spot. That's it. To get $200 in bonus bets instantly. DraftKings, the number 1 place to bet touchdowns. Download the app. The code is HERD. Got to put the code in to get the deal. HERD. Bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 plus age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction, void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/ftball.
Good morning. Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The PayPal debit card now earns you 5% cash back in the monthly category of your choosing. Groceries, restaurants, health, beauty, gas, and apparel on up to $1,000 of monthly purchases. For me, it's apparel for online shopping with my busy travel schedule during football season. Sign up for the PayPal debit card through the new app.
Terms apply. See PayPal app. This card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A., pursuant to license by MasterCard International, Inc.
Wow, 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 wow. With Colin Cowherd.
Well, you have to be willing to fall in love. Even if in your life you've been burned or you've been dumped, you've been singed. Happens to everybody. I've been burned so many times by the Buffalo Bills. I don't even like going into the kitchen. I don't like getting near the oven. I've been burned so many times. And they'll probably lose in mid-January to Kansas City again in the AFC Championship. Josh Allen will make a big mistake. He'll play well. He's Superman. He'll put on a cape and jump over linebackers with a single bound. And then Mahomes will rip your heart out. He'll have the ball last. Yeah, that'll probably happen again. I mean, what's going to change, right? Same quarterback, same coach. Clearly, Kansas City is in everybody's head in the AFC and perhaps the NFC. But this time it feels a little different. I'm willing to fall in love and get burned again.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific.
We begin.
This just in. Get the latest sports news, scores, and updates from 104.3 ESPN Northwest Florida. Follow us on Facebook for exclusive content, behind-the-scenes action, live streams, and the chance to interact with your favorite hosts.
Stay connected. Stay connected. Stay connected.
Join the conversation on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. Search for ESPN Northwest Florida and crush the follow button.
I follow you on social media.
We're always here to keep you in the game.
This is Joanna with ESPN Northwest Florida with your Thursday's weather. The remainder of the day, there will be a very strong breeze out of the north, heavy rain and 79. A mixture of mostly clouds and light rain tonight, about the same at 73. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and a strong breeze right around 21 miles per hour with a high of 82. About the same at 85 Saturday, and we'll have mostly sunshine. This forecast is sponsored by Mid-South Lumber, the best little lumberyard in Panama City. Thank you for keeping that dial on ESPN Northwest Florida. Rely on it.
Golf is a game that should be fun, but to have the most fun, you need to play your best. That's where the experts at Golf Plus come in. Their friendly staff will guide you through the buying process, answer all your questions, and can help with any repairs you need along the way. Golf Plus is your custom fitting, club repair, and golf retail shop. Golf Plus staff is non-commissioned and will work with you to find the best product for your game, just like they've been doing since 1988. Golf Plus in Dothan and Panama City Beach. Fitting, repair, retail. That's Golf Plus.
Hi, I'm Tracy, your diamond girl at Tracy's Fine Jewelry. Shopping for the perfect diamond can be difficult, but that's why I've trained my staff to be helpful and to offer you a stress-free diamond experience. Pick your sparkle and use our easy layaway plan. Every woman deserves an exquisite diamond from your diamond girl at Tracy's Fine Jewelry. We don't work on commissions.
We work for smiles and I-dos.
So if you're tired of high-pressure salespeople, stop by and see us today at Tracy's Fine Jewelry.
ESPN Northwest Florida is thrilled to introduce the newest members of the Panama City Beach Chamber to our vibrant business community.
Welcome to the Beach Chamber. Florida 27 Recycle Incorporated. Flippin' awesome adventures. Minute and Miles, Panama City's outdoor outfitter. Michelle Franklin. The Kelly at 23rd. And Travelin' Tom's Coffee.
We're here to support your success and help you connect with our community.
Congratulations from ESPN Northwest Florida.
And the Panama City Beach Chamber of Commerce, reaching Bay County and beyond.
It's time to pick your path and go big, go bold. You can drive away in a new 2024 Telluride from Bill Bird Kia. The 2024 Telluride protects what matters, and it's built for the long haul. Its technology will connect with confidence, and upscale all-around rugged look will take you onto your next adventure. The road is yours. Bill Bird Kia, the home of that 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Stop by and see us at 2435 East 15th Street or anytime at BillBirdKiaPanamaCity.com. 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty is a Bill Bird Kia warranty.
Is your restaurant looking a little tired from the long off season? Is your office a little offish? Start the new year off right by giving them a fresh start. Fresh Start Cleaning is now accepting new clients. Ask about their complimentary hood cleaning services. Fresh Start Cleaning. Get clean again with Fresh Start. Call 850-771-6917, 771-6917, and ask about their complimentary hood cleaning services.
Download our free app from the Apple Store and Google Play. Then lock it in and rip the knob off. 104.3 ESPN Northwest Florida.
So J-Mac created this yesterday. By the way, you're entering the No Bull Zone, sponsored by Credible Great Rates None of the Bull. J-Mac started this yesterday when we were talking about quarterbacks, and I said, a minute 45 left. You trail, you're on the road. Field goal doesn't win it. One timeout. Who would you take, Gardner Minshew or Deshaun Watson? And I would say I would take Gardner Minshew today. Would you take Baker Mayfield or Trevor Lawrence? I would take Baker Mayfield today. I don't care about your contract, your resume, your draft status. I don't care. Right now, I'd take Sam Darnold, from what I've seen the first 3 weeks, over a lot of quarterbacks who are viewed as better quarterbacks. And it's almost how you judge friends. A friend will help you move. A great friend will help you move a body. I lived in Vegas. I'm not going to get into it. So there's a difference. And I judge it based on crisis. The all-time greats, Joe Montana, Brady, Elway, all did one thing in common. Some big, some small, some big arms, some mobile, not mobile. One thing in common. Brady, Mahomes, Elway. Great in crisis. A lot of guys are talented. They're not great in crisis. And so my top 10 quarterbacks based on this premise, because that's what I'm paying for. I'm not paying for your resume. Jalen Hurts got a great resume. He turns the ball over too much. Can I trust him? And now he lost a great center. And now he doesn't have A.J. Brown. Would I trust him today on a drive? Not really. With Nick Sirianni? Okay, so here we go. The king on this, he's the Elway. He is the Brady of his generation. It's Mahomes. Let's not argue it. That 44-yard game-tying drive with 13 seconds left is the greatest last-second limited-time scarcity drive in the history of football, and it really is defining. I mean, he's really, especially in the early years when he had a high-powered offense, I mean, he trailed playoff games by 2 touchdowns. Nobody cared. Didn't change the way you attacked him. Number 2, and I think his superpower is if you got to pick up yards down the field, best arm in the league, Josh Allen, also great scrambling. I think mobility matters a lot in that minute 45. Go to Mahomes' Super Bowl games. Mobility matters in these spots because stuff breaks down. Sometimes a Steve Spagnuolo is going to bring the house. Kirk Cousins, I love him. I don't get any mobility with him. Josh Allen, too. Joe Burrow, I get just enough mobility. And I also think he got to a Super Bowl with road wins with an atrocious offensive line and was running for his life. That, to me, defined Burrow as less talent than maybe Mahomes, less physical wow than Allen, But his ability to win with bad O-lines, and we don't know if Zach Taylor can coach, puts him at 3. One spot ahead of a guy that doesn't give me the mobility of Burrow, Matt Stafford. But Stafford leads all quarterbacks currently playing with 36 fourth-quarter comebacks. He had another one Sunday. This is his superpower is like Mahomes. Arm angles, throw from any platform. I don't get mobility, and if the pocket collapses, he's in trouble, but I put him 4. I put Aaron Rodgers just a notch below because now Aaron is good, but I've never thought he's as great trailing as an Elway, Mahomes, Brady, or a Matt Stafford. I will say, though, in the last 2 years, half his wins are game-winning drives, so he's gotten better at it. Number 6, and now it gets tricky because I feel strongly about the first 5, probably C.J. Stroud. Now, I don't have a big resume to work with, and he's had a couple stinkers. These young quarterbacks, Minnesota game, they have stinkers. They go sideways fast for these young quarterbacks. 75-yard game-winning drive, 40 seconds against the Bucs. Like, it's impressive. I'm sorry. Greg Cosell talks about it this week, last week. The kid's just different. I would say number 7, again, I don't have a huge resume, but I love Jordan Love. He had 3 game-winning drives last year in his first full season as a starter. And in the playoffs, as first time go to the playoffs, he had a 99 passer rating and 67% completion ratio with the youngest offensive team, youngest roster since the 1970 Buffalo Bills in the playoffs. I know it's young, but between LaFleur, the youth, his mobility, now he's going to have, again, he's going to throw some picks. He's more Favre than Aaron Rodgers. He's got some gunslinger in him, but I would put him 7. I will tell you, this is where Brock Purdy won me over last week. Last week was a proving point. No Christian McCaffrey, no Debo, no Kittle. Against Stafford and McVay. He didn't win the game, but he won me over. I was like, wow. And by the way, Brock Purdy, highest fourth-quarter passer rating in league history. That's something, folks. I don't know if it's Shanahan. That's the highest fourth-quarter passer rating in the history of the league. I know. He hasn't played a lot. He's played enough to know some of that's relevant. Number 9, I may criticize Dak, but he was 3-0 in one-score games last year. Now, they get their teeth kicked in about 4 times a year. In the blowouts, he can be ugly, but in close games, Dak's a grown-up. Dak generally throws to the right guy. I don't think he has the biggest arm. He doesn't move around like Kyler Murray. But I just trust the IQ, the EQ. You know, the intangibles for Dak are better than the tangibles. But intangibles, Eli Manning was like that. I didn't love Eli. I loved him with a minute 40 to go. I loved him in Super Bowls. Dak's got some of that quality. I always trust Dak in tight spots. His limitations aren't his ability to maneuver late. Number 10, by a nose, Lamar Jackson over Jared Goff. Goff gives me no mobility. If the pocket breaks down, you're done. Now, Lamar hasn't been as successful as you think he has late, but it should be noted, in the last 2 minutes of his career, Lamar is a 120 passer rating. I hate to break it to you, he's good there. Now, I do not think he throws from the pocket as well as an Aaron or a Stafford or a Mahomes. And sometimes not as good as Dak. But I love his ability to just make stuff up. So I do give Josh Allen improvisation. Lamar Jackson, it does matter. Jared Goff would be 11. Then you get into the Jalen Hurts stuff. But these are the guys. I don't care about resume, playoff appearance. I don't care. Who do you trust? On the road, need a tutty, minute 45, 1 timeout, and facing a decent defense. I'm not saying you're facing Spags and the Chiefs, but you're facing a defense that can create a pass rush. This is, and I will say this with Aaron and Stafford, they may not move as well, but they are so good pre-snap that they can alleviate stuff. Whereas Jared Goff, I don't think moves as well as those two, and I don't think he's as good pre-snap. So there's my top 10. And yes, I have Purdy and Dak in there. So again, this is not about arm. It's not about size. It's just who do I trust? And what you'll see with these 10 guys, you mostly get grown-ups. There's 10 for 10 grown-ups. Guys that love football, live football, obsessed by football, all in on football, not distracted by anything else. A lot of grown-ups here. And I know Aaron in the offseason goes to Egypt, but in the season, Aaron's buttoned up in the season. And that's what I really, if you want to go to Costa Rica and hang out for a month and disappear, I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I don't care about that stuff. Not that much. All right, J-Mac, anything jump out at you?
I went over to Pro Football Reference. I think you'd be surprised which quarterback led the NFL last year in game-winning drives in the fourth quarter overtime, and he is not in your top 10, and you did not mention him once.
Who is it?
Geno Smith, topping Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts, who were tied at 4.
But if I said to you, I just said to you, top of mind, give me the last great Geno Road fourth quarter comeback. Anything pop into your head? That's it.
Yeah, no,
so
you're
again,
right.
stats and, it's one thing at home to be beating Arizona. What Geno doesn't come top of mind is, now I will say, Geno is a very accurate quarterback. We just have to get over this. That dude stands in the pocket and throws 73% darts. I've been harder on Geno because I do think there's a ceiling with him. And so I didn't mention him.
I would have Purdy a little higher. I would have Stafford probably at 2.
When I showed this to the guys on the facility, they all went, hey, Stafford's 1A after Mahomes.
Stafford's a man, dude. He's so good. I mean, come on.
Yeah. J-Mac with the news.
No. Turn on the news. This is the Herd Line News.
All right, we glossed over Patrick Mahomes at the top of your list. Well, his top target for many years, Travis Kelce, is off to an abysmal start. Colin, he has 8 catches for 69, everybody's favorite number, 69 yards, no touchdowns. Kelce, though, was asked about it, and he's not worried about it because the only stat he cares about, winning.
I've had a lot of catches in this league, man. I'm not worried about, the catches and the yards and all of that. I have the most fun when I get the ball thrown my way. I mean, who doesn't?
Execution fuels emotion.
It has everything to do with execution, just making sure that we're doing whatever we can to win these football games, man. And that's always going to be the goal.
Okay, so I talked to a league executive last night regarding this, and his take was he had a great offseason. He is playing himself into great shape, and he'll probably do it. But the sense was, don't see a lot of separation. He has been distracted. It's okay.
Fine.
But the takeaway was, when you looked at early film, is not a lot of separation.
You don't see the juice and the speed. I don't see any of it. Now, let's point out his age, Colin. So he is 34 right now. He's approaching that age when you start to think about retirement.
Yeah, I think he's got 2 more good years. Tight ends age faster than receivers often because of the blocking and the injuries. He's had multiple surgeries.
I went to Pro Football Reference just now, and Shannon Sharp retired at 35. Tony Gonzalez, 37. Yeah. Greg Olsen, 35.
And now,
Gronk, 29, came back, retired at 32.
Yeah.
So Kelce's in that sweet spot.
Okay. Let me defend Kelce a little bit here. Is that I do believe Kansas City early in this season is trying to get Worthy up to speed and Rashee Rice as a defined number 1. Last year, let's be honest, it's kind of shocking they won the Super Bowl. They're the worst receiving core in the league. So I think between Worthy, between Watson, Juju Smith has now come back. So what I think they're doing is thinking to themselves, we got a little experimentation early in the season. We want to get the receiving core right. We trust Kelce later. So I'm going to give him a little pass on this, as I think the Worthy thing is a work in progress. I think Juju Smith-Schuster just came back. That's a bit of a work in progress. And Rashee Rice was never viewed as a 1 until this year. I think they've spent a lot of time really, you saw the last game they played. They're defining Rashee as a 1, and they want to make sure that he knows he's a 1. So there's a little, this is a process for them, and I'll defend him a little on that.
So Kelce turns 35 in like 10 days?
Yeah. Multiple surgeries.
If they win the Super Bowl, there's no better way to walk away than on top with 3 straight Super Bowls, right? What does he have left to prove? Nothing. He can go do his acting and his podcast and travel the world with Taylor Swift. Like, I would not be shocked if he retired after this season. What's left? What does he have left to prove, Colin? If they win another Super Bowl?
Nothing.
Yeah. I don't think he could be the greatest tight end of all time.
Well, and the podcast just got bought, so they got a lot of money. So he's fine. I think here's what Travis sees. The NFL and the Chiefs are a huge brand. Just keeping your face out there makes your endorsements double what they would be if you retired. You get $10 million for a shoe company instead of 5 because your face is there. And the bottom line is, if your production goes down and now Worthy becomes a legitimate 2, you draft another receiver, they become a legitimate 3. They've got another tight end now. So there is value to having an Edelman, a Gronk, as an older player for January. And that's all the Chiefs. That's what the Chiefs are about.
I don't know Travis Kelce, but it seems like he has a lot of interests outside of football that are kind of starting to mushroom up as his fame grows, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, explore it, you know? Let's get to the Chicago Bears, Colin. Their offense has not been particularly crisp to start the season. Caleb Williams made a career in college out of just extending plays, a lot of that backyard football, highlight reel stuff. But Caleb says he hasn't had the urge to start playing hero ball just yet in the NFL.
I don't fight any feelings of that. I'm more of a guy that, and I said this, I was talking to Shane this morning. I mean, and like I just said before, communication-wise, just talking to him this morning, it was like, I got to throw the ball 50 times. I got to throw the ball 50 times. But if we're in a flow and we're running the ball, we're getting 4 yards a pop on the play and things like that. Let's keep handing the ball off to our running backs and let them be special. Like I said on Sunday after the game, whatever it takes to win the game is what I'm going to do and what I'm happy to do.
I like that, and that's. I think the great quarterbacks may get their feelings hurt. Peyton Manning may get his feelings hurt. But if you go and say, we've got Edgerrin James, this week we're running. I mean, like sometimes it is, and I do think it's hard for a Marino and Elway and Mahomes, but I think Patrick, especially once you've been paid, and as a number one pick, you got a little money there. I think once you get paid, you realize it's about wins. But I think when you're a young quarterback and haven't been paid, and like Lamar was going through that, am I going to get the money? It's like you do want to show your stuff and go, hey, I can, let me throw more. But I do think the older you get, the more secure you get, you come to the realization, W's solve everything. You get 3-4 times the endorsements. Caleb Williams could throw 18 times a game for the next 5 years. If he reaches a conference championship, he'll have significantly more endorsements than throwing for 6,000 yards a year.
Yeah, it's a mentality thing. I see what the defense is giving me. I'm just going to take it. As opposed to I'm going to try to make a 50-yard bomb to DJ Moore. I do recall Brock Purdy running around a lot against the Rams. Remember in this past weekend? So there's a world where Caleb is doing that kind of thing. I don't love that. That's how you get hurt. You know this, Colin. You want your quarterback winning from the pocket, not scrambling around trying to outrun linebackers. Jaden Daniels, remember first game, ran a lot. He's dialed it back, winning from the pocket.
Yeah.
Can Caleb do the same?
Yeah, well, Jaden's offensive line's been better than Caleb's.
Also true.
Caleb's a lot running for safety.
Yeah. Final story, Colin, is tonight's game, New York Giants against the Cowboys. Daniel Jones, there he is. They stuck with him this offseason despite they were looking at rookie quarterbacks in the draft. New York 1-2 after the win over the Browns. And wide receiver Darius Slayton still believes in his quarterback, thinking he can get back to the style of play that earned Jones his big contract. Slayton said, "It's still in, DJ. And I think there are times where you still see flashes of that. But we spent 2 years of Giants coaches just trying to play defense and not make mistakes."
Ask yourself this. How many quarterbacks in like year 5 pop into greatness?
Geno Smith, that's maybe it.
He's not popping into greatness. He made a Pro Bowl.
They made the playoffs. He was excellent.
That's not greatness.
Well, what's
Tua makes the playoffs. When's the last quarterback that went year 5, you're like, that's an all-timer?
Oh, that doesn't happen.
That doesn't happen. Same in the NBA. You can tell Giannis by year 3, you're like, this guy's getting good real fast. And that was a slow build.
Actually, Steph Curry, slow start due to the injuries and then came on. But I don't know. I don't think he needs to be an all-timer. He's just got to be better than what he has been, right?
Well, for what you're paying him and the commitment, you need a playoff quarterback. This division's worse than people think. Dallas is regressing. Washington's been dysfunctional. Philadelphia doesn't probably have the right coach. Got to be a playoff quarterback in this division. But this is not the NFC North, where between Detroit, Minnesota, Green Bay, you have 3 of the best offenses potentially in the league. That's not what this division is. They're dysfunction all over this. You gotta get to the playoffs if you're a legitimate franchise quarterback. I mean, good God, Mitch Trubisky got to it twice, and Aaron and Stafford were in the division.
I mean, I don't think he won either of them, right?
Well, I think Daniel's better than Mitch, but I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he throws a better ball. Yeah.
Again, I know I'm a Giants hater, but I will give Jones credit. Last 2 weeks, 2 touchdowns, 0 giveaways, back-to-back weeks for the first time in his career. So
Let's hear it.
Well done, Danny Dimes.
No
Nicely
need
done.
to be negative on this show.
Go Cowboys.
I think we like him more than his GM, according to HBO Max. J-Mac with the news.
Well, that's the news.
And thanks for stopping by.
The Herd Lie News.
Feeling secure in your own home shouldn't be a luxury. It should be a given. Simply Safe Home Security provides advanced protection to all families. Go to simplysafecolin.com. Save 50% in a new system. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Touchdowns matter more. Touchdowns matter more at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. New DraftKings customers bet $5. That's it, and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Score big with DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Download the Sportsbook app at DraftKings. The code is HERD, H-E-R-D. New customers get $200 in bonus bets, betting just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 plus age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/ftball.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius. Or two half-geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You know our trusted partner, TireRack.com, for their fast, free shipping, free road hazard protection, convenient installation options, and their great selection of best tires, like the highly consumer-rated Yokohama Avid Ascend LX. But did you know they sell other automotive products? Wheels, brakes, suspension, just to name a few. Go to TireRack.com/Colin. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should.
ESPN Northwest Florida is your home for college football and the Auburn Tigers.
He dives! He's in! Touchdown Auburn!
We heard you, Tiger fans. So this season, we're airing every single game. And you can take that to the bank.
It's picked off in the end zone!
Plus, the biggest games in the SEC and around the country play here on your official station for college football, ESPN Northwest Florida.
Mark your calendars. The Central Panhandle Fair in Bay County returns October the 1st through the 5th at the corner of Sherman Avenue and 15th Street. Great family fun for all. Enjoy famous carnival rides and amusements from around the world, delicious foods, arts and crafts, nightly exhibits, livestock, and much more at the 2024 Central Panhandle Fair in Bay County. October the 1st through the 5th, corner of Sherman Avenue and 15th Street, Panama City. Don't miss it.
PCB Hobby, the beach's premier hobby store for sports cards, comics, coins, and trading card games. PCB Hobby carries the largest selection of boxes and packs from the latest releases of brands like Topps, Panini, Leaf, and more. Looking for a specific player or team? PCB Hobby has a wide assortment of raw and graded cards. They carry parallel rookie, game used, and autographed cards in both modern and vintage. Have a collection you want to sell? We buy, sell, and trade. PCB Hobby on Back Beach Road, just east of Florida Linen. Call 850-320-8388.
All roads lead to adventures this fall in a brand new Kia from Bill Bird Kia. Discover our Kia SUV family and get ready to forge a brand new path. Bill Bird Kia is now offering 2.49% APR for up to 60 months on the purchase of a new 2024 Kia Sorento. You'll get the perfect balance of comfort, safety, and technology. It's the best family SUV with third-row seating space for the entire family to unwind. Bill Bird Kia is the home of the 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Stop by and see us anytime anytime at 2435 East 15th Street or BillBirdKiaPanamaCity.com. Kia, movement that inspires.
Offer from Kia Finance America for the purchase of a new 2024 Kia Sorento with $1,775 per 1,000 financed at 60 months. Quality's limited. Cannot be combined with other finance offers not available on balloon financing. The 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty is a Bill Bird Kia warranty. See dealer for complete details. Offer for well qualified buyers must take delivery from dealer stock through 9/30/24.
Your biggest investment is your home. Protect it while also improving its appearance with Earthworks of Northwest Florida. We have sand, mulch, gravel, or lay down decorative stone, all available for pickup and delivery. Discover your dream landscape with Earthworks of Northwest Florida. Imagine the moment you proudly pull up to your home that you've worked so hard for, enhanced by quality mulch, decorative stones, and more. Let's make it happen today. Request a quote online at earthworkspc.com or swing by the office at 2005 Industrial Drive. Love the land you live on.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first time Nana moments.
And welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
From the diamond to the end zone. From the studio to the sideline. We're the destination for sports on the Gulf Coast. ESPN Northwest Florida.
With the postseason on the horizon, Francisco Lindor and the Mets seek a crucial win against the Brewers. Or Gunnar Henderson and the Orioles take on Carlos Correa and a Twins squad in desperate need of a win. Don't miss the action Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area.
So Steeler fans who've lowered their standards over the years of just accepting, hey, we're not under 500. But I do think it's a well-run franchise. A Mike Tomlin, like a Pete Carroll, is going to get Hall of Fame votes. And if they ended up there, no problem at all. Mike and Pete are smart guys. But the Steelers' offense is bad. And one of the criticisms I have had about defensive coaches, they don't sense the urgency that offensive coaches do. Pete Carroll, Geno and Drew Lock are good enough. No, they're not. Sean McVay moved off Jared Goff, who's significantly better than Geno and Drew Lock. Andy Reid moved off Alex Smith, who was getting Kansas City to the playoffs for a rookie with a losing record from the Big 12. Like Ron Rivera, Sam Howell can get me there. Belichick, I won't cater to Tom Brady. Sean Payton, 1 year of Russell Wilson, get him out of here. So it's different. So here's my question. The Steelers are going to go 4-0. They're going to beat Indianapolis. Anthony Richardson's not moving the chains, not moving the sticks against this team. They're going to be 4-0. Meaning they can be 500 the rest of the year and win 10-6 heading into the final game. So what happens if Justin Fields goes 10-7, 11-6? Is he the guy? Don't confuse great story with great quarterback. Baker's redemption, Geno's redemption, Derek Carr, Justin Fields now. It's a great story. They're not great quarterbacks. And in a division with Lamar and Burrow, in a conference with Josh Allen and Mahomes, you need a great quarterback. C.J. Stroud is a great quarterback. Baker, Geno, and Justin Fields, this is a great story. It's encouraging. It's a story of redemption. And now here's the good news for Pittsburgh. They got to the playoffs with Kenny Pickett and dumped him. So that's an encouraging sign, is that they didn't just go, well, we made the playoffs. You get that a lot, I feel like, with defensive coaches. But what if Justin gets them to the playoffs? Well, Mitch Trubisky made the playoffs twice. You going to make him the future of the franchise? He got to the playoffs twice with Stafford and Aaron Rodgers in his division in their prime. So that's the thing with Justin Fields. If you look at the schedule right now for the Pittsburgh Steelers, this is the last layup. Dallas, well, no, I shouldn't say that. They face the Raiders. But there's some real toughies here. It's Dallas. It's Aaron Rodgers. Jaden Daniels now. Lamar Jackson. Joe Burrow's coming up. Philadelphia. The end of the season, this has always been about the end of the season. Atlanta, Kirk Cousins, couldn't move in week 1. Bit of a layup. Denver rookie quarterback, bit of a layup. Justin Herbert, 50%, little bit of a layup. And Indianapolis, I don't care where that game's at, Anthony Richardson, they really struggle to move the ball. So it just can't be about, well, we made the playoffs. Don't confuse great story with great quarterback. Lamar, Burrow in the division. Great stories aren't doing over the course of 6-7 years. They're not doing anything. And I'm not even counting yet Herbert when he gets healthy with Jim Harbaugh. That feels like it could be great. Here's Mike Tomlin on the relationship and his young quarterback, Justin Fields.
I want him to see him improve in all areas, to be quite honest with you. Knowing what those areas of need and improvement are difficult sometimes when you don't have a shared experience. And so a component of me getting to know him is just maintaining that posture, challenging him to improve in all areas. And as we gain more experience together, I'll be able to narrow that focus on things that become repetitive or trending.
He's so good at a microphone. Caitlin Clark's season wrapped up last night. Her team lost. WNBA doesn't quite know how to officiate her, how to market her, how to promote her, whatevs. She called her first season solid. It was more than that. Here's what's amazing, though, about Caitlin Clark is that because the college basketball season, if you're on a good team like Caitlin was, ends in early April, the draft and then the camp starts in the WNBA April 28th. You get no break. So Caitlin was exhausted. It's not the way the NBA works. Get 2-3 months, rest, combine, So it's now the season's shorter than the NBA season, but you get no rest. Your Final Four, Elite Eight, into draft, go play. So Caitlin Clark, in the first half of the season, before the Olympic break, what's remarkable is how much she improved. So before the Olympic break, she was 17-8 a game and not shooting particularly well and a lot of turnovers. After the break, she's one of the best players in the league. 9 assists. Her shooting went through the roof considerably, and then 23 a game. She got MVP votes. So that is something. Think how great Giannis is. He was slow build. Think how good Jokic was. Slow build. Didn't come to the States first year, right? Stayed over there. Those are great all-time players. There's 3, to give you an NBA comp on what she did, how phenomenal it is, the 3 NBA players I look at, and this is almost always a sign of a dominant player in the NBA. Now, when you're an NBA player, you come out of high school or 1 year of college, you don't even have to travel right, your nutrition right, you can't drink in the hotel bar. It's a lot. But there's 3 NBA players that literally exploded in their rookie year once they got their legs under them. Ant, LeBron, and Wemby were different players at the end of the year than they were in the first week. It took LeBron 2 months, it took Wemby 3 months, and it took Ant the All-Star game. Ant was like a completely different player. And you're like, oh, he's not just a talented kid from a football school. It's like, this guy's going to be unbelievable a year or two. And I think that's really something. That's a sign of guaranteed. And we see this in the NFL. Second game, C.J. Stroud plays. Whoa. Okay, the first game, he's trying to get his sea legs. It's not exhibition season. Second game, you're like, wow, Kyler Murray, Justin Herbert, So Caitlin Clark's ascension in season is Ant, LeBron, and Wemby. She was a completely different player at the end of the year. Even great players in this league, the Jason Tatums, the Giannis, the Jokic. There's a lot of slow growth stuff because guys come into the league young. Here was Caitlin on her season and her future.
Get a little taste of, what's possible for this organization and for this franchise. And there's a lot for us to, hold our heads high about. This team won 5 games 2 years ago. So we're a young group, a pretty inexperienced group. But we came together and I had a lot of fun playing with one another. And that's sometimes the worst part of it is you feel like you're really playing your best basketball and then it has to end. And but like I said, proud of this group, stayed resilient all year and had a lot of fun together.
I mean, the Ant Edwards comp is real. Before the All-Star game, Ant was 15 a game. After it, he was 24 and more efficient. He jumped and dunked both sides, but it was like Ant just was absolutely different. After he got a little break, took a deep breath, is like, whoa, this kid is like, he's going to lead the NBA in scoring. So even for the greatest players, it takes a few weeks or months. So I give the WNBA players that come out of college, the rookies, they're just not ready for it. They got to figure out the pace and the travel, emotional, the physicality, the pacing. So she's really good. To pop like that is something. She is really a player. Again, the league doesn't quite know how to officiate her. There's a lot of bad actors in some of these towns with WNBA players. I mean, give me a break. She's not the first person as a rookie to be pushed around. Go ask Michael Jordan. Go ask Bryce Harper. Like, some of the stuff, people are just, she'll be fine. I think year 2 will feel different. League will probably blow some early whistles, the push and shoving will, but Bryce Harper 2-3 years in was still dealing with nonsense, fighting with his own teammates in the dugout. Greg Cosell, Hour 2, live in LA. It's The Herd. I'm all about making smart financial moves. All right. Recently, I got the PayPal debit card. It's kind of a game changer, right? You earn 5% cash back each month in the category of your choosing or my choosing. For me, groceries, health, beauty, restaurants, gas, apparel, on up to $1,000 of monthly expenses. So for me, I'm in a hurry, right? I'm doing a lot of things. Sometimes I'm buying clothes online to stock up. I don't have time to go to the average store, right? I just need stuff online. The PayPal debit card gets me cash back on the clothes I was already planning to buy. So it's convenient, super easy. So if you're looking to level up your shopping game, don't miss. Earn cash back with a PayPal debit card. Terms apply. PayPal.com/rewardspal. Redeem points for cash and other option. The PayPal debit MasterCard issued by Bancorp N.A. pursuant to a license by MasterCard International, Inc. and may be used everywhere. MasterCard is accepted. Touchdowns matter more. Touchdowns matter more at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. New DraftKings customers bet $5. That's it, and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Score big with DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Download the Sportsbook app at DraftKings. The code is HERD, HERD. New customers get $200 in bonus bets. Betting just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 plus age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/.
ESPN Northwest Florida is your touchdown headquarters for the Mosley Dolphins and the Auburn Tigers.
Touchdown, Auburn!
Plus, premier college and NFL games.
Touchdown! Incredible!
Your source for the most live football on the Gulf Coast in a rich audio experience.
ESPN Northwest Florida. This is Joanna with ESPN Northwest Florida with your Thursday's weather. The remainder of the day, there will be a very strong breeze out of the north, heavy rain and 79. A mixture of mostly clouds and light rain tonight, about the same at 73. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and a strong breeze right around 21 miles per hour with a high of 82. About the same at 85 Saturday, and we'll have mostly sunshine. This forecast is sponsored by Mid-South Lumber, the best little lumberyard in Panama City. Thank you for keeping that dial on ESPN Northwest Florida. Rely on it.
Mark your calendars. The Central Panhandle Fair in Bay County returns October the 1st through the 5th at the corner of Sherman Avenue and 15th Street. Great family fun for all. Enjoy famous carnival rides and amusements from around the world. Delicious foods, arts and crafts, nightly exhibits, livestock, and much more at the 2024 Central Panhandle Fair in Bay County. October the 1st through the 5th, corner of Sherman Avenue and 15th Street, Panama City. Don't miss it.
Hi folks, it's Tracy with Tracy's Fine Jewelry and Coin and Bullion Reserves. Did you know that we do more than just sell some of the finest jewelry in town? We can engrave on your wedding band, locket, Yeti cup, or almost anything. Need your watch battery changed? We can do that too. Our expert will even evaluate your coin collection. And of course, we always pay top dollar for your old gold and silver jewelry. See, See, there's a lot more to Tracy's Fine Jewelry than a lot of pretty sparkly things. Come and see us today at Tracy's Fine Jewelry.
Your biggest investment is your home. Protect it while also improving its appearance with Earthworks of Northwest Florida. We have sand, mulch, gravel, or lay down decorative stone, all available for pickup and delivery. Discover your dream landscape with Earthworks of Northwest Florida. Imagine the moment you proudly pull up to your home that you've worked so hard for, enhanced by quality mulch, decorative stones, and more. Let's make it happen today. Request a quote online at earthworkspc.com or swing by the office at 2005 Industrial Drive. Love the land you live on.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, Downy in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
WVLQ Port St. Joe, WGSX Liberty, powered by Panama City Toyota.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
Let's go, let's get this, let's go!
And now, a look at what's trending.
In the NFL, Steelers quarterback Justin Fields said on teammate Cam Hayward's podcast that the Chargers, Ravens, and Raiders were among the teams that showed interest in acquiring him before he was ultimately traded to Pittsburgh. The Lions signed veteran receiver Allen Robinson from their practice squad to their active roster. Buccaneers D-tackle Vita Vea and right tackle Luke Goedeke both practiced for the second straight day. They missed last weekend's loss to the Broncos. Thursday Night Football features the Cowboys at the Giants. Both teams beat up in the secondary. Giants will be without corners Drew Phillips and Adoree Jackson, while the Cowboys' Marquise Bell and Kalen Carson are doubtful to play. Former NBA MVP Derrick Rose announced his retirement after 16 seasons. College sports, Yahoo Sports says Big Ten and SEC leaders are scheduled to meet next month to discuss a variety of things, including a schedule agreement. I'm Nick Cope.
Previously on The Herd.
Dallas fans, they pop up, but they don't travel like the Niners. Why? Well, because they don't win big road games. If you went to your in-laws time and time again and came back driving home in a bad mood, would you go to your in-laws as much? Last 10 big road games for the Cowboys against playoff teams are 2-8.
A new day in The Herd starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen.
You guys can laugh at me all you want.
This is The Herd.
Oh, yeah.
With Colin Cowherd.
I'm setting the tone.
Best show on radio.
This is The Herd.
Broadcasting live from Los Angeles. The Herd with Colin Cowherd starts now.
Here we go. It's hour 2. We're live in Los Angeles. It is The Herd. Wherever you may be and however you may be listening, thanks for making us part of your day. I got to tell you, last night, I went out again last night, J-Mac. Second night in a row.
You're doing back-to-backs now, and I don't even get a text
now,
message?
Tonight, I'm just sitting home doing podcasts and doing the Cowboys-Giants. So tonight I knew I was just going to sit home and, whatever. My wife just called, by the way. I said, what are you doing today? She said, I'm going to see a psychic. She does that.
Are you serious?
Yeah, and I was like, can you give me the Cowboy score? Can you call me in like 2 hours?
Help me with the Blazing 5?
Yeah, I don't know. Is that good news if your wife says, I'm going to a psychic?
Yeah, come on. Did you really just admit that on air? She's not going to be thrilled.
No, she goes like about once a year she'll go. When we have if there's a change coming in our life, she's pretty intuitive. So she goes, I want to go to a psychic. She's done that. I've known her 17 years.
Are you guys getting a new pet?
I'm not going to get into the changes, but my takeaway is there could be some turbulence. And so she just wants to go to a psychic. And all I cared about was call in 2 hours. What's the spread tonight? Give me the score on this game.
Change is difficult in life. It's hard, right? That's one of the most, because I'm a routine guy, as I'm sure you are too.
Yeah.
And then you get your routine all thrown off, and it's like, oh, NeuroGum ain't going to save you when you get your change.
Well, no, NeuroGum always saves me.
Please, get out of here.
To this point. Okay, so Greg Cosell in 2 minutes. So we had Chris Long, Howie Long's son, great family. Chris Long the other day was talking about Nick Sirianni in Philadelphia, and it's very, very interesting when it comes to this stuff. So, like with quarterbacks, it's not just winning. Rex Grossman got to a Super Bowl. Mitch Trubisky won 58% of his games, got to 2 playoffs. The franchise moved on. It's more than that. It's health, it's cost, it's leadership, it's dependability. There's a lot of different things. Eli Manning did not win a lot in the regular season, but his maturity, he was good in the 2-minute drills. He never missed a start. There's a lot that goes in coaching, though. It usually is you win, you stay. You don't fire a lot of guys with winning records. But with Philadelphia, it's weird because it feels like the roster's winning and we're not sure about the coach. And Philadelphia has a history. They'll move off the coach. Chip Kelly had a winning record. See ya. Doug Peterson, Super Bowl win. Out the door. So the Nick Sirianni thing feels urgent. This is a franchise that's moved off winning coaches. And here's Chris Long on wanting Nick Sirianni to just take more ownership.
I like Nick. I think Nick has done a good job. No, really, I do. It's just right now he's kind of under a microscope because of the decisions he's making.
Yeah.
He's not even calling the game.
Yeah.
So that's my thing. It's like you got to own the feeling of the flow of the game. And to me, I said on my pod, I would give him a mirror, look in it. This is not the same team, certainly not yesterday, that won the Super Bowl 2 years ago, where you're going to score 40 points a game. You have to sometimes lay up. And when you got Saquon Barkley, you got to give him the damn ball. You saw what happened yesterday. Any 3-yard gain could turn to 70.
And now A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith did not practice yesterday. I don't want to hear excuses. Sean McVay just beat the Niners with an intramural wide receiver group. A rookie from Texas, a bounce around the league guy, best play was by a 5'9" guy, and they beat the Niners. I mean, it was, oh, by the way, musical chairs on the interior O-line and beat the Niners. They beat them with special teams, good last drive. So I think it's a fair criticism. I'm not anti-Sirianni, but it does feel like the GM and the roster are winning, and we're not sure about the coach. And with coaches, usually W's prevail, except in Philadelphia. Philadelphia moves off winning coaches. Like Pittsburgh never moves off any coach, and Philadelphia moves off coaches that win Super Bowls and get to conference championships. 5 times, Andy Reid, they moved off him. With that, 45 years, NFL films. You play fantasy, you want to get smarter, it's Greg Cosell. So let's start with the biggest star in the league, Mahomes. Travis Kelce's disappeared. Yep. Mahomes off to a slow start. I'll defend them a little on this. They got a rookie receiver they're working in. They're also trying to establish Rashee Rice as a number one. Travis Kelce doesn't look like he's in the best shape he's ever been in. He's playing himself kind of into being great. So I'm giving Mahomes a little bit of a pass. What does the film say, however, on his kind of rocky start?
Well, I think there's a couple of factors here. Number one, the film tells you that they're making a bit of a transition away from Kelce in terms of targets to Rice. Rice leads the NFL in targets. He's now become their motion receiver. They move him all around the formation. He works the middle of the field, which is where Kelce predominantly works, but he can also work outside the numbers. He leads the NFL in yards after catch as well, so he's very good with the ball in his hands. So the film tells you through 3 games, not a large enough sample to make a definitive statement, Colin, about the entire season, but through 3 games, Rice has really become kind of the key to their pass game. Right. The other factor that is clearly noticeable on film, right now through 3 games, they do not really have a vertical passing game, an intermediate to vertical passing game. Everything is short. And that's something that needs to develop. They haven't really deployed Worthy yet that way. Obviously, he caught the touchdown week 1, which was a bust by the defense. But they really haven't developed an intermediate to vertical passing game with any kind of consistency. And that's something that I think we'll expect to see going forward.
Okay, let's talk about tonight, the Giants and the Cowboys. So let's start from the Giants. I watched every snap. First, Neighbors is becoming a star in front of our eyes. But I think we've always liked their defensive front. They're a bit banged up on the back end. But was it Cleveland or is the Giants' defense, because that's their only shot tonight, is to keep Dallas in tow. They're not going to win a shootout. That's not who they are. Right. They're going to roll over coverage and double Neighbors. So what is their defense doing? Does their defense give them a shot in games like this?
Well, their defense through 3 games has been one of the highest percentage blitz defenses in the league, meaning 5 rushers or more. And they've been very, very good at. Not only are they good tactically with it, and it's Shane Bowen is the new D coordinator. He was in Tennessee prior. He had some very good concepts, pressure concepts, but they also have good people. When you think about the fact that they have Brian Burns, they have Thibodeau, they have Dexter Lawrence, who's a man in the middle of that defense. They have Okereke, who's a very good linebacker. So they've got good players in addition to a really difficult scheme to play against. and they're very, very good attacking the quarterback with pressure. And you will see that tonight against a Cowboys offensive line that is really kind of a work in progress. They're playing the rookie left tackle Guyton, who only played 14 games as a starter at Oklahoma, and he was a right tackle there. So he's kind of working through the process. That will take some time. So I would expect to see pressure. I would expect to see stunts. I would expect to see multiple fronts. The Giants need their defense to be the major factor in tonight's game.
Can Dak win without a strong run game?
Not consistently, and I like Dak a lot, and I think we've talked about this over the last couple of years, Colin. He's settled into essentially being a very efficient pocket player. He's a ball distributor, and he's good at it, but I think that they definitely need some semblance of a running game, and right now they don't have anything, and that's a problem. They're going to need to be able to run the football. Look, the league, 3 weeks, but the league has kind of changed a little bit, as you know. Run games have come back a bit. Passing yards are down. There's less passing. There's more running. We could probably spend an hour talking about the reasons for that, but that's just the reality right now. And if you do not have any semblance of a running game, it's too hard.
Yeah. Let's talk young quarterbacks. I want to talk about two that we haven't talked a ton about. So Jaden Daniels, first of all, from Arizona State to LSU, his accuracy improved dramatically. Brian Kelly gets credit, so does Jaden Daniels. We always knew he could move. We always said there's a bit of a Lamar Jackson thing here. The kid can move. We know that. But I got to tell you, no turnovers, accuracy. It's now, some of it is Jaden, obviously. Some is it helps for rookie quarterbacks. Cliff Kingsbury has had this sort of athlete before. But what are you seeing on film? Is it sustainable? Is it a little fluky? What are you seeing about this young kid?
Well, I really liked him coming out of LSU. And even though he's a great runner with great accelerating speed, he doesn't really leave the pocket unless it's absolutely necessary. But I think with young quarterbacks, I think that's where your offensive coordinator really becomes the key person, because you've got to now create opportunities for him to make primary read throws, either no read throws, one read throws, allow him to get comfortable. You do not want to ask him to make difficult throws early in his career. Now, you're going to have to, at times, we're looking at the winning touchdown, which was the third example of zero coverage in the fourth quarter, and he did a great job right there, obviously. And he did make a great throw on a 55-yard bomb earlier in the game to McLaurin. But when you watch their tape, you see a lot of quick rhythm throws. As I said, they're almost no read throws or one read throws. You get your quarterback comfortable. You help him settle into a game. And Daniels, by nature, is very poised and composed to begin with. So I think that with young quarterbacks, to me, the offensive coordinator is the absolutely key person on your staff.
Okay, so Sean Payton, Bo Nix. I had an NFL quarterback say, don't be surprised by the end of year one, the one kid that has an offensive coach, don't be surprised if he doesn't impress you most. Now, Bo Nix is more athletic than anybody will ever give him credit for, but have you seen growth with Bo Nix and Sean Payton?
Yeah, and I think you're seeing something similar, and I think it's really important for Nix because Nix is obviously not a power thrower, and one area which he'll continue to need to improve is to make window throws between the numbers versus zone coverage. That's an area in which the NFL demands that you make those kinds of throws. And there are times where he's just a beat late with what I call elimination and isolation, meaning eliminating the throw that's not there and then isolating the throw that is there within the timing and structure of the play design. So these are areas he needs to improve. But Sean Payton, again, he's kind of controlling him, keeping the reins on. You're right. He's far more athletic than people give him credit for. And this is a way he's going to get comfortable. Now, he hasn't thrown a touchdown. The numbers are not really relevant to me for young quarterbacks. It's how they play the game, what they're asked to do, and can they execute that at an early stage. And I thought that this past week, he was a little more in command. And I think that's what you're looking for. And then you expand as the season progresses.
All right, now let's segue into stars. Josh Allen. Joe Brady's arrived. He's been now we know he's great. We know he's great. But he has been not coordinator dependent, but he's a better quarterback when he's more efficient. Because the superstar stuff, the leaping tall buildings, the throw, that's just who he is. He's amazing. But it looks like, I don't know if it's tempo, decision-making, pre-snap, he's more efficient. What's happening in Buffalo?
I think Brady's doing a great job because the one thing about Josh Allen, and we know he's a great player, is he at his core is not truly a high-level progression reader. That's not his game. He's much more of kind of an intuitive impulse player who can make great plays, as you just suggested. But you can't live like that all the time. So what Joe Brady has done is he's sort of calmed down the offense and the pass game. When you watch him, he looks like a different player because all the quick throws, again, with the one read stuff, the no read stuff, get the ball out of his hands. And then when it's necessary, we saw the Kincaid touchdown this past week, which we're looking at right now. The week prior, he hit the back Johnson on an unbelievable throw running to his right. He's capable of those plays, but you can't live on those plays as great as they are. So you need structure in your offense. You need to be able to control your offense. That's what the coordinators are for, to control the offense in given situations. They're doing an unbelievable job with Josh. He's accepted it. I mean, how many times watching the game the other night did he throw balls for 4 or 5 yards? I mean, that's the way they're now playing, and it's really, really effective. And they added the run game element to it.
Matt Stafford, another great quarterback, musical chairs on their offensive line. They had nothing but backups and bounce around the league guys and semi-busts at wide receiver, and they beat the Niners. We know, we've said this before, in terms of just arm talent, arm angles, he's crazy. But when I watch Matt...
He's ridiculous.
He's ridiculous. But it's very Aaron Rodgers without, the endorsements. Like, he's just different. But there's something, he must be good pre-snap. Because when you're working with new guys, when I watched him against the Niners, and I'm just like, this can't just be arm angle stuff. What's the tape say?
Well, first of all, Matthew Stafford, to me, is the best quarterback in the NFC. And I know people might disagree with that, but I think if you talk to people in the league, they'll tell you that. And he's a really smart player as well. One of the things that you always look for, and you hope this is the case with quarterbacks as they mature, and he's played in the league a long time, is you hope that the mental part really becomes there, it's all there, with the physical part not disappearing or being limited. And that's the case with Stafford. I mean, I remember a play, when you talked about him just a moment ago, I just thought of a play from a year ago where he audibled and hit Nakua for a 70-yard touchdown against the Browns. It was one of the best audibles that I can recall in the last couple of years. But he's such a great thrower of the football. I mean, he was doing Mahomes stuff before Mahomes, but because he played in Detroit, no one talked about it.
Right.
I mean, he's just an unbelievable thrower of the football, and he's an incredibly intelligent player, and he's a little more mobile than people give him credit for. He's not a creator in that sense, but he can get out of the pocket and still make intermediate and vertical throws that are big time.
All right, now a quarterback that may be great. I never acknowledged that until last weekend, and I looked at Brock Purdy without Debo, Christian, Kittle, and I said to myself, okay, I've got to stop the confirmation bias. He may not be great in a windstorm. He's got smaller hands. All I know is he throws it accurately to the right place, and he moves really well. It looks like a franchise quarterback to me. I'm over the Iowa State digs. It just looks right to me.
And you're 100% right. He knows how to play quarterback. But because he's not physically imposing, and even though he does have mobility, he doesn't look special when he moves. But what he does, and you nailed it, you just hit it right on the head, Colin. What does quarterback play? It's throwing the ball to the right receiver at the right time with the right kind of throw. That's how the position is coached. That's what the staff of every team wants their quarterback to do. Now, are there plays where that can't happen? Of course, it's the NFL. But essentially, that's what the position is. He does that week in and week out at a really high level. You're hard-pressed to find a bad game. Every quarterback has bad snaps, as you know, okay? But you're hard-pressed to find a bad game since he became the starting quarterback 2 years ago in the middle of the season. He just knows how to play the position. His sense of anticipation is high level. His ball placement is really good. It's very precise. And he has a great innate feel for recognizing defensive rotation as the ball's being snapped. So you're dealing with a guy, to me, I don't quite understand the conversation about what is Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy is a really good NFL quarterback who knows how to play the position.
Speaking of great, Sam Darnold, but before I get to that, I said yesterday on the show, it's very noticeable between Brian Flores and probably his agent. When Tua called him out earlier this year, he immediately addressed it. He apologized. He knows his reputation. And this week, I noticed him at the podium. He is smiling more. He understands how he's viewed. But we have to be fair. He's also brilliant. I have heard C.J. Stroud and Brock Purdy say, I don't even know what I saw. So we can talk about Darnold and Kevin O'Connell. A big part of this Minnesota thing, special teams good, is Brian Flores' defense, because I don't see a lot of first-team All-Pros, but they play like it. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, this defense is really hard to play against. And I'll just give you one example of what they do, because we could talk about him for a long time. But what he does a lot is line up with 6- and 7-man defensive fronts, okay? So now what that means for an offense is they have to align to protect, because they don't know who's coming and who's not coming. So now what more often than not happens, and last week against Houston, we saw the Texans do this a lot, is you have to keep a back in and or a tight end in to protect. Because when there's a 7-man front, you've got to account for people because you don't know. So what they do exceptionally well, Colin, is from these 7-man fronts, they will often drop people out to where there's only 3 rushers and they have 8 in coverage. But what has the offense done? The offense has kept in 2 pass protectors who are primary receivers, the back and the tight end. So what you often get is you get 8 in zone coverage versus 3 wide receivers. They win the numbers game every time when that happens. And it makes it very difficult for an offense because of those initial 6- and 7-man fronts, because you have to account for people.
So now, speaking of people to a person, Sam Darnold, I keep saying, I've seen him. He can be reckless. There's a little Carson Wentz. He gets into trouble.
Yep.
What does the film say? Because it's not just he's playing well. You could argue he's the MVP right now.
Well, I think this, again, now we get into the coaching element as well. You and I have always agreed that Darnold has clear starter talent as a quarterback. He's big, he throws it well, he's physical, he's athletic. The talent level has always been NFL starter. As you've said a number of times, there's always been a little bit of a recklessness to him. There have been times where I think we all felt that he didn't see things with the clarity he needed and therefore made throws that were head scratchers. But now you've got Kevin O'Connell, who's one of the best, coming from the Shanahan-McVay school of designing offense, setting up the primary read so the ball can come out. And Darnold has played very, very well. Now, will there be games coming up where that doesn't happen? Yes, that's the NFL. And you talked about it before I came on, that there might be some games coming up where he gets a little reckless. That can happen. But he's played really well. And I got to tell you, there have been some throws where he's read through his progression at a really, really high level. What we would definitely say is high-level quarterbacking. And quite frankly, that takes us into the shot that we're going to show here, the play for this week, which was the 40-yard touchdown to Naylor from last week. And we're looking at it right now. And this was really special. It might not seem like much, but this was really, really special. So we're going to take a look at it now and break it down. And we're going to see that Darnold is in the gun, okay? They're in the low red zone. It's a 3-by-1 set. You can see 3 receivers to one side, 1 to the bottom to the boundary. And now the receivers we want to focus on are Munt and Powell, because what's going to happen here is Johnny Munt, the tight end, is going to motion across the formation. So now what you're going to get here, Darnold's read is going to be outside in. It's Munt first, because he's going to run to the flat, and then it's going to be Powell, who's going to run a little sit route right at the goal line. So that's the read. It's outside in. But now, what does Darnold see? He's got to figure out, can I make any one of these throws? He wants to get it to Munt. That's the primary. But Stingley, the corner, he's kind of sitting there. And you're just not sure if you can make this throw, because if you miss, this could be a 96-yard touchdown return. So he's not sure he wants to make that throw. Then you have the stacked backer sitting inside, and you're going to have the safety over the top, and that's going to take away Powell's route. So I said it's outside in. So now where's the third route that's coming into his vision from the other side of the field? That's going to be Naylor on the backside crosser. And I'm talking now in 20 seconds. This is all happening in about half a second to a second. Keep that in mind. But he's coming into Darnold's vision, and this is beautiful. Now, remember I talked about that safety. He's all the way on the other side. That's critical here. Darnold saw that, so he knows that there's going to be a clean throwing window to Naylor. And there's that safety, because that was important. If the safety stayed in the middle, he probably would have gone to Jefferson up top. But because that safety is there, he can hit Naylor on a clean window, and the ball placement here was just absurd. So you're dealing with really high-level quarterbacking here, and you can see how all that gets taken away down there to his right, and he sticks it on Naylor. You know, that when you watch that live, Colin, it might not seem like a big deal, but that was a really big deal. And keep in mind just what I said. That all happens in about a second and a half.
I'm filling out my MVP ballot as you went over that play. I've got Darnold.
We wanted to get you excited about Darnold.
Greg, as always, great stuff. Great video there. 45 years NFL film. See you next week, Greg. Thank you so much.
All right, Colin. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Drew Brees joining us next hour. Yeah, when you watch that play, sorry to the radio audience, but when you watch that play on television, that is like 1.5 seconds. All that stuff developed. Boom, 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 boom. I'm not sure if Aaron can make that throw anymore. Put it off long enough, time to replace your tires. You know the drill. TireRack.com. They ship them fast and free. The minute you order them to one of their installers across the country, you go to the installer down the street. Now, they can also, in many cases, the installer comes to your house or work and puts them on. That's a game changer. Go to TireRack.com to get started. They have a personalized tire decision guide, so they'll set you up. What do you drive? How often do you drive? Where do you drive? They'll get you set. Right now, full line of Toyo tires, T-O-Y-O. So if you go to TireRack.com/Colin, check out the test results, tire ratings, consumer reviews from the Toyo test results. They have special offers always, so check out their current special offers. It's great tires and a great price. What more could you ask for? Winter's coming. It's fall now. Winter's coming. Go to TireRack.com/Colin, the way tire buying should be and has been. Midwest-based company. Check them out.
Win some, lose.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
Team in Training will change your life with a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients. Join TNT, fundraise for blood cancer patients, train with world-class trainers, and be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
This is an ad from BetterHelp. As kids, we were always learning and growing. But at some point, as adults, we tend to lose that sense of curiosity. Therapy can help you continue that journey. BetterHelp makes it easy to get started. An affordable online therapy you can do from anywhere. Rediscover possibility with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/succeed today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/succeed.
Wow, 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 wow. With Colin Cowherd.
Well, you have to be willing to fall in love. Even if in your life you've been burned or you've been dumped, you've been singed. Happens to everybody. I've been burned so many times by the Buffalo Bills. I don't even like going into the kitchen. I don't like getting near the oven. I've been burned so many times. And they'll probably lose in mid-January to Kansas City again in the AFC Championship. Josh Allen will make a big mistake. He'll play well. He's Superman. He'll put on a cape and jump over linebackers with a single bound. And then Mahomes will rip your heart out. He'll have the ball last. Yeah, that'll probably happen again. I mean, what's going to change, right? Same quarterback, same coach. Clearly, Kansas City is in everybody's head in the AFC and perhaps the NFC. But this time it feels a little different. I'm willing to fall in love and get burned again.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific.
104.3 ESPN Northwest Florida is your home for the NFL.
Touchdown, Denver!
We bring you the biggest games every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night.
Oh, he's got the first down!
Plus, we'll broadcast more college football games than ever before.
He did what?
Live NFL and college football play here.
Unbelievable!
104.3 ESPN Northwest Florida.
This is Joanna with ESPN Northwest Florida with your Thursday's weather. The remainder of the day, there will be a very strong breeze out of the north, heavy rain and 79. A mixture of mostly clouds and light rain tonight, about the same at 73. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and a strong breeze right around 21 miles per hour with a high of 82. About the same at 85 Saturday, and we'll have mostly sunshine. This forecast is sponsored by Mid-South Lumber, the best little lumberyard in Panama City. Thank you for keeping that dial on ESPN Northwest Florida. Rely on it.
With over 65 years of combined experience, Instant Replay Sports Cards is happy to help you take your collection to the next level. They carry all the new hobby boxes, signed memorabilia, and supplies. New and vintage cards and Pokemon. They sell and trade cards and are always looking to buy. They're an authorized source for Topps, Panini, Upper Deck, and Leaf cards. Instant Replay Sports Cards is open 7 days a week at 752 West 23rd Street, down from Academy Sports. It can always be reached at InstantReplaySportsCards.com.
Hey folks, Chris Kramer with Bill Kramer GM. And the best place to listen to the Inside Drive with Ryan Mulvey is inside a brand new vehicle from Bill Kramer GM. And I want you to know we've got 10 times the amount of inventory on the ground as we did this time last year, and darn near all of them are discounted. So shop us online at BillKramerGM.com or visit us the corner of Frankfurt and 23rd. We'll make it easy and take great care of you.
It's the Golden Harvest Collection, only at Krispy Kreme. Let's begin with the maple buttercream, then the oatmeal cream pie, followed by the salted caramel cheesecake, yum, and last, my favorite, the spice apple-filled donut. It's the Golden Harvest Collection, available now at Krispy Kreme, with 2 locations in front of HCA Hospital, 23rd Street, Panama City, and the Ross Clark Circle in Dothan. Krispy Kreme donuts since 1937, where you get them hot.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer Sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry,
Hi, this is Todd from PCB Hobby on Back Beach. Advertising with ESPN Northwest Florida has been a wonderful experience. Their staff is very knowledgeable and friendly. I've been advertising with ESPN Northwest Florida for 9 months, and the results have been profound. Traditional commercials, plus being on the air Mondays with the Afternoon Underdogs, allows us to connect with customers and listeners in a unique, compelling way exclusive to ESPN Northwest Florida.
Get results for your business. Call ESPN Northwest Florida, 850-215-4468.
It's the Coach James Hale Show, weekday mornings 7 till 9 on your station for the best local sports talk.
I think he might be able to use that aching old arm one more time.
104.3 ESPN Northwest Florida.
That my wife is going to a psychic today, and he asked me during the break if I've ever gone to a psychic. I don't go to them regularly, but I will say 3.5 years ago, I think that's the last time I went to a psychic. I do it about twice a decade, or every 4 or 5 years. So I went to one about 3.5 something years ago, and the psychic said, "You're going to be starting a new company very soon." And I said, "Well, I don't think that's going to happen. I'm a broadcaster." And she said, "No, you're going to start a company very soon. It's going to do very well and grow very quickly." And so I didn't think much about it. For a couple of days, you're like, oh, and I started the volume. And so that's the one I'm like, that's the memorable, of all the times I've gone, that one sticks to me, is it was a real thing, and she kept pressing me over and over. She said, "It's happening. It's going to happen quickly. You're going to be surrounded by people you really enjoy being with." And I was like, okay.
Wow. So the only time I've
talked she didn't tell me, she said it will be part of what you do. It won't be everything, but it will be part of what you do.
The only time I talked to a psychic, I had that Saturday morning radio show for Fox Sports Radio. And I said, there's all these NBA free agents are going places. Let's bring on a psychic to tell us where they're going. It did monster numbers on the podcast, and she was wrong about everything. She wrong on Kawhi Leonard, every single player.
It's hard to predict games.
It's hard to predict life. Come on, man.
But if he or she has a connection with you, and they're intuitive people have a feel for. I mean, we have had literally law enforcement agencies go to intuitives, and they have helped them discover missing bodies, missing people. I mean, this is like a regular occurrence.
Okay. It's a world I'm not aware of, but it's good to know and learn new stuff.
Maybe you need to go missing, and then we'll find.
Go missing. Hey, they're trying to call me in for jury duty soon. And I'm like, maybe I'll go missing that week.
J-Mac with the news.
No. Turn on the news. This is the Herd Line News.
Colin, this is a bit of a stunner. So Justin Herbert, he's injured.
Yeah.
And limited at practice Wednesday. He was injured going into the Steelers game. Then he got re-injured and had to come out. His status for Kansas City is up in the air. Justin Herbert says the ankle is getting better. Oh, my God.
At this point last week, I didn't know either. And so it's one of those things that you take as many reps as you can, do what you can, and then see where it ends up. I feel better than I did last Wednesday. And so as long as we keep moving forward and we keep getting better and we're not taking those setbacks, I think we're moving in the right direction.
Yeah. No. Well, Colin, this is horrible. So Slater, the left tackle, he's out. Alt, the right tackle, he's out.
Oh, boy.
The Chargers have a bye next week. This is a layup. Just sit Herbert. Give him 2 weeks. Why would you play him without your starting tackles against Chris Jones and Spagnuolo, who loves to blitz? You think those backups are going to be ready to pick up the blitz against KC?
I don't think this is your worst take ever. I think it's pretty. I think there's an argument to be made.
Just sit him. Harbaugh, I know you are like a tough guy.
And by the way, the games after the bye are very winnable. Denver, Arizona, Saints, Cleveland, Titans. You get about a 5-game stretch of about as easy as the NFL. And by the way, the Saints are tough, but it's at home. And, it's like there's some wins there.
It just doesn't make sense. What do they call that? Coaching malpractice? If you trot out a hobbled Herbert without his 2 tackles against the Chiefs who love to blitz.
You would go into the easy part of your schedule at 2-2. That's okay.
You're happy to get there at 2-2, right? That's solid. 2-2 start. The schedule's
They also
favorable.
end the season with the Raiders and Patriots in Denver and Tampa. So the hard part, if you just think about it from your terms. Get everybody healthy. Then you have probably the easiest 5-game stretch you'll have. And oh, by the way, the last 3 weeks, you host Bo Nix, and it's New England and the Raiders. The Raiders and the Patriots could be making moves at the trade deadline. So I think this is a pretty solid take. I think I would do that. I think I would just sit him down.
With Herbert healthy, you are contending for a playoff.
Yeah, this isn't college football where, 2 losses and you're done. Yeah. This is the long game.
Yeah.
I think I agree with you.
That's good. I like when that happens. It's rare, but fun.
Yeah.
Next up is the Pittsburgh Steelers, 3-0. We cannot get enough of this Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback controversy. Russell Wilson's calf injury has really forced Justin Fields into action, and he's delivered. Mike Tomlin still has not committed to Fields as the full-time starter. Despite that, Tomlin likes what he sees so far in the young Justin Fields.
I like his steady demeanor. I like that in a leader. He doesn't ride the emotional roller coaster when things are going good, when things are going bad. Guys can rally around that. He's steady. He's a competitor, man. He likes to compete.
Steady. Competitor. I think the Steelers win.
You like him against the Colts, huh?
I have now talked to people I trust on Anthony Richardson, and they're like, Colin, remember when Kyle bailed on Trey Lance? And it's like, well, Kyle can make anybody look good. He just said, he got Jimmy Garoppolo to a Super Bowl. Garoppolo outside of Kyle Shanahan, career ends. Shane Steichen has this guy with 2 off seasons now at 50% completion rate. And I mean struggling on the layups. This may not work. This just may not work. And by the way, it's not like Tomlin in Pittsburgh is who you want to face when you're struggling with accuracy. Like, this just may not work.
So, I like the numbers. Okay.
What do the numbers tell you?
Okay. So there's a little stat called yards per play, which is predictive. It means something. The Indianapolis Colts are 3rd in the NFL in yards per play. 6.3 yards per play. They're very boom or bust. Richardson will beat you over the top. Taylor breaking off some runs, but down to down, it's not great. Pittsburgh, 28th in yards per play. 28th, down there with Tennessee, New England, Cleveland, Chicago. Like crap teams. All these Steeler fans are getting on my case. Jason, you said on the Herd they're a 5-win team. I would be careful. I actually like the Colts this week. Do you remember what happened last season? Colts and Steichen just destroyed the Steelers late in the season. I think it was 30-13. Steichen's going to dial some stuff up. Pittsburgh is massively overvalued. Colin, just be careful. I hope they don't appear in your Blazing 5, Pittsburgh.
I didn't say I'd made the decision yet. My problem is, I had a winning week last week, so did you. My problem with the Blazing 5, the hardest part of it is we make the bets late.
Yeah.
So I turn my bets in basically tonight, late.
After stuff is.
And the problem, of course, is the Jets-Broncos number was at 6.5. It was great. Now it's at 7.5. What do I do? So if I didn't do this for a living and I bet football, like my personal bets, I already got the Broncos getting beat. Monday, now the number's a stay-away game. So in our business, we make our picks later in the week, and my take is the Jets-Broncos is now a stay-away. At 7.5, it's just too much.
So regarding the Steelers, if they do win this and go to 4-0, I mean, the history of 4-0 teams making the playoffs is very, very good.
Oh, I'd say it's like probably 80%. Yeah.
Is it? I don't want to be too negative here, but Colin, what's the value of Pittsburgh starting 4-0? They make the playoffs. They go 9-7 because the schedule at the back end is toughest in the league, second half. And like, is it fool's gold that like Justin Fields could be our guy? We went 9-7.
I do, yeah. I think in a division with Lamar and Burrow, and in a conference with Mahomes, C.J. Stroud, Josh Allen, I think great story is trumped by go get a great quarterback.
I'll stand by my trade T.J. Watt for a massive haul. He's maybe the best defensive player in the league. He's at the height of his career. Steelers.
Tomlin's not going to do that.
No, of course not. Final story is, we got to talk about this guy again. Deshaun Watson. Off-season shoulder surgery, and he doesn't look good so far early. It's still early. Only the New England Patriots throw for less yards per game than the Browns. Watson has been sacked more than any quarterback in the league. Deshaun was asked about more designed runs to help the offense, and he's not a fan of that.
If I don't have to run, I'm not going to run. So I'm not trying to take any hits. I'm not a running quarterback in a sense. I can make things happen, but I'm not trying to run. I'm not a running back. It's not my specialties. They signed me to throw the ball, make decisions, and be a quarterback, not a runner.
Well, he's right. He is a quarterback, not a running back, but he's never been a great pocket guy.
That's just not the right answer. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get our team the victory, right? That's the right answer. That's what you want to hear. Not like, I'm not a running quarterback. I'm not running. Like, you got to win from the pocket, but dude, you got to be able to scramble away 8 sacks last week against the Giants. I'm looking at their offensive line this week, Colin. Holy cow. If Crosby ends up playing for the Raiders, he could feast. There's a bunch of injuries on this offensive line. Watson is, this is one of, you don't want to say it's a sad story, but the fall from him at Clemson.
What a shock that a low self-esteem sports franchise desperately overpaid and over-guaranteed. What a shock that Cleveland's a bit of a mess again. Upstairs is the defining thread between historically bad franchises, not coaches or quarterbacks. It's upstairs.
Well, they were coming off the Baker Mayfield situation, right? And they were like, we don't have a quarterback. We haven't ever had a franchise guy.
Desperate team in a division with Burrow, Lamar.
But at the time, it didn't seem awful.
Oh, no, it did
because what Watson had done in Houston.
Yeah, but his personal transgressions
I don't think that came out until a few months after.
No, everybody knew what was happening. It's gotten worse. But,
it's gotten,
I mean, in most organizations.
There was chatter about it. I would have to look back, but.
No, they knew. They
had an idea, but I don't think they knew the extent of it, like how bad it was.
I'm going to go back and say they did. I talk to an executive regularly who talks about. Yeah, it was all
out. Okay.
So I talk to an executive about this regularly. He goes, "We know what's going on. Out of college, they know what's going on." So he was, if you remember, Deshaun was suspended to start his career with the Browns.
Right. I think he signed with them in February, right? Remember,
but they
Falcons?
Knew he was a disaster. All the charges were out there. Yeah. I mean, there's always pending litigation. I think he has more now. But
he has more now, yeah. It just won't go away.
Bad.
Feels over for him.
Yeah, it does. J-Mac with the news.
Well, that's the news.
And thanks for stopping by.
The Herd Lie
Our
News.
big bets in the Big Ten. Next.
Let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Hi, it's the Herd. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your businesses, evolving your passions. They push what technology can do. So great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to now.
Wow, 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 wow. With Colin Cowherd.
Well, you have to be willing to fall in love. Even if in your life you've been burned or you've been dumped, you've been singed, happens to everybody. I've been burned so many times by the Buffalo Bills. I don't even like going into the kitchen. I don't like getting near the oven. I've been burned so many times. And they'll probably lose in mid-January to Kansas City again in the AFC Championship. Josh Allen will make a big mistake. He'll play well. He's Superman. He'll put on a cape and jump over linebackers with a single bound. And then Mahomes will rip your heart out. He'll have the ball last. Yeah, that'll probably happen again. I mean, what's going to change, right? Same quarterback, same coach. Clearly, Kansas City is in everybody's head in the AFC and perhaps the NFC. But this time it feels a little different. I'm willing to fall in love and get burned again.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific.
ESPN Northwest Florida. We're taking the inside drive.
Obviously, some of the talk conversations right now are currently tropical. It hadn't been named yet. It's Tropical Cyclone 9, soon to be Helene or something like that. Yeah,
Helene.
Yeah. Every time I hear that,
Join Ryan Mulvey.
I do very little.
Middays 11 to 1 on ESPN Northwest Florida.
At Brock Lawn and Pest Control, we're proud to be awarded the distinction of being Quality Pro certified.
Our technicians have passed rigorous training in eco-friendly application and prevention of pest treatments.
Part of the program is the practice of integrated pest management.
IPM's goal is to prevent pests from ever entering your home. It includes inspection, prevention, education, and, when necessary, application.
We're proud to be Quality Pro certified.
Brock Lawn and Pest Control, the standard and level of trust.
All roads lead to adventures this fall in a brand new Kia from Bill Bird Kia. Discover our Kia SUV family and get ready to forge a brand new path. Bill Bird Kia is now offering 2.49% APR for up to 60 months on the purchase of a new 2024 Kia Sorento. You'll get the perfect balance of comfort, safety, and technology. It's the best family SUV with third row seating space for the entire family to unwind. Bill Bird Kia is the home of the 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Stop by and see us anytime at 2435 East 15th Street or BillBirdKiaPanamaCity.com. Kia, movement that inspires.
Offer from Kia Finance America for the purchase of a new 2024 Kia Sorento with $1,775 per $1,000 financed at 60 months. Qualities limited. Cannot be combined with other finance offers not available on balloon financing. The 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty is a Bill Bird Kia warranty. See dealer for complete details. Offer for well-qualified buyers. Must take delivery from dealer stock through 9/30/24.
Visit the newly remodeled Mid-South Lumber Hardware and Feed Store in Youngstown. They have a full line of plumbing, electrical, hardware, and tools for your DIY home projects, as well as lumber and animal feed. Now offering not only baby chicks and a full line of poultry supplies, but also bunnies and parakeets. They also carry a wide selection of Duplin wines and gourmet products so you don't have to drive to the beach. Come see us at Mid-South Lumber on Highway 231 in Youngstown.
Your biggest investment is your home. Protect it while also improving its appearance with Earthworks of Northwest Florida. We have sand, mulch, gravel, or lay down decorative stone, all available for pickup and delivery. Discover your dream landscape with Earthworks of Northwest Florida. Imagine the moment you proudly pull up to your home that you've worked so hard for, enhanced by quality mulch, decorative stones, and more. Let's make it happen today. Request a quote online at earthworkspc.com or swing by the office at 2005 Industrial Drive. Love the land you live on.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, Downy in the rinse straight. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
104.3 ESPN Northwest Florida. College football lives here. The rivalries, the tradition, and the biggest fans. 104.3 ESPN Northwest Florida.
Fox at 1 Eastern. Jalen Hurts leads the Eagles against Baker Mayfield and the Bucs. At 4, the Patriots take on Brock Purdy and the Niners. Check for the game in your area, only on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Commanders-Cardinals is going to be kind of interesting, actually. All right. We do it every Thursday at this time, end of the second hour. Big bets, baby.
It's time for Big Bets. Colin and J-Mac make their favorite Big Ten bets of the week.
All right, this won't be terribly exciting. I'm going to take the under 35.5 Minnesota-Michigan. Michigan can't throw the football, and Minnesota shut out 2 of its first 3 opponents. It's 2 really good defenses and 2 limited offenses. And listen, Michigan's only allowing 21 points a game, and that's having faced Texas and Lincoln Riley and USC. So Minnesota's not going to move the ball, but I don't think, you've got basically a football team in Michigan that can't throw the ball. I'm taking the under 35.5. J-Mac, yours.
I'm going to go the opposite. I can't get a Michigan game right this season because they screwed me with USC last week. So I'll go over the total. I think the Michigan off an exciting victory. The campus was fired up. I think there's a little pullback. The defense is lax, and Minnesota's able to score 14-ish, 14-17. Michigan gets the win. Total goes over 35.5.
I'm going to take USC at home, bounce back, blow out Wisconsin. I'll swallow the 15.5. Once they got their feet under them in the second half, they actually extended drives. They just could not handle Michigan's D-line, which is the best in the Big Ten and the best in the country, with 2 top 10 defensive linemen. That's not Wisconsin. Wisconsin, the Badgers are on a backup quarterback. They're always limited offensively. USC at home. This is a really good offense. They may not have another defensive moment like that. And even their defense played well except for 3 runs. I think USC goes home and clobbers the Badgers.
I like that pick. I'm going to go Nebraska. I connected with them last week. I'm going to go Nebraska by 10 or more over Purdue. Purdue's awful. I don't know if you watched that Notre Dame game. Notre Dame couldn't do anything, and they scored 60 points. Okay, Purdue can't stop a nosebleed. I like Nebraska. That young quarterback, man. I know they lost recently, but they can put up some points, and I think they can cover 10 here on the road.
I think Ohio State, we've not even talked about what's going on with the Buckeyes. Will Howard's an excellent quarterback. NFL O-linemen, receivers everywhere. I'm going to swallow the 23.5 against Michigan State. I think we see some blowouts this weekend. They're the number 3 scoring offense in the country. And again, because it's Chip Kelly, this is an offense that should get better every week. They brought in Chip Kelly for more physicality in the run game. But when you bring in a new coordinator, I'm not going to judge somebody after 2 or 3 games. So I think this team's just going to grow and grow and grow. And I think the Buckeyes, in about 2 or 3 weeks, you're going to look up and go, are they better than Texas? Are they better than everybody else? So I think the Buckeyes are a slow build, and I think they're going to hammer a Michigan State team that could not beat Boston College.
Speaking of slow builds, give me Oregon, favored by 26 against lowly UCLA. So Oregon has been slow to kind of get up to speed. Remember the Idaho game was ugly?
Little moved up musical chairs O-line. They're moving pieces around.
Yeah, they got a lot of stuff going on. They had a 3-point win over lowly Boise State.
Yeah.
Now, then against Oregon State, favored by 17, they win by 1 million. I think they're starting to round into form. I obviously won't need to warn people. You're not going to get rich betting on 26-point favorites, so tread cautiously. But I do like Oregon to cover against UCLA. UCLA is just not very good right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. So you and I just took blowouts.
Well, the Big Ten spreads. I mean, look at the sheet, Colin. They give you the sheet with the picks in.
You know,
like every game is more than double digits.
In the NFL, I just bet numbers. But in college football, I bet teams and momentum. And because I do think when you're dealing with 19 and 20-year-olds, they just unravel.
Yeah.
I mean, you put Wisconsin on the road, gets down 14-0. You can see teams just unravel. That doesn't happen in the NFL. I mean, a mediocre team like Tennessee can hang around any game. NFL's a numbers bet. College, it's like who's the coach, who's got the better quarterback. So I bet heavy favorites more than underdogs in college than I always have. I think Ohio State's got a benefit here. Is that, like Sark's bringing back his staff. We think Texas is going to be great right out of the chute, and they look like it against Michigan. Ohio State has not run the football with the dominance the Buckeyes have had for the last 50 years, so they bring in Chip Kelly. Well, you're limited in college to 17 hours a week of practice. So a lot of these college teams, even the good ones, are a slow build. You're like, okay, you got a new freshman quarterback, or you got Will Howard's a transfer. My guess is Ohio State's a touchdown better in a month than they are now. I think Texas, you're seeing everything now with Texas. Texas is what they are. It's Sark, it's Quinn Ewers. These O-linemen have been there. 3 of their O-linemen started, I think, as freshmen. What you're seeing with Texas, that's what you get.
I feel like you're right. We've seen a lot of Texas so far due to the schedule. There's been no Ohio State coverage, even though because they're waxing everybody by a million. Very interesting test against Sparty this week. I'm curious. That's a big number. Ohio State, we'll see. They've kind of sleptwalked through the early parts of the season.
I think the Ohio State Oregon game is when? 2 weeks? Couple weeks?
Is that the October 12th weekend? Yeah, that's the. Listen, look at the schedule this weekend. There's some.
Oh no, Georgia, Bama. I'm taking Alabama to beat Georgia
at home.
Yep. First of all, home dog. Kalen DeBoer's a great coach. Jalen Milroe can make plays with his feet and his arm. What? Here's the thing. I watched Georgia play Kentucky, and Kentucky's D-line controlled the game.
Let's not overreact to one data point.
It wasn't a data point. It was, I'm going to put my hands on you and throw you.
So you like Milroe, huh?
I think he is a very good college quarterback.
I flagged something about his NFL prospects. I'm going to read it later, but I haven't seen it with him, but we'll see. He's a good athlete.
And he also throws a beautiful deep ball. He's got great touch. NFL's a lot of intermediate stuff, but he's a heck of a college quarterback. Hour 3 next. We don't care how they score them. We want to bet on touchdowns, and DraftKings Sportsbook's delivering. Are you ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple like a player to score a touchdown. Score big with DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Download the app. The code is HERD, H-E-R-D. Get $200 in bonus bets, betting just $5. Only at DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 plus, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction, void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/ftball.
Touchdowns matter more. Touchdowns matter more at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. New DraftKings customers bet $5. That's it, and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Score big with DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Download the Sportsbook app at DraftKings. The code is HERD, H-E-R-D. New customers get $200 in bonus bets, betting just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 plus, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/f.
ESPN Northwest Florida. It's the Coach James Hale Show.
I didn't think I'd like it. I like it. Wildcat, the guy, the main guy, is so much like you.
Yeah, he is a good actor.
He made the movie.
Well, that's the way he just played himself.
Glenn can be that one. I've seen Glenn have different ones.
I've been cleared of all those charges. Right.
Glenn, I will say this. Glenn looks good in a dress.
Weekday morning 7 to 9. ESPN Northwest Florida.
This is Joanna with ESPN Northwest Florida with your Thursday's weather. The remainder of the day, there will be a very strong breeze out of the north, heavy rain and 79. A mixture of mostly clouds and light rain tonight, about the same at 73. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and a strong breeze right around 21 miles per hour with a high of 82. About the same at 85 Saturday, and we'll have mostly sunshine. This forecast is sponsored by Mid-South Lumber, the best little lumberyard in Panama City. Thank you for keeping that dial on ESPN Northwest Florida. Rely on it.
Bestway Portable Buildings has been your portable building specialist since 1989. Before you invest your hard-earned money someplace else, owner Jason Mulder invites you to stop by Bestway and get a quote on just about any size building. And whether you buy with Bestway or not, it's worth the trip just to meet Bestway Buddy. Say hello, buddy. Good boy. Bestway Portable Buildings, just north of Harts Marine on 231, and online at bestwayportablebuildings.com. The best in portable, period. Tell them Buddy sent ya.
With over 65 years of combined experience, Instant Replay Sports Cards is happy to help you take your collection to the next level. They carry all the new hobby boxes, signed memorabilia, and supplies. New and vintage cards in Pokemon. They sell and trade cards and are always looking to buy. They're an authorized source for Topps, Panini, Upper Deck, and Leaf cards. Instant Replay Sports Cards is open 7 days a week at 752 West 23rd Street, down from Academy Sports. It can always be reached at InstantReplaySportsCards.com.
There is one nutritional requirement that everyone needs, and I believe that with every fiber of my being. Hi, Doug Chamberlain with the Samaritan Ministries Family Health Checkup. Fiber is an important part of your diet because consuming it does two things. First, soluble fiber dissolves in water and helps to lower cholesterol and glucose levels. It's contained in things like apples, citrus fruits, and some vegetables. Insoluble fiber, however, does not break down, and it's important because it aids in the digestive process. It's found in things like whole wheat, cauliflower, and other vegetables. The best source of fiber is found in whole foods, but there are also foods with added fiber that can help as well. Regardless, fiber is an important nutritional element to help ensure you're healthy overall. For more, visit us on Facebook or at familyhealthcheckup.org.
America's kids are returning to class, in school and at home. And this year, learning is especially tough on students who already struggle with poverty, emotional trauma, and other barriers.
That's where our organization, Communities in Schools, can help. For years, we've had caring adults inside schools, helping these students stay in school.
And now, we are taking our work beyond the school walls, tutoring, mentoring, and counseling students, providing resources for at-home learning,
delivering meals, providing household supplies, connecting kids with online classrooms, and using technology to maintain the one-on-one relationships we know can transform the lives of students and their families.
We are doing whatever it takes to make sure all kids have the opportunity to learn and succeed.
Communities in Schools, going wherever we are needed to help those students who are most in need thrive.
To see how you can help kids succeed, visit communitiesinschools.org. That's communitiesinschools.org.
WGSX Lynn Haven WVLQ Port St. Joe. Powered by Panama City Toyota.
And that's out of the ballpark. ESPN, Northwest Florida.
Is Sports Center.
I'm Christine Lisi. 16 years after he was selected first overall by his hometown Bulls in the 2008 NBA draft, former NBA MVP Derrick Rose announced his retirement. Early in his career, he was one of the league's most exciting young stars, but Rose's career path turned when he tore his ACL during the 2012 playoffs. He also played for the Knicks, Cavaliers, Timberwolves, Pistons, and Grizzlies. Former Minnesota Vikings quarterback Tommy Kramer on social media announced he has dementia, said he was formally diagnosed a little over a year ago as part of a health and wellness plan for former NFL players. Air Force and UNLV expected to remain in the Mountain West. Both schools incentivized to stay with significant financial packages made possible in part by exit fees. Boise State, Colorado State, Fresno State, San Diego State, and Utah State are responsible for paying for leaving for the Pac-12.
ESPN Studios at Pier 17 in the Seaport District of New York City. This is Greeny with Mike Greenberg on ESPN Radio. You can also listen and watch the show on the ESPN app.
Greeny on ESPN Radio and the ESPN. Well, this is the closest close-up I think I've ever had in my life.
You like it?
No.
Why not?
What, have you just met me?
No, I know
you think I enjoy my own
It's a weird
look?
angle. It's a weird angle.
Any angle of me is a weird angle in my head. It is Greeny on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, along with Hembo, Evan Cohen, in for Greeny. Normally hear me with Chris Canty, Michelle Smallman, each and every weekday morning, 6 a to 10 a Eastern Time.
I want to do the rest of the show with the camera right there.
I don't. You can go solo.
You'd rather do it now?
I'm going to go Matthew Sluka.
I don't know if you know what you're asking for. NIL.
Yeah, I'm walking off.
You take your red shirt?
By the way, Christine Lisi just mentioned during the Sports Center, there's something I want to just hit on for 2 seconds. Derrick Rose retires today, 16 years in the NBA. I want you to try to do something for me if you could. Mm-hmm. When was the last time an MVP in the NBA was not a Hall of Famer or was not en route to the Hall of Fame?
Stand by.
In my lifetime, and I am, how old am I? 44, I believe. I don't believe that there has been an MVP that either wasn't in the Hall of Fame or wasn't en route to the Hall of Fame. And when I say en route, like breaking news, LeBron's going to end up in the Hall of Fame. Steph, KD, Westbrook, Harden are all going to the Hall of Fame. Jokic, Giannis, all going to the Hall of Fame.
I mean, I'm looking at it now. I don't think there is a single one I can see within the last 60 years or so.
Isn't that remarkable?
I don't know if there's a single one ever.
Right. Isn't that remarkable? Because this is a sport where if you win the MVP, it's either because you should have won it the last couple of years or you should win it the next few years. A lot of it is like not just that season, but it's a collective thing. And I don't believe that Derrick Rose will end up in the Pro Basketball Hall of Fame. Or, excuse me, the Basketball Hall of Fame in general. It's not Pro Basketball. It's just Basketball Hall of Fame. I don't know that there's ever been one.
There has not. So I am looking at a list of all the MVP winners that are not in the Hall of Fame, and each and every one of them, now excluding Derrick Rose, is an active player.
And do you think that he is projected based on numbers to be in the Hall of Fame?
I think he'll be a Hall of Famer.
I'm sorry, what?
I think Derrick Rose will be in the Hall of Fame someday.
You think Derrick Rose is going to make... I don't like to now crap on him on the day he retires after 16 seasons and a career that was clearly not what it was going to be based on injury. And I have to own the fact, I will be the first to admit, many of you probably did not hear me say this, but I have to, if I said something incorrect in the past, I feel the need at times to bring it up and own it. I was very critical of him for a lot of his comments based on his health. Based on, I want to see my kids walk down the aisle at graduation. I don't want to play, even though he was cleared to play. And I was hard on him because I didn't understand him not wanting to play or not playing through some of the injuries that doctors seemingly said it would be okay for him to play. My mind changed when Joakim Noah, his former teammate with the Bulls, and I believe the Knicks, who I believe is one of the toughest NBA players to ever play physically, like the stuff he's played through, has come out and vouched for this guy as to who he is and how hard he worked and what he played through. So I have like kind of retracted some of that or taken some of that back. All of that said, Derrick Rose is not a Hall of Famer.
He is in that Hall of Fame. The Basketball Hall of Fame is different than the others. So, as you well know, the Basketball Hall of Fame has people from a variety of disciplines, including contributors and coaches and executives and all those things. It also takes into account, in some cases or in many cases, who you were as a college player. So Derrick Rose wins the MVP, the youngest MVP winner in history, breaking the previous record, you might say, held by Wes Unseld back in the 70s.
And he did it during a time that was the beginning of the LeBron Wade Bosh era in Miami.
That's right. But people like Tim Hardaway are in the Hall of Fame.
But Tim Hardaway had a better overall career over a longer period of time, just not a better top end of his career.
There is no way you can convince me that Tim Hardaway is more deserving of being a Hall of Famer than Derrick Rose. Derrick Rose at his best, and even though that at his best was just a sort of spasm in time, was a remarkably good player. And even though his career was totally scuttled by injuries, there's a lot of value in that. Like, we at least saw a level of brilliance from Derrick Rose, where if he would have been able to maintain that over the course of a few years, is a locked first ballot Hall of Famer. But the fact that he did win MVP, the fact that he was brilliant for a time, to me makes it a certainty that he's in the Hall of Fame. Chris Webber's in the Hall of Fame. Pau Gasol's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, but
Manu Ginobili's in the Hall of Fame.
And you're complaining about that?
I'm not complaining about it. I'm saying the Hall of Fame bar in basketball is much lower, and Derrick Rose's high end is considerably higher than every single player that I just named.
That's just not fair because his high end lasted 4 years total because of injury. I mean, he had a 4-year Hall of Fame career. That's it. 4 years. He had 4 years where you were like, oh my God, this guy is Hall of Fame caliber. And that is, unfortunately, to no fault of his own.
It was good enough to get Terrell Davis in the Hall of Fame. In the
Mitch
NFL.
Richmond had a well, Terrell Davis had a 6-year. I actually have no idea if what he just said was on the air or off the air.
Oh, it's on the air.
Bubba, over the last few days.
I have just come to the realization that Terrell Davis only had 4 seasons of quality football, and that's it.
You know what else he did? He won 2 Super Bowls and scored 8 touchdowns in the playoffs one year.
I understand he was a great
it's not
player,
the same
but is
as
that
Derrick
a Hall of Fame
Rose.
career?
Do you guys look at Derrick Rose as Hall of Famer?
I don't think so, but I do agree. The Basketball Hall of Fame's bar is the lowest out of all.
I'm not arguing that.
Yeah.
I just don't know how you do it. I
think it's way too short.
By the way, I guarantee you, many people had the same reaction after the emotion of, that stinks that he has to retire. It stinks how many years were derailed because of injury. Then had the same emotion of, wait, he made it 16 years? Like, it's kind of odd that the guy that we think's career was cut short by injury actually still played 16 years.
Yeah, because the great Derrick Rose we last saw 12 years ago.
That's right. And by the way, it should be pointed out, we are on all over the country, of course. ESPN app, Sirius XM, Channel 80. We are also on ESPN 1000 in Chicago. Derrick Rose is beloved in Chicago, and rightfully so, because he loves Chicago and Chicago loves him. And I think that is important. The who of this man is absolutely loved in his hometown.
Yeah, I put him in the Hall of Fame.
Philadelphia.
Great.
They don't love you there.
No, they
anyway, okay. So we put the poll question up at ESPN Radio as to whether or not Derrick Rose is a Hall of
They
Famer.
put another one up. Should Terrell Davis be in too?
Bubba all of a sudden just hates Terrell
Look
Davis.
at his numbers.
They're really good.
For 4 years.
And for 2,000 yards. And
Literally,
you know what? You know what helps Terrell Davis? And this is not going to be fair, but it's reality.
His other 2 years, he played like 6 games.
No, but here's what helps.
It's not even like he kept going.
Bubba, you're missing
years.
one huge part of this.
It's Terrell Davis.
Here's what John Elway went to multiple Super Bowls, did not win. His team changed. Coach was different, Shanahan versus Reeves, and his other best player was different. In this case, Terrell Davis. And so Terrell Davis gets like the extra credit for Elway not winning previously.
What about all the other running backs that had success with Mike Shanahan? As soon as Terrell Davis,
you want to Landis Gary in the Hall of Fame? Is that what you're saying?
Mike Anderson.
No, I'm not.
Tatum Bell.
I'm saying that doesn't help Terrell Davis's resume when these guys just come in there and have 1,000-yard seasons.
Yeah, but he didn't.
I'm not saying
have one of the greatest postseason careers ever.
Just now, Hembo just fell asleep.
My soul just left my body. Here's the thing about
the numbers. Hembo.
I think Bubba honestly has stumbled across a pretty fascinating thing here, though. Like the value of peak versus career value is one of my favorite arguments in sports because everyone sees it differently. I happen to think Terrell Davis's accomplishments over that 3 or 4 season span, when including the playoffs, makes him Hall of Fame worthy because nothing could be more valuable than helping your team win 2 championships to that degree. Just like I think Derrick Rose, based on the bar that we have set for ourselves, should be in the Hall of Fame because he won the MVP of the league and was brilliant for a short period of time. That is also to say that we should not besmirch players who we call compilers because being good over a durable period of time is also very difficult to do in sports as well.
All right, poll questions are about ESPN Radio. I want to get back to the NFL and Deshaun Watson. What happened here? Here's how we know we had an issue just now. When Bubba is suggesting to Hembo to look something up numerically and it wasn't his first thought, we have lost Hembo, ladies and gentlemen.
My soul left my body for a brief time. But I'm back.
Just between you and I, what part of that hurt the most? Just the breakdown of the random Broncos running backs, or what?
This is right up his alley. What is his issue?
This is so you.
I think when we got to Orlandis Gary is when you lost me.
Olandis.
Yeah, you even got his name wrong.
Olandis Gary.
Like
Not Orlandis.
Deshaun Watson is the quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. He's not going to the Hall of Fame anytime soon. And
if he has 4 good years, he might.
Oh my God!
Has he already had 4 good? He had 33-7 years last year.
4 good years. I don't think he's going to the Hall of Fame.
He has not been good breaking news this season in any way, shape, or form. I am the person on Unsportsmanlike that said if the Kansas City Chiefs don't go to the Super Bowl and you had to pick an AFC team, who could you see beating them? I said the Cleveland Browns because I thought all they needed from Deshaun Watson was average QB play, like to be the 16th best quarterback in the league because of how good the defense is, how good the running game should have been, and the increase in wide receiver production in theory by getting Jerry Jeudy alongside of Amari Cooper. So I'll wear that egg on the face here in setting this up. Deshaun Watson has stunk so far this season. The Browns' running game has been terrible so far this season, 24th in rushing yards. And Deshaun Watson was asked whether or not he could maybe help by running the football more.
If I don't have to run, I'm not going to run. So I'm not trying to take any hits.
Not more designed runs.
Because I'm not a running quarterback in a sense. I can make things happen, but I'm not trying to run. I'm not a running back. That's not my specialties. You know, they signed me to throw the ball, make decisions, and be a quarterback, not a runner.
I want to take you back to last night. I was driving with my son, who's 11, to his first flag football game of the season, 6th grade flag football. And I said to him on the way there, I said, here's what you have to do. They've had one practice so far. It's a rec league. Teams are just put together randomly. I said, make sure you go up to your coach, reintroduce yourself, and just say to him, I will do whatever it is you need me to do tonight. I know what you want to do, but in order to get what you want to do, you have to do whatever the coach asks you to do on the football field. He did, and my family got our first win since 1996 last night because I never won a game as a starting quarterback in high school.
Congratulations.
Yeah, big win for us. So now, since my sophomore season in high school.
A 28-year streak.
The reason that I bring that up, hasn't Deshaun Watson hit the point where he is so bad that the answer to Kevin Stefanski, the head coach of the Browns, or in this case to the media, should be, guys, we have a losing record. I have not been good so far this season. If Kevin Stefanski wanted me to kick field goals, I got to kick field goals. If I have to put my body in the line, I got to put my body in the line. I'm well compensated. I'm taken care of. Nobody wants to be hurt long-term, God forbid. But all of us, all 53 of us, led by me, need to do anything to win. Isn't that the appropriate answer?
Of course it's the appropriate answer, but I mean, far be it for me to say that he's the most intolerable athlete on the planet right now. It's very difficult to have a football conversation about Deshaun Watson without thinking about all the rest of this stuff. But I'll still do my best. Since Deshaun Watson became the Cleveland Browns starting quarterback, he ranks 40th in the NFL in QBR out of 44 eligible players. He has been one of the 5 worst quarterbacks in the whole league since he got there. He's got a $73 million cap hit in each of the next 2 seasons. All this to say, if I were Kevin Stefanski, I would go up to the ownership, the people that made me sign him,
Jimmy and D Haslam,
$230 million guaranteed, and say this: I'm going to start Jameis Winston forthwith, or I'm leaving the organization.
Sorry, what was that word?
I think if forthwith, immediately, right now.
Okay.
I want to start Jameis Winston, or I'm going to leave. Kevin Stefanski is far too good a coach.
You would threaten to quit?
Of course I would. Are you kidding? Deshaun Watson is unplayable right now. The only reason he is playing right now is because he has the ridiculous contract that the Haslams gave him for reasons known only to them. Deshaun Watson is a wretched quarterback at this point, is not a leader of men very clearly, isn't even willing to say the right things, recite the lines in the media when asked a very basic question about something that he's really bad at. If he's worried about taking hits, he's taken 16 sacks this season, the most in the NFL. That's a quarterback stat. Those are his fault. Deshaun Watson stinks. He is in no position to be telling us that he's not willing to run because he was brought there to pass. No. You were brought there to make good in-game decisions to give your team the best chance to win.
And that's not what he's doing.
And right now, he's probably worse at that than any quarterback in the whole league.
And I've tried to support him on field as much as anyone here on ESPN Radio, but the point on field. The point in all of this, that you just slipped in there, that I'm sorry I'm going to go to more than anything else, is you suggested a head coach, a 2-time coach of the year head coach, quit.
Not during the season, of course.
You just said that.
I think if I were Kevin Stefanski, I would say that if you don't let me have full reign over what I want to do with my quarterback room, I'm leaving at the end of this season. I, Kevin Stefanski, have won the Coach of the Year award twice. I'm a more with less coach, perhaps a better one than any in the sport right now. And Deshaun Watson is an anchor in my program. Deshaun Watson is preventing me from doing my job as well as I possibly can. I'm going to have options. If I leave the Cleveland Browns after this season, there are going to be any number of franchises that would die to have me as their coach, with an actual quarterback willing to actually run my system and make good decisions, run or pass, regardless of what the media thinks that I should do. If I'm Kevin Stefanski, I want a quarterback who's willing to listen to me, to take coaching and run my stuff. And Deshaun Watson is the furthest thing from that.
Hembo, I want to make sure that I'm clear on one thing. By saying all of this, you are suggesting Kevin Stefanski does not want Deshaun Watson to be a starting quarterback. Is that true in your mind?
That is absolutely what I am suggesting.
You believe that Kevin Stefanski wakes up every single morning, goes to Berea, to the facility, and thinks, all right, how am I going to overcome this hurdle that is number 4?
Mm-hmm.
that he believes that Deshaun Watson should not be his quarterback, that no part of him thinks, I will still be able to turn this guy around.
No part of him. Joe Flacco took him to the playoffs last year. There are any number of quarterbacks that have performed better than Deshaun Watson in that system since Deshaun Watson got there. It's over, guys. Pull the ripcord.
You know what's amazing about all of this? And I'm not suggesting you are wrong about what you're saying. I am suggesting you're wrong about the threatening to quit. But in terms of what he has done or not done, numerically, Deshaun Watson, if you take the last 4 years that Deshaun Watson has been a starting quarterback, which includes one in Houston, do you know that's actually better than Trevor Lawrence?
Oh, he stinks too.
And that, like, I was dead wrong about that. But, like, it's amazing to me, and I bring up Trevor Lawrence because I'm thinking of a peer group, right? Like, we think Mahomes is a class by himself. Josh Allen is developing into that second tier, not by himself because you still have to be respectful towards Lamar Jackson, but let's just say that second tier. Then we thought Joe Burrow was there, still maybe, Justin Herbert, but we'd always put guys like Lawrence. And then for years, we put Watson there. Like, those two guys, Watson and Lawrence, their peers numerically are Daniel Jones and Gardner Minshew. Those are their peers now.
And they're making so much money.
I have a belief that Trevor Lawrence can turn it around. I don't know that I believe that Deshaun Watson can, because I can't tell you how many times I've given him the on-field benefit of the doubt of, all right, he's got to be good this year. He saw all the Flacco stuff last year.
Done.
And you don't feel badly for him because he has completely done it to himself. It is Greeny coming to you live from the Seaport, brought to you by Chase. Coming up, have we hit the tip of the iceberg when it comes to college football? It's Greeny on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Football Sunday on ESPN Radio. Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles.
Touchdown, Jalen Hurts.
Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Baker Mayfield over the middle, touchdown.
Both 2-1 and going head-to-head in Tampa. Coverage begins at noon Eastern with kickoff at 1 Eastern on select ESPN radio stations.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Before you buy generic Viagra, try this hack to get 9 tablets for just $7. Prescription and shipping are free. All you need to do is go to FridayPlansRx.com and answer a few medical questions. A doctor reviews your answers and prescribes you online for free, if appropriate, 9 tablets of generic Viagra for just $7. Go to FridayPlansRx.com. Yes, that's right, 9 tablets for $7. FridayPlansRx.com. Restrictions apply. Paid for by FridayPlansRx.com.
ESPN Northwest Florida presents the Race to Talladega.
Got 8 seconds.
8 seconds for Paul Ritchie, my man. Good stuff there. If you end up being the winner, he's not on the air with us, is he?
No. I got his info and everything. So, yeah, you just keep listening, and maybe he'll be the winner.
Well, there you go, Paul. We do appreciate you.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
This is Joanna with ESPN Northwest Florida with your Thursday's weather. The remainder of the day, there will be a very strong breeze out of the north, heavy rain and 79. A mixture of mostly clouds and light rain tonight, about the same at 73. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and a strong breeze right around 21 miles per hour with a high of 82. About the same at 85 Saturday, and we'll have mostly sunshine. This forecast is sponsored by Mid-South Lumber, the best little lumberyard in Panama City. Thank you for keeping that dial on ESPN Northwest Florida. Rely on it.
Your biggest investment is your home. Protect it while also improving its appearance with Earthworks of Northwest Florida. We have sand, mulch, gravel, or lay down decorative stone, all available for pickup and delivery. Discover your dream landscape with Earthworks of Northwest Florida. Imagine the moment you proudly pull up to your home that you've worked so hard for, enhanced by quality mulch, decorative stones, and more. Let's make it happen today. Request a quote online at earthworkspc.com or swing by the office at 2005 Industrial Drive. Love the land you live on.
With over 65 years of combined experience, Instant Replay Sports Cards is happy to help you take your collection to the next level. They carry all the new hobby boxes, signed memorabilia, and supplies. New and vintage cards and Pokemon. They sell and trade cards and are always looking to buy. They're an authorized source for Topps, Panini, Upper Deck, and Leaf cards. Instant Replay Sports Cards is open 7 days a week at 752 West 23rd Street, down from Academy Sports. It can always be reached at instantReplaySportsCards.com.
Did you know that fees associated with real estate closings are virtually the same from one title company to the next? So what sets South Oak Title apart? Effective communication, customer service, expertise, and technology. If you're buying or selling real estate, refinancing a residential or commercial property, tell your realtor you want to close with South Oak Title. South Oak Title, with locations across the Southeast, including Panama City Beach, Inlet Beach, Destin, and Fort Walton Beach. Visit them online at southoaktitle.com.
Shelby's Walk Foundation is named after my daughter Shelby, who killed herself on December 24th, 2019 from the unhealed trauma of being raped at age 11. The mission of Shelby's Walk Foundation is to change the ending by creating opportunities for new beginnings by funding holistic trauma healing for anyone who reaches out. My daughter's story can be read at shelbyswalk.org. Please visit shelbyswalk.org to donate or to volunteer or to reach out for more information. Thank you very much.
Yeah, military life can have its challenges, but sometimes veteran life brings more. While serving in Iraq, an IED took both my legs, but it didn't take my spirit.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
My name is Greg Gadsden, 26-year Army veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories great and small.
DAV helps veterans like me get all the benefits they've earned, and that can be a life changer.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm an entrepreneur, photographer, and public speaker.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won. With the right support, there are no limits.
My victory is just being the best that I can be.
Greg Gadsden, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
The Panhandle, the Emerald Coast, the world's most beautiful beaches. Whatever you call it, this is Braves country. Now back to Greeny, 104.3 ESPN Northwest Florida.
Does this sound familiar? You're a maintenance specialist and you've been squaring off with a leaky radiator at your facility for hours. You're drenched in sweat. You've thrown the whole playbook at it, but so far, it's got an answer for everything. What you need is a teammate, a pro who's seen it all before, and that's Grainger. With support specialists always ready to chat, the products you need, plus 1 million more, just give this ringer a ring. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or stop by one of their local branches.
It is Greeny here on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. We are presented by Progressive Insurance, along with Hembo. Evan Cohen in for Greeny today. By the way, book is out, correct?
Book is out. It's called Got Your Answers, available wherever books are sold. Right now, Greeny and I are doing a pretty thorough media blitz. I appreciate all of the kind words, all the attention, all of the tweets, all of the Instagram stories, all of the everythings. It's 100 sports debates that Greeny and I solve for you. I can honestly say I spent probably thousands of hours researching this thing. It is a labor of love and truly one of the great joys of my career. So I appreciate you giving me the chance to give her a plug.
Do you think you'll ever get past the width?
The width.
You're the width guy.
Oh, instead of the and guy?
You're the width guy.
So for Mike and Mike, I always said that I was the ampersand. You get it, right? Between the mics. That was me. For the books, the publishers obviously feel that Greeny's name in big, bold lettering is going to sell the most copies.
Bold decision by them.
A really, really underdog story we got here. But I'm happy to be the with guy. I very much enjoy doing the research, and so far we've gotten overwhelmingly good feedback.
All right, Barnes & Noble, Amazon, wherever books are sold. Give us, again, the title of the book, and then some of the, let's discuss some of the quick themes of this. I would love to play these out with you, some of them, just before we get it back into Matthew Sluka and the NIL stuff with UNLV, which I think is fascinating, and the fact that many people now are accusing me of liking Hembo more than he likes me. Go ahead.
So, again, the book is entitled Got Your Answers, the 100 Greatest Sports Arguments Settled. So here's what Greeny and I did in a nutshell. We decided these are the 100 questions that sports fans have debated the most. And then what I did is went back to the drawing board. In most cases, we construct top 10 lists with which to answer these questions. And so I presented Greeny, we'll say 15 or 20 options per chapter. And he and I basically did 100 sports debates amongst ourselves in spitting out these top 10s. So, for example, what are the top 10 legacy positions in major sports history? A question that we talked about on the show yesterday. For example, what is a greater lineage? The Lakers center or the Boston Red Sox left fielder. And so we spent all sorts of time debating those topics amongst many, many others. But the
Broncos
idea here,
running back in there or no?
they did not make the top 10.
Okay, got it.
But Rams defensive linemen did, Oilers center did, Yankee center fielders did, etc. So that's just one of many examples that we did. But in the end, it's just the kind of thing that you've probably debated amongst your buddies, whether it be at the water cooler, at the bar, or anywhere else. But if you're anything like me, if you're anything like you,
nobody's anything like you.
But you definitely have had many of these debates amongst yourselves with your buddies off the air or with callers on the air for many, many years. And that's kind of what makes sports great.
Do you decide? Do you say, okay, here's the right answer or no?
Then in most cases, the team, the player, whichever thing we chose as number one is the definitive answer to the question. So for example, what are the top 10 dynasties in the history of major sports? Spoiler alert, we decided that the Boston Celtics from 1957 through 69, winning 11 championships in a 13-season span, is definitively the greatest dynasty in the history of major sports. We have a list of the top 10, and then in most cases, Greeny writes something like a 200 to 300-word capsule with the very best numbers that money can buy.
And were there any dynasties just for this one that you found to be extremely overrated, or one that people value that you're like, if you actually dive into it, as it compares to others that should not be around the top?
The thing that we struggle with the most when it came to the dynasties is your team, because the Patriots won the championship in 2001, 3, and 4, and then not again until 14, 16, and 18. It was very difficult for us to decide how to handle that, because technically it's two separate dynasties.
Don't agree.
Although Belichick and Brady are basically the thread of commonality. Tell me why you disagree.
Well, the don't agree part is a very inside kind of thought process. When you actually dive into who operates that team and who was operating it for as long as they were winning, it was the same people the entire time. It's just people that the masses didn't know and wouldn't help sell books. Right? When you're thinking about the Celtics and you're thinking about Red Auerbach and you're thinking about Bill Russell and all the different people, those are, A+ names. When I bring up the importance of Ernie Adams with the New England Patriots, 99% of the audience doesn't know who that is. And that's Belichick's right-hand man for the entirety of his life, basically. Meeting back in the day in the Navy through his father, right? And there's actually 5, 6, 7 people that were there the entire time. They're just not the names that would sell. And I don't mean to go too deep, but the reason that I bring that up is, and it is an interesting thing in terms of the dynasty, like it is connected in an amazing way. For example, I find the Boston Red Sox, the new version of the Boston Red Sox that have won multiple World Series, obviously, unreal, because there's like no through line outside of ownership that the Red Sox don't even like. The fans don't even like. I'm saying that different managers, different star players. The Celtics one is an obvious great example. I understand why you would say that about the Patriots. It feels different than the Yankees, right? When they had Torrey and Jeter and Posada and the core four and all those guys, or even the current Warriors or the Chiefs now. It all feels the same. And the separation between the two. What about the Spurs? How did you look at them?
We don't have the Spurs in our top 10.
Because they didn't win back-to-back?
Because it's 5 over, I think, an 18-year span, right?
5 and 15.
5 and 15. I'll look it up. But the point is, there has to be some enduring level of dominance over a short period of time, in addition to the entirety collection of your body of work. Now, in the Steelers case, the Steel Curtain, they won 4 titles between 74 and 79. Football is obviously the most difficult sport with which to maintain a dynasty, which makes what the Patriots did from 2001 to 2018 all the more remarkable.
It is Greeny here on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. It'll be interesting to see moving forward in college sports if a dynasty can exist, considering all the player movement, NIL, transfer portal, etc. Yesterday, we saw something, and it's still having major waves across the sports world. Matthew Sluka is a quarterback for UNLV, or at least he was. He played 3 games there this year. He was allegedly promised $100,000 by UNLV for his services there, which technically, by the way, as UNLV pointed out, and they are right about this, it is actually not allowed to do it that way. You almost have to fake it, right? Like, hey, you're going to get paid $100,000 to be the quarterback of UNLV. You can't actually do it that way. It has to be through a third party / it has to be for something else. In other words, Matthew Sluka is going to do 4 appearances at a local car dealership in Vegas, which could be on the up and up, for $25,000 each, for $100,000 all in. He did not get that part of it. He did not get the money. All he got was $3,000 and decided yesterday, that's it. I'm done, despite the fact that I have 7 touchdowns this year, 6 passing, 1 rushing, and 1 total turnover and interception, and our team is 3-0, and we're heading in a really good direction. I'm out of here because you didn't live up to your end of your promise, a promise that was not on paper. EJ Manuel, college football analyst for us here at ESPN, joined us today on Greeny and had this to say about Sluka.
That was the issue because he was leaving, I believe, Holy Cross. And during that time, he was still enrolled at Holy Cross, and you couldn't sign a contract binding any NIL agreements while you were still enrolled in another school. So it just almost sounds like it was the perfect storm in a way for this to happen because he was still enrolled in school. He was trying to graduate, doing the right thing for himself to get a degree there. And, he was one of the best FCS quarterbacks in the record books there at Holy Cross and helped them win a lot of games. And so it's just unfortunate that the timing of his graduation more or less is the reason why he's in this predicament. And, he has leverage because he's played well, but ultimately he doesn't have anything signed on paper. And look, guys, I bought a few houses. If you don't have it on paper, they could tell you one thing. A builder could say, hey, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. But if it's not signed and agreed upon and there's a signature with a dotted line, it's very hard to get them to actually come through on their word sometimes.
EJ Manuel, ESPN college football analyst. How about without trying to insult Sluka in any way, shape, or form? I don't want to make this about him. He is a name that the masses were not familiar with until yesterday. So that's the who. I would like to talk about the what, and that is what could happen as a result. I am convinced, could be wrong, but I am convinced that this is going to open up a can of worms. I am convinced that we are going to have an example at some point over the next however many years in college football or basketball of a holdout. I am convinced that we are going to have a player that has surprised some and become a vital piece to a puzzle on a college football or basketball team. And maybe it's not an SEC team, but maybe it is a mid-major type conference school. And that person is going to say, listen, I have completely outperformed my contracts, which is very little here. In order for me to continue and not redshirt this year and call Alabama or Georgia to play there for money that you cannot provide me, I need a certain amount of money to play out the rest of the season. I am convinced that something like that could happen at some point. In addition, I am convinced that at some point we could have a player say, thank you, School X, great season. The money you gave me was for the regular season. We now have made it to the postseason. We're in a college football playoff. I need bonuses. I need perks. You may not even have to pay me right now, but if we win a game, I need a certain amount of money. If we win 2 games and if we win the national championship, I need to have those within my contract. I think now all of the student athletes out there are no longer the first to have to walk through that door of being uncomfortable with this and setting some sort of precedent, because this is where the who matters. Sluka has done that.
How do we get from here to there? How do we get to there where we can have, we'll call them appropriate guardrails within the 20-yard lines? How do we get there when there's a governing body that we trust, so we don't have to come to $100,000 verbal offers, which we all know doesn't actually mean anything?
Let's stop there. Let's talk about what a paper contract looks like. Okay, how about tell me who is offering the paper contract to the student athlete?
Who is offering the paper contract to the student athlete? Who should or who is?
Well, nobody is. Tell me who should.
The university.
So the university is now going to be paying the player.
We'll call it the football program, the university, yes.
Okay. How many years is that contract?
It could be any number of years. However, that is bargained between the player, his agent, his parents, and the program. Could it not be?
I'm asking you. So that could be anywhere from 1 to 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's just split the difference. Let's call it a 3-year deal. What happens if you want to transfer after 2?
It's a contract.
Okay.
What I'm saying,
contract. What are you doing? Are you paying a buyout fee? Is it a non-compete where you can't go in the same conference? Are we restricting transfers now? Coaches probably would want that, because then one of the problems that coaches now have is not only you're recruiting high school players, a lot of what happens in any walk of life, in business and in coaching and sports, et cetera, is you're recruiting people to join your company, and once they get to the company, you de-recruit them. And you basically are letting them know, that's great that you're here, you've done nothing here. You're going to train, you're going to grow, you're going to learn our system, our way. I am no longer recruiting you. I did that already. That is not happening anymore. You have to recruit and continue to recruit your own players. So what coaches, I'm sure, would love to have happen is to no longer have to do that. But how does that work?
I don't know how it works, because, and that's not a satisfactory answer, but the problem is no one's in charge. The NCAA has no power to enforce anything. So now it comes down to conference commissioners, and those are the most powerful people in college athletics right now, but they're all in it for themselves and their constituencies. And so there's no obvious reason, there's no obvious way in which there's ever a chance that we're going to get all the schools and all the people that matter in college athletics, college football to be specific, that are going to agree to the same set of rules because everyone's operating in a different economic universe. That's what's so challenging here without there being a governing body, because once upon a time, Brett Kavanaugh effectively rendered the NCAA unconstitutional. It has to come down to the conferences, to the schools, to the collectives, and that's where we get to the wild, wild west.
I'll give you one other thing as part of this. So, do you believe Matthew Sluka, UNLV quarterback at now X, knows where he's going to play college football next year?
Probably.
Okay. In a world of a contract, what happens when you tamper?
Well, I suppose it does depend on what the contract language is.
But I mean, in professional sports, you can't just call. The Philadelphia Phillies can't call Mike Trout right now and say, come on, what are we doing? Like, you're going to really play there? You're from here. What do you do? Play with Bryce Harper, call it a day.
Can they do that? That would be great.
I actually don't think anybody would even know if it's Mike Trout and the Angels. But you get what I'm saying.
I do.
Like, that can't happen. But Sluka could have literally talked to Kirby Smart every day and be like, Carson Beck's going to be done after this year. You're up next.
And that's why we need contracts. We need binding contracts, and these are employees just like anyone else that is working for the university.
Is this an opportunity for someone? And the someone I'm bringing up is it an opportunity for the NFL? Should the NFL take over college football?
Well, I don't think it's obvious to me anymore that college football should be connected to higher education. We have reached the point now where, again, because the Supreme Court has effectively rendered the NCAA unconstitutional, and the NCAA basically remains the laughingstock of all the courts in America where they continue to fight and continue to lose, that we might create an opportunity, we might reach a place where higher education and football don't have to intersect anymore.
What does that mean?
It means that, for example, you are an Alabama football player and the university gives the football program the rights to all the licensure, all the memorabilia, all of the facilities, all of the everything connected with football. But they can be separate entities. They don't have to be stacked on top of each other anymore. They can be side by side. If we're going to live in this world, one in which the entire system for hundreds of years is totally broken, what we should probably do is start from zero, start from scratch. And it's not obvious to me that higher education and football should intersect to this degree, especially when the money is involved to this extent, when we all agree, or at least generally agree, that these should be employees of the university, and the fact that because players have the opportunity to leave whenever they want right now, it creates a scenario in which there's actually no guardrail in place for anyone to be able to enforce any of this.
So, follow up on that. When we say we all agree they should be employees of the university, that is not something that I personally agree with for a long period of time. Let me be clear on that. That is not to say I didn't think they should have been paid. That is, if we want to actually split the difference, the easy way of doing that is to say to the university, like, let's just use me as a University of Wisconsin grad. Like, Wisconsin didn't have to pay me, but a great steakhouse that I go to all the time in Madison, Tornado, could pay me. Right? So you have to allow me to have an endorsement for as much money as I'm worth, and we'll continue our trade of you're going to give me room and board, and I'm going to give you services as a football player, but you're not going to prevent a single dollar that I'm going to make elsewhere. That's what I thought was going to happen for a long period of time. But the NCAA had their chance. They blew it. They never actually figured out a way of working that out. Now, that all said, if the university then pays the student athlete, 2 follow-ups on that. Is it still a trade on room and board?
That could be part of the contract.
Okay. Is that cut from the number?
Could be.
Okay. And are they allowed to get endorsements elsewhere?
Yes. Name, image, and likeness.
We sure?
They're professional athletes. We should treat them like it.
Right, but we don't know that they would actually agree with that. They may say, no. We are monitoring and governing every dollar you get. Thus, the trade is you are only getting money from UW-Madison. You're not getting money from businesses
These
in
are
Madison.
All issues that could be collectively bargained.
Greeny is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your car, home, motorcycle, commercial, auto, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. Coming up after tonight, the Cowboys aren't favored to win another game for 2 months. How is that possible? We'll get to that next on Sports... It's Greeny on ESPN Radio.
Brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream, delivering a quality shave at an honest value for over 100 years.
This
college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
In 2021, LSU finished with a disappointing 6-7 record. Luckily for them, a new head coach in Brian Kelly and a quarterback from Arizona State, Jaden Daniels, arrived in Baton Rouge. They lead LSU to the 2022 SEC Championship game and defeated Purdue in the Citrus Bowl to finish 10-4. Kelly and Daniels made that 2021 season like it never even happened.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. Pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot. I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on. Good mornings make for better days. I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
It's the PCB Hobby Takeover with Todd. Mondays at 5:20 on ESPN Northwest Florida.
That is a very high-end card and very rare.
Todd talks about coins, trading cards, collectibles, and the amazing stories behind them.
It was the first one that's ever come through my door.
Plus, we'll be taking your calls and questions at 850-215-6290. The PCB Hobby Takeover.
A platform for you to do your hobby.
Mondays at 5:20 on the Sports Talk Monster. ESPN Northwest Florida.
Mark your calendars. The Central Panhandle Fair in Bay County returns October the 1st through the 5th at the corner of Sherman Avenue and 15th Street. Great family fun for all. Enjoy famous carnival rides and amusements from around the world. Delicious foods, arts and crafts, nightly exhibits, livestock, and much more at the 2024 Central Panhandle Fair in Bay County. October the 1st through the 5th, corner of Sherman Avenue and 15th Street, Panama City. Don't miss it.
PCB Hobby, the beach's premier hobby store for sports cards, comics, coins, and trading card games. PCB Hobby carries the largest selection of boxes and packs from the latest releases of brands like Topps, Panini, Leaf, and more. Looking for a specific player or team? PCB Hobby has a wide assortment of raw and graded cards. They carry parallel rookie, game used, and autographed cards in both modern and vintage. Have a collection you want to sell? We buy, sell, and trade. PCB Hobby on Back Beach Road, just east of Florida Linen. Call 850-320-8388.
Are you tired of hearing 2 weeks when you call to get your boat worked on? Hey folks, it's Chris Kramer with Kramer Marine and Outdoor, and we'll get you in and back out on the water as quick as possible. We're a full-line Yamaha outboard dealer and Suzuki outboard dealer, and we have master-trained certified mechanics on site. So if it's just an annual service, electronics install, trolling motor install, or all the way up to a full repower, we can take care of you. So stop by and see us in the corner of Frankfurt and 23rd next to Bill Kramer GM, or call us at 850-851-0453.
1, 2.
I'm in love with a man named Rudy. I'm okay with that. He knows exactly what I want. Keeps me coming back. He cooks breakfast, lunch, and dinner for me. Does the dishes too. I'm in love with a man named Rudy. Last name Barbecue. It sure is easy to fall in love with Rudy's tasty oak smoked barbecue.
Next in line.
Ellis Agency Insurance has been serving Panama City and Bay County for years. They offer a full line of affordable insurance coverage of all types. Many people are attracted to Ellis Agency Insurance because of their friendly, knowledgeable staff. Call independent agent Johnny Ellis for a true comparison of your personal or business insurance. Ellis Agency Insurance at the Old Cullen Insurance location, 1134 Harrison Avenue, across from Dandy Donuts and Deli. Call 763-1627.
So you've heard the saying that if you love your job, you'll never have to work? Well, it's true.
I've worked for Brock Lawn and Pest Control for many years. The commitment to the needs of customers
and their commitment to each employee makes Brock a company I'm very proud to be a part of.
Brock's core values are also mine. Give people more than they expect and always honor your promises.
This isn't a job, it's a service to help people live a healthier lifestyle.
Brock Lawn and Pest Control, our family protecting your family.
Mr. Rogers said, look for the helpers. You can always find people who are helping. Thank you to all the first first responders who put their lives in danger to help us when my brothers and sisters and mom and dad and grandpa and grandma need them.
Thank you, first responders.
This is what I signed up for as a first responder. I am constantly worried about being exposed to this virus and potentially bringing it back to my home and my family. I'm going to continue going to work day in and day out and providing help to those that need it.
We look out for the helpers because they look out for us. Thank you, first responders. Thank you, first responders. Thank you, first responders. Love you. Mwah.
Be safe, look after yourself, and look after one another. Thanks.
Learn how you can help first responders in your community by texting BRAVE to 24365.
Kirsten from Pentatonics. We've all learned how to cope with more time alone. With more time spent isolated or at home, the need for companionship has grown. If you've considered adding a pet to your family, please check with your local shelters and foster organizations. Stray pet numbers have grown immensely over the past several
Auburn
years.
Tiger fans, we heard you. And this season, we're playing every single game. And you can take that to the bank. ESPN Northwest Florida.
Tonight, Dallas favored by 6. Favored by 6. Favored. You're not going to hear that for a while. Along with Hembo, Evan Cohen in for Greenie today. Why pay more for a great shave? Choose Barbasol, America's #1 brand of shaving cream. Barbasol's thick and rich lather gives you a close, comfortable shave for just half the price of gels. Barbasol. Well, we have discovered something about one Paul Hembokitis, is that he knows nothing outside of sports and sports. And so as a result, we are going to each and every week give him 3 pictures to identify who is in those pictures, musicians. And we, Cam, Bubba, and myself, Evan Cohen, are going to describe them for the audience that is, of course, listening on the radio that cannot see them. And they are so blatantly obvious that we are going to make it so easy for you to understand as you're driving around or listening on the ESPN app that you can just tweet me at EVCO Radio, EVCO Radio, to see if you can identify it correctly while he actually looks at the pictures.
I hate this so much. Last week when I was unable to identify Elton John.
No, you did. You identified Elton John as Dave Matthews.
Yeah, the key last week was that he knew 2 of the people we were putting up. So it's going to be even harder this week when he doesn't know who we're about to throw at him.
We haven't even given you any names.
She was upset about that. My wife is really embarrassed. Apparently it's like that's someone everyone should recognize.
Yeah, how do you think we feel every time we talk to you about pop culture?
Probably similarly.
We're embarrassed.
Okay, so let's put the 3 pictures up and I will describe them for the audience. Okay, there is one, a man who has a guitar. He's got longish...
A bass
guitar. He's wearing a nice jacket. He's probably in his 70s or 80s at this point.
Playing it with his left hand as well.
Mm-hmm. And he's got salt and pepper hair. He is standing next to someone that was once in his band before his passing with a beard and glasses and long hair, a mock turtleneck and a sport coat. Not after 1980, but that's what we see of him. And the next person next to him has moves. Like some in Maroon 5 have described. And he is very thin, very tall, like really insanely thin, with a microphone, lead singer, and longish hair, and certainly could dance around. So, Hembo, let's start with the first one, the left-handed bass, in the same band with the person next to him. Who is that person?
Yes, I know that. The person on the left is Paul McCartney.
Whoa!
One for
one.
All right.
The next person.
The person in the middle. So I've never seen that person before. However,
how is that possible?
However, I'm fairly certain I know who it is because I think he died during a Monday Night Football broadcast.
Wow, very good.
So just because of Howard Cosell, you know this person.
That's John Lennon.
Yes.
Wow.
2 for 2.
So the person on the right, candidly, I've never seen before.
This is good.
The person in the middle, I was able to cobble together because of the clues that you provided.
Yeah, he was using context clues. He was inferencing.
Well, that is.
Now he just has to guess.
We are a radio show that is simulcasted visually, so I do want to make sure that I am playing 100% to the radio audience.
Of course.
Your descriptions are very apt, and Hembo's using them too.
The person on the right, I've never seen before, but he looks like someone else that I do recognize, and so I'm gonna guess. I don't want to sound stupid is the problem.
Well, too late.
Okay, I think the person on the right is named Tyler Stevens.
Wait. You got so many things wrong there.
Who is Tyler?
You don't know how funny that is. Steven Tyler.
Oh my God! I didn't even think about that.
And then the greatest part is it's not Steven Tyler.
That's not Steven Tyler.
It's Mick Jagger.
That is Mick Jagger. Oh my God!
So he got the wrong person, and he flipped the name of the incorrect person that he put up there. That could not have gone any better.
Oh my God, Cam! Great job by you. I didn't even pick up.
I didn't know he was talking about either.
Steven Tyler, who is the lead from Aerosmith. That is Mick Jagger, the lead from Hembo. The Rolling Stones.
Okay, thank you. I'm honestly, I thought
Tyler Stevens.
I was
Tyler Stevens.
So his name is Steven Tyler.
He identified Mick Jagger as Tyler Stevens.
not a person.
No, I mean I'm sure there is a Tyler Stevens somewhere.
So is that better, worse, or the same in relation to my Elton John gaffe?
No, what we are learning, and there is such a reason to continue to do this on a weekly basis.
These are good.
What we are learning is that every week there is just an ounce of gold that becomes a pound.
So what percentage of people my age in the United States of America could have identified Mick Jagger?
99.9, and you're
a lot of people.
Okay.
He's been the biggest lead singer in one of the biggest bands of all time for 60 years.
Does he look like Tyler Stevens?
They have a similar
no
flair.
Tyler Stevens.
Does he look like Steven Tyler?
They have a similar flair, but I don't think they look
They're both
that alike.
really thin.
There's an age gap, too. They're a little different age.
They're different ages? They're both just thin white men.
I think they have a similar aura.
I honestly think they're both.
No one legitimately confuses the two, if that's what
no.
you're
I had said the only there's two similarities: rock and roll and bone thin.
So if I had said
and lead singer,
if I had said Steven Tyler, would it have been an acceptable miss?
I think that's better than Dave Matthews.
I mean, it's better than Tyler Stevens.
It's better than Tyler Stevens.
Steven Tyler to this is way better than Dave Matthews to Elton John.
Like I sent you guys a text over the weekend because I literally cannot now look at Elton John without thinking of Dave Matthews.
Yeah. Something you never thought would happen in your life.
But I am so, you know what? The most impressive part of this is not him getting Paul McCartney. It's not him getting John Lennon. And it's actually not him saying, knowing him, Tyler Stevens. It's the fact that Cam picked up on that he meant Steven Tyler immediately. And Bubba and I, who are older than both of you, and Bubba is a rock and roll aficionado, neither of us picked up on that.
I didn't know what he meant.
So what do you think? I was just saying a random person?
No, it's almost like you. Here's what it is. Do you remember when Fran Fraschilla said in the draft that he's 2 years away from being 2 years away? It's like you were 2 years away from being 2 years away. You may have ultimately got there.
Yeah.
We were just really far away from you getting there.
So Steven Tyler is the lead singer of Aerosmith, you said?
All right.
Yep.
And Mick Jagger is the lead singer of Rolling Stones.
Yes,
and you're saying that the Rolling Stones, and you're saying that no one has ever confused the two of them until me today.
I would say someone has.
But never
Rolling Stone. What did I say?
But never so embarrassingly.
Yeah, did you say Stone singer?
Yeah, I even
It's multiple Stones.
Anyway, Cowboys Giants tonight. Cowboys schedule: Giants at the Steelers, Lions at the Niners, at the Falcons, Eagles, home against the Texans. You better win tonight, Bubba. Are they going to?
Yes, the Cowboys are going to bounce back. They're going to win the game. They're going to cover the number. They're a 6-point favorite. I like the Cowboys to win and win big. They're an awful lot better than they've shown the last 2 weeks.
I totally agree with you. I think we've overrated how bad the Cowboys actually are. Carlin versus Joe. Next.
Hey football fans, with BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second.
BetMGM and GameSense are likely to gamble responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms.